Milo. April had been the best month of all for Milo. Lilacs bloomed in April and fruit ripened on the vine, heartbeats quickened and old appetites were renewed. In April a livelier iris gleamed upon the burnished dove. April was spring, and in the spring Milo Minderbinder's fancy had lightly turned to thoughts of tangerines. Tangerines. Yes, sir. My men would love tangerines, admitted the colonel in Sardinia who commanded 4 squadrons of B-26s. There'll be all the tangerines they can eat that you're able to pay for with money from your mess fund, Milo assured him. Cassava melons are going for a song in Damascus. I have a weakness for cassava melons. I've always had a weakness for cassava melons. Just lend me 1 plane from each squadron, just 1 plane, and you'll have all the cassabas you can eat that you've money to pay for. We buy from the syndicate. And everybody has a share. It's amazing, positively amazing. How can you do it? Mass purchasing power makes the big difference. For example, breaded veal cutlets. I'm not so crazy about breaded veal cutlets, grumbled the skeptical B-25 commander in the north of Corsica. Breaded veal cutlets are very nutritious, Milo admonished him piously. They contain egg yolk and bread crumbs, and so are lamb chops. Ah, lamb chops, echoed the B-25 commander. Good lamb chops. The best, said Milo, that the black market has to offer. Baby lamb chops, in the cutest little pink paper panties you ever saw, are going for a song in Portugal. I can't send a plane to Portugal, I haven't the authority. I can once you lend the plane to me with a pilot to fly it, and don't forget you'll get General Dreedle. Will General Dreedle eat in my mess hall again? Like a pig, once you start feeding him my best white fresh eggs fried in my pure creamery butter. There'll be tangerines too, and cassava melons, honeydews, fillet of Dover sole, baked Alaska, and cockles and mussels. And everybody has a share. That, said Milo, is the most beautiful part of it. I don't like it, growled the uncooperative fighter plane commander, who didn't like Milo either. There's an uncooperative fighter plane commander up north who's got it in for me, Milo complained to General Dreedle. It takes just 1 person to ruin the whole thing, and then you wouldn't have your fresh eggs fried in my pure creamery butter anymore. General Dreedle had the uncooperative fighter plane commander transferred to the Solomon Islands to dig graves, and replaced him with a senile colonel with bursitis and a craving for lich nuts who introduced Milo to the B-17 general on the mainland with a yearning for Polish sausage. Polish sausage is going for peanuts in Krakow, Milo informed him. Polish sausage, sighed the general nostalgically. You know, I'd give just about anything for a good hunk of Polish sausage, just about anything. You don't have to give anything, just give me 1 plane for each mess hall and a pilot who will do what he's told, and a small down payment on your initial order as a token of good faith. But Krakow is hundreds of miles behind the enemy lines. How will you get to the sausage? There's an international Polish sausage exchange in Geneva. I'll just fly the peanuts into Switzerland and exchange them for Polish sausage at the open market rate. They'll fly the peanuts back to Krakow and I'll fly the Polish sausage back to you. You buy only as much Polish sausage as you want through the syndicate. There'll be tangerines too, with only a little artificial coloring added, and eggs from Malta and scotch from Sicily. You'll be paying the money to yourself when you buy from the syndicate since you'll own a share, so you'll really be getting everything you buy for nothing. Doesn't that make sense? Sheer genius, how in the world did you ever think of it? My name is Milo Minderbinder, I am 27 years old. Milo Minderbinder's planes flew in from everywhere, the pursuit planes, bombers, and cargo ships streaming into Colonel Cathcart's field with pilots at the controls who would do what they were told. The planes were decorated with flamboyant squadron emblems illustrating such laudable ideals as courage, might, justice, truth, liberty, love, honor, and patriotism that were painted out at once by Milo's mechanics with a double coat of flat white, and replaced in garish purple with the stenciled name M&M Enterprises, Fine Fruits and Produce. The M&M in M&M Enterprises stood for Milo and Minderbinder, and the and was inserted, Milo revealed candidly, to nullify any impression that the syndicate was a one-man operation. Planes arrived for Milo from airfields in Italy, North Africa, and England, and from air transport command stations in Liberia, Ascension Island, Cairo, and Karachi. Pursuit planes were traded for additional cargo ships or retained for emergency invoice duty and small parcel service. Trucks and tanks were procured from the ground forces and used for short-distance road hauling. Everybody had a share, and men got fat and moved about tamely with toothpicks in their greasy lips. Milo supervised the whole expanding operation by himself. Deep otter-brown lines of preoccupation etched themselves permanently into his careworn face and gave him a harried look of sobriety and mistrust. Everybody but Yossarian thought Milo was a jerk, first for volunteering for the job of mess officer and next for taking it so seriously. Yossarian also thought that Milo was a jerk, but he also knew that Milo was a genius. One day Milo flew away to England to pick up a load of Turkish halva and came flying back from Madagascar leading 4 German bombers filled with yams, collard, mustard greens, and black-eyed Georgia peas. Milo was dumbfounded when he stepped down to the ground and found a contingent of armed MPs waiting to imprison the German pilots and confiscate their planes. Confiscate. The mere word was anathema to him, and he stormed back and forth in excoriating condemnation, shaking a piercing finger of rebuke in the guilt-ridden faces of Colonel Cathcart, Colonel Corn, and the poor battle-scarred captain with the submachine gun who commanded the MPs. "Is this Russia?" Milo assailed them incredulously at the top of his voice. "Confiscate?" he shrieked, as though he could not believe his own ears. "Since when is it the policy of the American government to confiscate the private property of its citizens? Shame on you, shame on all of you for even thinking such a horrible thought." "But Milo," Major Danby interrupted timidly, "we're at war with Germany and those are German planes." "They are no such thing," Milo retorted furiously. "Those planes belong to the syndicate and everybody has a share. Confiscate? How can you possibly confiscate your own private property? Confiscate indeed, I've never heard anything so depraved in my whole life." And sure enough, Milo was right, for when they looked, his mechanics had painted out the German swastikas on the wings, tails, and fuselages with double coats of flat white and stenciled in the words M&M Enterprises, Fine Fruits and Produce. Right before their eyes, he had transformed his syndicate into an international cartel. Milo's argosies of plenty now filled the air. Planes poured in from Norway, Denmark, France, Germany, Austria, Italy, Yugoslavia, Romania, Bulgaria, Sweden, Finland, Poland, from everywhere in Europe in fact, but Russia, with whom Milo refused to do business. When everybody who was going to had signed up with M&M Enterprises, Fine Fruits and Produce, Milo created a wholly owned subsidiary, M&M Fancy Pastry, and obtained more airplanes and more money from the mess funds for scones and crumpets from the British Isles, prune and cheese Danish from Copenhagen and Ecute, Claire's, cream puffs, Napoleons and Petits fours from Paris, Reims and Grenoble, Kugelhopf, Pumpernickel and Pfefferkuchen from Berlin, Linzer and Dobos Torten from Vienna, Strudel from Hungary and Baklava from Ankara. Each morning Milo sent planes aloft all over Europe and North Africa hauling long red tow signs advertising the day's specials in large square letters. EYRUND 79 and cent, Whiting 21 and cent. He boosted cash income for the syndicate by leasing tow signs to Pet Milk, Gaines Dog Food and Noxima. In a spirit of civic enterprise, he regularly allotted a certain amount of free aerial advertising space to General Peckham for the propagation of such messages in the public interest as neatness counts, haste makes waste, and the family that prays together stays together. Milo purchased spot radio announcements on Axis Sallies and Lord Haw Haw's daily propaganda broadcasts from Berlin to keep things moving. Business boomed on every battlefront. Milo's planes were a familiar sight. They had freedom of passage everywhere, and one day Milo contracted with the American military authorities to bomb the German-held highway bridge at Orvieto, and with the German military authorities to defend the highway bridge at Orvieto with anti-aircraft fire against his own attack. His fee for attacking the bridge for America was the total cost of the operation plus 6%, and his fee from Germany for defending the bridge was the same cost plus 6 agreement augmented by a merit bonus of $1,000 for every American plane he shot down. The consummation of these deals represented an important victory for private enterprise, he pointed out, since the armies of both countries were socialized institutions. Once the contracts were signed, there seemed to be no point in using the resources of the syndicate to bomb and defend the bridge, inasmuch as both governments had ample men and material right there to do so and were perfectly happy to contribute them. And in the end, Milo realized a fantastic profit from both halves of his project for doing nothing more than signing his name twice. The arrangements were fair to both sides. Since Milo did have freedom of passage everywhere, his planes were able to steal over in a sneak attack without alerting the German anti-aircraft gunners. And since Milo knew about the attack, he was able to alert the German anti-aircraft gunners in sufficient time for them to begin firing accurately the moment the planes came into range. It was an ideal arrangement for everyone but the dead man in Yossarian's tent, who was killed over the target the day he arrived. "I didn't kill him," Milo kept replying passionately to Yossarian's angry protest. "I wasn't even there that day, I tell you. Do you think I was down there on the ground firing an anti-aircraft gun when the planes came over?" "But you organized the whole thing, didn't you?" Yossarian shouted back at him in the velvet darkness, cloaking the path leading past the still vehicles of the motor pool to the open-air movie theater. "And I didn't organize anything," Milo answered indignantly, drawing great agitated sniffs of air in through his hissing, pale, twitching nose. "The Germans have the bridge and we were going to bomb it whether I stepped into the picture or not. I just saw a wonderful opportunity to make some profit out of the mission and I took it. What's so terrible about that?" "What's so terrible about it? Milo, a man in my tent was killed on that mission before he could even unpack his bags." "But I didn't kill him." "You got $1,000 extra for it." "I didn't kill him. I wasn't even there, I tell you. I was in Barcelona buying olive oil and skinless and boneless sardines and I've got the purchase orders to prove it. And I didn't get the $1,000. That $1,000 went to the syndicate and everybody got a share, even you." Milo was appealing to Yossarian from the bottom of his soul. "Look, I didn't start this war, Yossarian, no matter what that lousy wintergreen is saying. I'm just trying to put it on a business-like basis." "Is anything wrong with that? You know, $1,000 ain't such a bad price for a medium bomber and a crew. If I can persuade the Germans to pay me $1,000 for every plane they shoot down, why shouldn't I take it?" "Because you're dealing with the enemy, that's why. Can't you understand that we're fighting a war, people are dying, look around you for Christ's sake." Milo shook his head with weary forbearance. "And the Germans are not our enemies," he declared. "Oh, I know what you're going to say, sure, we're at war with them. But the Germans are also members in good standing of the syndicate, and it's my job to protect their rights as shareholders. Maybe they did start the war and maybe they are killing millions of people, but they pay their bills a lot more promptly than some allies of ours I could name. Don't you understand that I have to respect the sanctity of my contract with Germany? Can't you see it from my point of view?" "No," Yossarian rebuffed him harshly. Milo was stung and made no effort to disguise his wounded feelings. It was a muggy moonlit night filled with gnats, moths, and mosquitoes. Milo lifted his arm suddenly and pointed toward the open-air theater, where the milky, dust-filled beam bursting horizontally from the projector slashed a cone-like swath in the blackness, and draped in a fluorescent membrane of light the audience tilted on the seats there in hypnotic sags, their faces focused upward toward the illuminized movie screen. Milo's eyes were liquid with integrity, and his artless and uncorrupted face was lustrous with a shining mixture of sweat and insect repellent. "Look at them," he exclaimed in a voice choked with emotion. "They're my friends, my countrymen, my comrades in arms. A fellow never had a better bunch of buddies. Do you think I'd do a single thing to harm them if I didn't have to? Haven't I got enough on my mind? Can't you see how upset I am already about all that cotton piling up on those piers in Egypt? Milo's voice splintered into fragments, and he clutched at Yossarian's shirt front as though drowning. His eyes were throbbing visibly like brown caterpillars. Yossarian, what am I going to do with so much cotton? It's all your fault for letting me buy it. The cotton was piling up on the piers in Egypt and nobody wanted any. Milo had never dreamed that the Nile Valley could be so fertile or that there would be no market at all for the crop he had bought. The mess halls and his syndicate would not help. They rose up in uncompromising rebellion against his proposal to tax them on a per capita basis in order to enable each man to own his own share of the Egyptian cotton crop. Even his reliable friends the Germans failed him in this crisis. They preferred ersatz. Milo's mess halls would not even help him store the cotton, and his warehousing costs skyrocketed and contributed to the devastating drain upon his cash reserves. The profits from the Orvieto mission were sucked away. He began writing home for the money he had sent back in better days. Soon that was almost gone, and new bales of cotton kept arriving on the wharves at Alexandria every day. Each time he succeeded in dumping some on the world market for a loss, it was snapped up by canny Egyptian brokers in the Levant, who sold it back to him at the original price, so that he was really worse off than before. M&M Enterprises verged on collapse. Milo cursed himself hourly for his monumental greed and stupidity in purchasing the entire Egyptian cotton crop. But a contract was a contract and had to be honored, and one night after a sumptuous evening meal, all Milo's fighters and bombers took off, joined in formation directly overhead and began dropping bombs on the group. He had landed another contract with the Germans, this time to bomb his own outfit. Milo's planes separated in a well-coordinated attack and bombed the fuel stocks in the ordnance dump, the repair hangars and the B-25 bombers resting on the lollipop-shaped hardstands at the field. His crews spared the landing strip and the mess halls so that they could land safely when their work was done and enjoy a hot snack before retiring. They bombed with their landing lights on since no one was shooting back. They bombed all 4 squadrons, the officers' club and the group headquarters building. Men bolted from their tents in sheer terror and did not know in which direction to turn. Wounded soon lay screaming everywhere. A cluster of fragmentation bombs exploded in the yard of the officers' club and punched jagged holes in the side of the wooden building and in the bellies and backs of a row of lieutenants and captains standing at the bar. They doubled over in agony and dropped. The rest of the officers fled toward the 2 exits in panic and jammed up the doorways like a dense, howling dam of human flesh as they shrank from going farther. Colonel Cathcart clawed and elbowed his way through the unruly, bewildered mass until he stood outside by himself. He stared up at the sky in stark astonishment and horror. Milo's planes, ballooning serenely in over the blossoming treetops with their bomb bay doors open and wing flaps down and with their monstrous, bug-eyed, blinding, fiercely flickering, eerie landing lights on, were the most apocalyptic sight he had ever beheld. Colonel Cathcart let go a stricken gasp of dismay and hurled himself headlong into his jeep, almost sobbing. He found the gas pedal and the ignition and sped toward the airfield as fast as the rocking car would carry him, his huge flabby hands clenched and bloodless on the wheel or blaring his horn tormentedly. Once he almost killed himself when he swerved with a banshee screech of tires to avoid plowing into a bunch of men running crazily toward the hills in their underwear with their stunned faces down, and their thin arms pressed high around their temples as puny shields. Yellow, orange, and red fires were burning on both sides of the road. Tents and trees were in flames, and Milo's planes kept coming around interminably with their blinking white landing lights on and their bomb bay doors open. Colonel Cathcart almost turned the jeep over when he slammed the brakes on at the control tower. He leaped from the car while it was still skidding dangerously and hurtled up the flight of steps inside, where 3 men were busy at the instruments and the controls. He bowled 2 of them aside in his lunge for the nickel-plated microphone, his eyes glittering wildly and his beefy face contorted with stress. He squeezed the microphone in a bestial grip and began shouting hysterically at the top of his voice. "Milo, you son of a bitch, are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Come down, come down." "Stop hollering so much, will you?" answered Milo, who was standing there right beside him in the control tower with a microphone of his own. "I'm right here." Milo looked at him with reproof and turned back to his work. "Very good, men, very good," he chanted into his microphone. "But I see one supply shed still standing. That will never do, Purvis. I've spoken to you about that kind of shoddy work before. Now you go right back there this minute and try it again. And this time come in slowly, slowly." "Haste makes waste, Purvis, haste makes waste. If I've told you that once, I must have told you that 100 times. Haste makes waste." The loudspeaker overhead began squawking. Milo, this is Alvin Brown. I've finished dropping my bombs. What should I do now? Strafe, said Milo. Strafe, Alvin Brown was shocked. We have no choice, Milo informed him resignedly. It's in the contract. Oh, okay then, Alvin Brown acquiesced. In that case, I'll strafe. This time Milo had gone too far. Bombing his own men and planes was more than even the most phlegmatic observer could stomach, and it looked like the end for him. High-ranking government officials poured in to investigate. Newspapers inveighed against Milo with glaring headlines, and congressmen denounced the atrocity in stentorian wrath and clamored for punishment. Mothers with children in the service organized into militant groups and demanded revenge. Not one voice was raised in his defense. Decent people everywhere were affronted, and Milo was all washed up until he opened his books to the public and disclosed the tremendous profit he had made. He could reimburse the government for all the people and property he had destroyed and still have enough money left over to continue buying Egyptian cotton. Everybody, of course, owned a share. And the sweetest part of the whole deal was that there really was no need to reimburse the government at all. In a democracy, the government is the people, Milo explained. We're people, aren't we, so we might just as well keep the money and eliminate the middleman. Frankly, I'd like to see the government get out of war altogether and leave the whole field to private industry. If we pay the government everything we owe it, we'll only be encouraging government control and discouraging other individuals from bombing their own men and planes. We'll be taking away their incentive. Milo was correct, of course, as everyone soon agreed, but a few embittered misfits like Doc Danica, who sulked cantankerously and muttered offensive insinuations about the morality of the whole venture until Milo mollified him with a donation in the name of the syndicate of a lightweight aluminum collapsible garden chair that Doc Danica could fold up conveniently and carry outside his tent each time Chief White Halfoat came inside his tent, and carry back inside his tent each time Chief White Halfoat came out. Doc Danica had lost his head during Milo's bombardment. Instead of running for cover, he had remained out in the open and performed his duty, slithering along the ground through shrapnel, strafing, and incendiary bombs like a furtive, wily lizard from casualty to casualty, administering tourniquets, morphine splints, and sulfanilamide with a dark and doleful visage, never saying one word more than he had to and reading in each man's bluing wound a dreadful portent of his own decay. He worked himself relentlessly into exhaustion before the long night was over and came down with a sniff the next day that sent him hurrying querulously into the medical tent to have his temperature taken by Gus and Wheeze and to obtain a mustard plaster and vaporizer. Doc Danica tended each moaning man that night with the same glum and profound and introverted grief he showed at the airfield the day of the Avignon mission when Yossarian climbed down the few steps of his plane naked, in a state of utter shock, with Snowden smeared abundantly all over his bare heels and toes, knees, arms, and fingers, and pointed inside wordlessly toward where the young radio gunner lay freezing to death on the floor beside the still younger tail gunner who kept falling back into a dead faint each time he opened his eyes and saw Snowden dying. Doc Danica draped a blanket around Yossarian's shoulders almost tenderly after Snowden had been removed from the plane and carried into an ambulance on a stretcher. He led Yossarian toward his jeep. McWatt helped, and the three drove in silence to the squadron medical tent, where McWatt and Doc Danica guided Yossarian inside to chair and washed Snowden off him with cold, wet balls of absorbent cotton. Doc Danica gave him a pill and a shot that put him to sleep for 12 hours. When Yossarian woke up and went to see him, Doc Danica gave him another pill and a shot that put him to sleep for another 12 hours. When Yossarian woke up again and went to see him, Doc Danica made ready to give him another pill and a shot. "How long are you going to keep giving me those pills and shots?" Yossarian asked him. "Until you feel better." "I feel all right now." Doc Danica's frail, suntanned forehead furrowed with surprise. "Then why don't you put some clothes on? Why are you walking around naked?" "I don't want to wear a uniform anymore." Doc Danica accepted the explanation and put away his hypodermic syringe. "Are you sure you feel all right?" "I feel fine. I'm just a little logy from all those pills and shots you've been giving me." Yossarian went about his business with no clothes on all the rest of that day, and was still naked late the next morning when Milo, after hunting everywhere else, finally found him sitting up a tree a small distance in back of the quaint little military cemetery at which Snowden was being buried. Milo was dressed in his customary business attire, olive drab trousers, a fresh olive drab shirt and tie with one silver first lieutenant's bar gleaming on the collar, and a regulation dress cap with a stiff leather bill. "I've been looking all over for you," Milo called up to Yossarian from the ground reproachfully. "You should have looked for me in this tree," Yossarian answered. "I've been up here all morning." "Come on down and taste this and tell me if it's good. It's very important." Yossarian shook his head. He sat nude on the lowest limb of the tree and balanced himself with both hands grasping the bough directly above. He refused to budge, and Milo had no choice but to stretch both arms about the trunk in a distasteful hug and start climbing. He struggled upward clumsily with loud grunts and wheezes, and his clothes were squashed and crooked by the time he pulled himself up high enough to hook a leg over the limb and pause for breath. His dress cap was askew and in danger of falling. Milo caught it just in time when it began slipping. Globules of perspiration glistened like transparent pearls around his mustache and swelled like opaque blisters under his eyes. Yossarian watched him impassively. Cautiously, Milo worked himself around in a half circle so that he could face Yossarian. He unwrapped tissue paper from something soft, round, and brown and handed it to Yossarian. "Please taste this and let me know what you think. I'd like to serve it to the men." "What is it?" asked Yossarian and took a big bite. "Chocolate-covered cotton." Yossarian gagged convulsively and sprayed his big mouthful of chocolate-covered cotton right into Milo's face. "Here, take it back," he spouted angrily. "Jesus Christ, have you gone crazy? You didn't even take the goddamn seeds out." "Give it a chance, will you?" Milo begged. "It can't be that bad, is it really that bad?" "It's even worse. But I've got to make the mess halls feed it to the men. They'll never be able to swallow it." "They've got to swallow it," Milo ordained with dictatorial grandeur, and almost broke his neck when he let go with one arm to wave a righteous finger in the air. "Come on out here," Yossarian invited him. "You'll be much safer and you can see everything." Gripping the bough above with both hands, Milo began inching his way out on the limb sideways with utmost care and apprehension. His face was rigid with tension, and he sighed with relief when he found himself seated securely beside Yossarian. He stroked the tree affectionately. "This is a pretty good tree," he observed admiringly with proprietary gratitude. "It's the tree of life," Yossarian answered, waggling his toes, "and of knowledge of good and evil too." Milo squinted closely at the bark and branches. "No, it isn't," he replied. "It's a chestnut tree. I ought to know. I sell chestnuts." "Have it your way." They sat in the tree without talking for several seconds, their legs dangling and their hands almost straight up on the bough above, the one completely nude but for a pair of crepe-soled sandals, the other completely dressed in a coarse olive-drab woolen uniform with his tie knotted tight. Milo studied Yossarian diffidently through the corner of his eye, hesitating tactfully. "I want to ask you something," he said at last. "You don't have any clothes on. I don't want to butt in or anything, but I just want to know, why aren't you wearing your uniform?" "I don't want to," Milo nodded rapidly like a sparrow pecking. I see," he stated quickly with a look of vivid confusion. "I understand perfectly. I heard Appleby and Captain Black say you had gone crazy and I just wanted to find out." He hesitated politely again, weighing his next question. "Aren't you ever going to put your uniform on again?" "I don't think so." Milo nodded with spurious vim to indicate he still understood and then sat silent, ruminating gravely with troubled misgiving. A scarlet-crested bird shot by below, brushing sure dark wings against a quivering bush. Yossarian and Milo were covered in their bower by tissue-thin tiers of sloping green and largely surrounded by other gray chestnut trees and a silver spruce. The sun was high overhead in a vast sapphire-blue sky beaded with low, isolated, puffy clouds of dry and immaculate white. There was no breeze and the leaves about them hung motionless. The shade was feathery. Everything was at peace but Milo, who straightened suddenly with a muffled cry and began pointing excitedly. "Look at that," he exclaimed in alarm. "Look at that, that's a funeral going on down there. That looks like the cemetery, isn't it?" Yossarian answered him slowly in a level voice. "They're burying that kid who got killed in my plane over Avignon the other day, Snowden." "What happened to him?" Milo asked in a voice deadened with awe. "He got killed." "That's terrible," Milo grieved, and his large brown eyes filled with tears. "That poor kid, it really is terrible." He bit his trembling lip hard, and his voice rose with emotion when he continued. "And it will get even worse if the mess halls don't agree to buy my cotton. Yossarian, what's the matter with them? Don't they realize it's their syndicate? Don't they know they've all got a share?" "Did the dead man in my tent have a share?" Yossarian demanded caustically. "Of course he did," Milo assured him lavishly. "Everybody in the squadron has a share." "He was killed before he even got into the squadron." Milo made a deft grimace of tribulation and turned away. "I wish you'd stop picking on me about that dead man in your tent," he pleaded peevishly. "I told you I didn't have anything to do with killing him. Is it my fault that I saw this great opportunity to corner the market on Egyptian cotton and got us into all this trouble? Was I supposed to know there was going to be a glut? I didn't even know what a glut was in those days." An opportunity to corner a market doesn't come along very often, and I was pretty shrewd to grab the chance when I had it. Milo gulped back a moan as he saw 6 uniformed pallbearers lift the plain pine coffin from the ambulance and set it gently down on the ground beside the yawning gash of the freshly dug grave. "And now I can't get rid of a single penny's worth," he mourned. Yossarian was unmoved by the fustian charade of the burial ceremony, and by Milo's crushing bereavement. The chaplain's voice floated up to him through the distance tenuously in an unintelligible, almost inaudible monotone like a gaseous murmur. Yossarian could make out Major by his towering and lanky aloofness, and thought he recognized Major Danby mopping his brow with a handkerchief. Major Danby had not stopped shaking since his run-in with General Dreedel. There were strands of enlisted men molded in a curve around the 3 officers, as inflexible as lumps of wood, and 4 idle gravediggers in streaked fatigues lounging indifferently on spades near the shocking, incongruous heap of loose coppered earth. As Yossarian stared, the chaplain elevated his gaze toward Yossarian beatifically, pressed his fingers down over his eyeballs in a manner of affliction, peered upward again toward Yossarian searchingly and bowed his head, concluding what Yossarian took to be a climactic part of the funeral rite. The 4 men in fatigues lifted the coffin on slings and lowered it into the grave. Milo shuddered violently. "I can't watch it," he cried, turning away in anguish. "I just can't sit here and watch while those mess halls let my syndicate die." He gnashed his teeth and shook his head with bitter woe and resentment. "If they had any loyalty, they would buy my cotton till it hurts so that they can keep right on buying my cotton till it hurts them some more. They would build fires and burn up their underwear and summer uniforms just to create bigger demand. But they won't do a thing." "Yossarian, try eating the rest of this chocolate-covered cotton for me. Maybe it will taste delicious now." Yossarian pushed his hand away. "Give up, Milo. People can't eat cotton." Milo's face narrowed cunningly. "It isn't really cotton," he coaxed. "I was joking. It's really cotton candy, delicious cotton candy. Try it and see." "Now you're lying." "I never lie," Milo rejoined with proud dignity. "You're lying now." "I only lie when it's necessary," Milo explained defensively, averting his eyes for a moment and blinking his lashes winningly. "This stuff is better than cotton candy, really it is. It's made out of real cotton. Yossarian, you've got to help me make the men eat it. Egyptian cotton is the finest cotton in the world." "But it's indigestible," Yossarian emphasized. "It will make them sick, don't you understand? Why don't you try living on it yourself if you don't believe me?" "I did try," admitted Milo gloomily, "and it made me sick." The graveyard was yellow as hay and green as cooked cabbage. In a little while the chaplain stepped back and the beige crescent of human forms began to break up sluggishly like flotsam. The men drifted without haste or sound to the vehicles parked along the side of the bumpy dirt road. With their heads down disconsolately, the chaplain, Major and Major Danby moved toward their jeeps in an ostracized group, each holding himself friendlessly several feet away from the other 2. "It's all over," observed Yossarian. "It's the end," Milo agreed despondently. There's no hope left, and all because I left them free to make their own decisions. That should teach me a lesson about discipline the next time I try something like this. Why don't you sell your cotton to the government? Yossarian suggested casually, as he watched the four men in streaked fatigues shoveling heaping bladefuls of the copper-red earth back down inside the grave. Milo vetoed the idea brusquely. It's a matter of principle, he explained firmly. The government has no business in business, and I would be the last person in the world to ever try to involve the government in a business of mine. But the business of government is business, he remembered alertly and continued with elation. Calvin Coolidge said that, and Calvin Coolidge was a president, so it must be true. And the government does have the responsibility of buying all the Egyptian cotton I've got that no one else wants so that I can make a profit, doesn't it? Milo's face clouded almost as abruptly, and his spirits descended into a state of sad anxiety. But how will I get the government to do it? Bribe it, Yossarian said. Bribe it. Milo was outraged and almost lost his balance and broke his neck again. Shame on you, he scolded severely, breathing virtuous fire down and upward into his rusty mustache through his billowing nostrils and prim lips. Bribery is against the law and you know it, but it's not against the law to make a profit, is it? So it can't be against the law for me to bribe someone in order to make a fair profit, can it? No, of course not. He fell to brooding again with a meek, almost pitiable distress. But how will I know who to bribe? Oh, don't you worry about that, Yossarian comforted him with a toneless snicker as the engines of the jeeps and ambulance fractured the drowsy silence and the vehicles in the rear began driving away backward. You make the bribe big enough and they'll find you. Just make sure you do everything right out in the open. Let everyone know exactly what you want and how much you're willing to pay for it. The first time you act guilty or ashamed, you might get into trouble. I wish you'd come with me, Milo remarked. I won't feel safe among people who take bribes. They're no better than a bunch of crooks. You'll be all right, Yossarian assured him with confidence. If you run into trouble, just tell everybody that the security of the country requires a strong domestic Egyptian cotton speculating industry. It does, Milo informed him solemnly. A strong Egyptian cotton speculating industry means a much stronger America. Of course it does, and if that doesn't work, point out the great number of American families that depend on it for income. A great many American families do depend on it for income. You see, said Yossarian, you're much better at it than I am. You almost make it sound true. It is true, Milo exclaimed with a strong trace of old hauteur. That's what I mean, you do it with just the right amount of conviction. You're sure you won't come with me? Yossarian shook his head. Milo was impatient to get started. He stuffed the remainder of the chocolate-covered cotton ball into his shirt pocket and edged his way back gingerly along the branch to the smooth gray trunk. He threw his arms about the trunk in a generous and awkward embrace and began shinnying down, the sides of his leather-soled shoes slipping constantly so that it seemed many times he would fall and injure himself. Halfway down, he changed his mind and climbed back up. Bits of tree bark stuck to his mustache, and his straining face was flushed with exertion. I wish you'd put your uniform on instead of going around naked that way, he confided pensively before he climbed back down again and hurried away. You might start a trend and then I'll never get rid of all this gall-darned cots. The chaplain. It was already some time since the chaplain had first begun wondering what everything was all about. Was there a God? How could he be sure? Being an Anabaptist minister in the American Army was difficult enough under the best of circumstances. Without dogma, it was almost intolerable. People with loud voices frightened him. Brave, aggressive men of action like Colonel Cathcart left him feeling helpless and alone. Wherever he went in the army, he was a stranger. Enlisted men and officers did not conduct themselves with him as they conducted themselves with other enlisted men and officers, and even other chaplains were not as friendly toward him as they were toward each other. In a world in which success was the only virtue, he had resigned himself to failure. He was painfully aware that he lacked the ecclesiastical aplomb and savoir-faire that enabled so many of his colleagues in other faiths and sects to get ahead. He was just not equipped to excel. He thought of himself as ugly and wanted daily to be home with his wife. Actually, the chaplain was almost good-looking, with a pleasant, sensitive face as pale and brittle as sandstone. His mind was open on every subject. Perhaps he really was Washington Irving, and perhaps he really had been signing Washington Irving's name to those letters he knew nothing about. Such lapses of memory were not uncommon in medical annals, he knew. There was no way of really knowing anything. He remembered very distinctly, or was under the impression he remembered very distinctly, his feeling that he had met Yossarian somewhere before the first time he had met Yossarian lying in bed in the hospital. He remembered experiencing the same disquieting sensation almost 2 weeks later when Yossarian appeared at his tent to ask to be taken off combat duty. By that time, of course, the chaplain had met Yossarian somewhere before in that odd, unorthodox ward in which every patient seemed delinquent, but the unfortunate patient covered from head to toe in white bandages and plaster who was found dead one day with a thermometer in his mouth. But the chaplain's impression of a prior meeting was of some occasion far more momentous and occult than that, of a significant encounter with Yossarian in some remote, submerged and perhaps even entirely spiritual epoch in which he had made the identical foredooning admission that there was nothing, absolutely nothing, he could do to help him. Doubts of such kind gnawed at the chaplain's lean, suffering frame insatiably. Was there a single true faith or a life after death? How many angels could dance on the head of a pin, and with what matters did God occupy himself in all the infinite eons before the creation? Why was it necessary to put a protective seal on the brow of Cain if there were no other people to protect him from? Did Adam and Eve produce daughters? These were the great, complex questions of ontology that tormented him. Yet they never seemed nearly as crucial to him as the question of kindness and good manners. He was pinched perspingly in the epistemological dilemma of the skeptic, unable to accept solutions to problems he was unwilling to dismiss as unsolvable. He was never without misery and never without hope. "Have you ever?" he inquired hesitantly of Yossarian that day in his tent, as Yossarian sat holding in both hands the warm bottle of Coca-Cola with which the chaplain had been able to solace him. "Been in a situation which you felt you had been in before, even though you knew you were experiencing it for the first time?" Yossarian nodded perfunctorily, and the chaplain's breath quickened in anticipation, as he made ready to join his willpower with Yossarian's in a prodigious effort to rip away at last the voluminous black folds shrouding the eternal mysteries of existence. "Do you have that feeling now?" Yossarian shook his head and explained that D and EQ, J and aggrave. VU was just a momentary infinitesimal lag in the operation of two coactive sensory nerve centers that commonly function simultaneously. The chaplain scarcely heard him. He was disappointed but not inclined to believe Yossarian, for he had been given a sign, a secret, enigmatic vision that he still lacked the boldness to divulge. There was no mistaking the awesome implications of the chaplain's revelation. It was either an insight of divine origin or a hallucination. He was either blessed or losing his mind. Both prospects filled him with equal fear and depression. It was neither D and EQ J and aggrave, VU, Prisk VU nor Jamais VU. It was possible that there were other VUs of which he had never heard, and that one of these other VUs would explain succinctly the bafing phenomenon of which he had been both a witness and a part. It was even possible that none of what he thought had taken place really had taken place, that he was dealing with an aberration of memory rather than of perception, that he never really had thought he had seen, that his impression now that he once had thought so was merely the illusion of an illusion, and that he was only now imagining that he had ever once imagined seeing a naked man sitting in a tree at the cemetery. It was obvious to the chaplain now that he was not particularly well suited to his work, and he often speculated whether he might not be happier serving in some other branch of the service, as a private in the infantry or field artillery, perhaps, or even as a paratrooper. He had no real friends. Before meeting Yossarian, there was no one in the group with whom he felt at ease, and he was hardly at ease with Yossarian, whose frequent rash and insubordinate outbursts kept him almost constantly on edge and in an ambiguous state of enjoyable trepidation. The chaplain felt safe when he was at the officers' club with Yossarian and Dunbar, and even with just Nately and McWatt. When he sat with them, he had no need to sit with anyone else. His problem of where to sit was solved, and he was protected against the undesired company of all those fellow officers who invariably welcomed him with excessive cordiality when he approached and waited uncomfortably for him to go away. He made so many people uneasy. Everyone was always very friendly toward him, and no one was ever very nice. Everyone spoke to him, and no one ever said anything. Yossarian and Dunbar were much more relaxed, and the chaplain was hardly uncomfortable with them at all. They even defended him the night Colonel Cathcart tried to throw him out of the officers' club again, Yossarian rising truculently to intervene and Nately shouting out, "Yossarian!" to restrain him. Colonel Cathcart turned white as a sheet at the sound of Yossarian's name, and to everyone's amazement, retreated in horrified disorder until he bumped into General Dreedle, who elbowed him away with annoyance and ordered him right back to order the chaplain to start coming into the officers' club every night again. The chaplain had almost as much trouble keeping track of his status at the officers' club as he had remembering at which of the 10 mess halls in the group he was scheduled to eat his next meal. He would just as soon have remained kicked out of the officers' club, had it not been for the pleasure he was now finding there with his new companions. If the chaplain did not go to the officers' club at night, there was no place else he could go. He would pass the time at Yossarian's and Dunbar's table with a shy, reticent smile, seldom speaking unless addressed, a glass of thick sweet wine almost untasted before him, as he toyed unfamiliarly with the tiny corncob pipe that he affected self-consciously and occasionally stuffed with tobacco and smoked. He enjoyed listening to Nately, whose maudlin, bittersweet lamentations mirrored much of his own romantic desolation, and never failed to evoke in him resurgent tides of longing for his wife and children. The chaplain would encourage Nately with nods of comprehension or assent, amused by his candor and immaturity. Nately did not glory too immodestly that his girl was a prostitute, and the chaplain's awareness stemmed mainly from Captain Black, who never slouched past their table without a broad wink at the chaplain and some tasteless, wounding jibe about her to Nately. The chaplain did not approve of Captain Black, and found it difficult not to wish him evil. No one, not even Nately, seemed really to appreciate that he, Chaplain Robert Oliver Shipman, was not just a chaplain but a human being, that he could have a charming, passionate, pretty wife whom he loved almost insanely, and 3 small blue-eyed children with strange, forgotten faces who would grow up someday to regard him as a freak, and who might never forgive him for all the social embarrassment his vocation would cause them. Why couldn't anybody understand that he was not really a freak but a normal, lonely adult trying to lead a normal, lonely adult life? If they pricked him, didn't he bleed? And if he was tickled, didn't he laugh? It seemed never to have occurred to them that he, just as they, had eyes, hands, organs, dimensions, senses, and affections, that he was wounded by the same kind of weapons they were, warmed and cooled by the same breezes and fed by the same kind of food, although he was forced to concede in a different mess hall for each successive meal. The only person who did seem to realize he had feelings was Corporal Whitcomb, who had just managed to bruise them all by going over his head to Colonel Cathcart with his proposal for sending form letters of condolence home to the families of men killed or wounded in combat. The chaplain's wife was the one thing in the world he could be certain of, and it would have been sufficient if only he had been left to live his life out with just her and the children. The chaplain's wife was a reserved, diminutive, agreeable woman in her early 30s, very dark and very attractive, with a narrow waist, calm, intelligent eyes, and small, bright, pointy teeth and a childlike face that was vivacious and petite. He kept forgetting what his children looked like, and each time he returned to their snapshots it was like seeing their faces for the first time. The chaplain loved his wife and children with such tameless intensity that he often wanted to sink to the ground helplessly and weep like a castaway cripple. He was tormented inexorably by morbid fantasies involving them, by dire, hideous omens of illness and accident. His meditations were polluted with threats of dread diseases like Ewing's tumor and leukemia. He saw his infant son die 2 or 3 times every week because he had never taught his wife how to stop arterial bleeding, watched in tearful, paralyzed silence his whole family electrocuted, one after the other, at a baseboard socket because he had never told her that a human body would conduct electricity. All 4 went up in flames almost every night when the water heater exploded and set the 2-story wooden house afire. In ghastly, heartless, revolting detail, He saw his poor dear wife's trim and fragile body, crushed to a viscous pulp against the brick wall of a market building by a half-wine drunken automobile driver, and watched his hysterical 5-year-old daughter being led away from the grisly scene by a kindly middle-aged gentleman with snow-white hair who raped and murdered her repeatedly as soon as he had driven her off to a deserted sandpit. While his 2 younger children starved to death slowly in the house after his wife's mother, who had been babysitting, dropped dead from a heart attack when news of his wife's accident was given to her over the telephone. The chaplain's wife was a sweet, soothing, considerate woman, and he yearned to touch the warm flesh of her slender arm again and stroke her smooth black hair, to hear her intimate, comforting voice. She was a much stronger person than he was. He wrote brief, untroubled letters to her once a week, sometimes twice. He wanted to write urgent love letters to her all day long and crowd the endless pages with desperate, uninhibited confessions of his humble worship and need and with careful instructions for administering artificial respiration. He wanted to pour out to her in torrents of self-pity all his unbearable loneliness and despair, and warn her never to leave the boric acid or the aspirin in reach of the children or to cross a street against the traffic light. He did not wish to worry her. The chaplain's wife was intuitive, gentle, compassionate, and responsive. Almost inevitably, his reveries of reunion with her ended in explicit acts of love-making. The chaplain felt most deceitful presiding at funerals, and it would not have astonished him to learn that the apparition in the tree that day was a manifestation of the Almighty's censure for the blasphemy and pride inherent in his function. To simulate gravity, feign grief and pretend supernatural intelligence of the hereafter in so fearsome and arcane a circumstance as death seemed the most criminal of offenses. He recalled, or was almost convinced he recalled, the scene at the cemetery perfectly. He could still see Major and Major Danby standing somber as broken stone pillars on either side of him. See almost the exact number of enlisted men and almost the exact places in which they had stood. See the 4 unmoving men with spades, the repulsive coffin and the large, loose, triumphant mound of reddish-brown earth, and the massive, still, depthless, muffling sky, so weirdly blank and blue that day it was almost poisonous. He would remember them forever, for they were all part and parcel of the most extraordinary event that had ever befallen him, an event perhaps marvelous, perhaps pathological, the vision of the naked man in the tree. How could he explain it? It was not already seen or never seen, and certainly not almost seen, neither d and equte j and agrave, vu jamais vu nor presque vu was elastic enough to cover it. Was it a ghost then, the dead man's soul? An angel from heaven or a minion from hell? Or was the whole fantastic episode merely the figment of a diseased imagination, his own, of a deteriorating mind, a rotting brain? The possibility that there really had been a naked man in the tree, 2 men actually, since the first had been joined shortly by a second man clad in a brown mustache and sinister dark garments from head to toe, who bent forward ritualistically along the limb of the tree to offer the first man something to drink from a brown goblet, never crossed the chaplain's mind. The chaplain was sincerely a very helpful person who was never able to help anyone, not even Yossarian, when he finally decided to seize the bull by the horns and visit Major secretly to learn if, as Yossarian had said, the men in Colonel Cathcart's group really were being forced to fly more combat missions than anyone else. It was a daring, impulsive move on which the chaplain decided after quarreling with Corporal Whitcomb again and washing down with tepid canteen water his joyless lunch of Milky Way and Baby Ruth. He went to Major on foot so that Corporal Whitcomb would not see him leaving, stealing into the forest noiselessly until the 2 tents in his clearing were left behind, then dropping down inside the abandoned railroad ditch, where the footing was surer. He hurried along the fossilized wooden ties with accumulating mutinous anger. He had been browbeaten and humiliated successively that morning by Colonel Cathcart, Colonel Corn, and Corporal Whitcomb. He just had to make himself felt in some respect. His slight chest was soon puffing for breath. He moved as swiftly as he could without breaking into a run, fearing his resolution might dissolve if he slowed. Soon he saw a uniformed figure coming toward him between the rusted rails. He clambered immediately up the side of the ditch, ducked inside a dense copse of low trees for concealment, and sped along in his original direction, a narrow, overgrown, mossy path he found winding deep inside the shaded forest. It was tougher going there, but he plunged ahead with the same reckless and consuming determination, slipping and stumbling often, and stinging his unprotected hands on the stubborn branches blocking his way until the bushes and tall ferns on both sides spread open, and he lurched past an olive-drab military trailer on cinder blocks clearly visible through the thinning underbrush. He continued past a tent with a luminous pearl-gray cat sunning itself outside, and past another trailer on cinder blocks, and then burst into the clearing of Yossarian's squadron. A salty dew had formed on his lips. He did not pause, but strode directly across the clearing into the orderly room, where he was welcomed by a gaunt, stoop-shouldered staff sergeant with prominent cheekbones and long, very light blonde hair, who informed him graciously that he could go right in, since Major was out. The chaplain thanked him with a curt nod and proceeded alone down the aisle between the desks and typewriters to the canvas partition in the rear. He bobbed through the triangular opening and found himself inside an empty office. The flap fell closed behind him. He was breathing hard and sweating profusely. The office remained empty. He thought he heard furtive whispering. 10 minutes passed. He looked about in stern displeasure, his jaws clamped together indomitably, and then turned suddenly to water as he remembered the staff sergeant's exact words. He could go right in since Major was out. The enlisted men were playing a practical joke. The chaplain shrank back from the wall in terror, bitter tears springing to his eyes. A pleading whimper escaped his trembling lips. Major was elsewhere, and the enlisted men in the other room had made him the butt of an inhuman prank. He could almost see them waiting on the other side of the canvas wall, bunched up expectantly like a pack of greedy, gloating, omnivorous beasts of prey, ready with their barbaric mirth and jeers to pounce on him brutally the moment he reappeared. He cursed himself for his gullibility, and wished in panic for something like a mask or a pair of dark glasses and a false mustache to disguise him, or for a forceful, deep voice like Colonel Cathcart's and broad, muscular shoulders and biceps to enable him to step outside fearlessly, and vanquish his malevolent persecutors with an overbearing authority and self-confidence that would make them all quail and slink away cravenly in repentance. He lacked the courage to face them. The only other way out was the window. The coast was clear, and the chaplain jumped out of Major's office through the window, darted swiftly around the corner of the tent, and leaped down inside the railroad ditch to hide. He scooted away with his body doubled over, and his face contorted intentionally into a nonchalant, sociable smile in case anyone chanced to see him. He abandoned the ditch for the forest the moment he saw someone coming toward him from the opposite direction and ran through the cluttered forest frenziedly like someone pursued, his cheeks burning with disgrace. He heard loud, wild peals of derisive laughter crashing all about him and caught blurred glimpses of wicked, beery faces smirking far back inside the bushes and high overhead in the foliage of the trees. Spasms of scorching pains stabbed through his lungs and slowed him to a crippled walk. He lunged and staggered onward until he could go no farther and collapsed all at once against a gnarled apple tree, banging his head hard against the trunk as he toppled forward and holding on with both arms to keep from falling. His breathing was a rasping, moaning din in his ears. Minutes passed like hours before he finally recognized himself as the source of the turbulent roar that was overwhelming him. The pains in his chest abated. Soon he felt strong enough to stand. He cocked his ears craftily. The forest was quiet. There was no demonic laughter, no one was chasing him. He was too tired and sad and dirty to feel relieved. He straightened his disheveled clothing with fingers that were numb and shaking and walked the rest of the way to the clearing with rigid self-control. The chaplain brooded often about the danger of heart attack. Corporal Whitcomb's jeep was still parked in the clearing. The chaplain tiptoed stealthily around the back of Corporal Whitcomb's tent rather than past the entrance and risk being seen and insulted by him. Heaving a grateful sigh, he slipped quickly inside his own tent and found Corporal Whitcomb ensconced on his cot, his knees propped up. Corporal Whitcomb's mud-caked shoes were on the chaplain's blanket, and he was eating one of the chaplain's candy bars as he thumbed with sneering expression through one of the chaplain's Bibles. "Where have you been?" he demanded rudely and disinterestedly without looking up. The chaplain colored and turned away evasively. "I went for a walk through the woods." "All right," Corporal Whitcomb snapped. "Don't take me into your confidence, but just wait and see what happens to my morale." He bit into the chaplain's candy bar hungrily and continued with a full mouth. "You had a visitor while you were gone, Major." The chaplain spun around with surprise and cried, Major was here." "That's who we're talking about, isn't it? Where did he go?" He jumped down into that railroad ditch and took off like a frightened rabbit, Corporal Whitcomb snickered. What a jerk. Did he say what he wanted? He said he needed your help in a matter of great importance. The chaplain was astounded. Major said that. He didn't say that, Corporal Whitcomb corrected with withering precision. He wrote it down in a sealed personal letter he left on your desk. The chaplain glanced at the bridge table that served as his desk, and saw only the abominable orange-red pear-shaped plum tomato he had obtained that same morning from Colonel Cathcart, still lying on its side where he had forgotten it like an indestructible and incamedine symbol of his own ineptitude. Where is the letter? I threw it away as soon as I tore it open and read it. Corporal Whitcomb slammed the Bible shut and jumped up. What's the matter? Won't you take my word for it? He walked out. He walked right back in and almost collided with the chaplain who was rushing out behind him on his way back to Major. You don't know how to delegate responsibility, Corporal Whitcomb informed him sullenly. That's another one of the things that's wrong with you. The chaplain nodded penitently and hurried past, unable to make himself take the time to apologize. He could feel the skillful hand of fate motivating him imperatively. Twice that day already, he realized now, Major had come racing toward him inside the ditch, and twice that day the chaplain had stupidly postponed the destined meeting by bolting into the forest. He seethed with self-recrimination as he hastened back as rapidly as he could stride along the splintered, irregularly spaced railroad ties. Bits of grit and gravel inside his shoes and socks were grinding the tops of his toes raw. His pale, laboring face was screwed up unconsciously into a grimace of acute discomfort. The early August afternoon was growing hotter and more humid. It was almost a mile from his tent to Yossarian's squadron. The chaplain's summertan shirt was soaking with perspiration by the time he arrived there, and rushed breathlessly back inside the orderly room tent, where he was halted peremptorily by the same treacherous, soft-spoken staff sergeant with round eyeglasses and gaunt cheeks, who requested him to remain outside because Major was inside and told him he would not be allowed inside until Major went out. The chaplain looked at him in an uncomprehending daze. Why did the sergeant hate him, he wondered. His lips were white and trembling, he was aching with thirst. What was the matter with people? Wasn't there tragedy enough? The sergeant put his hand out and held the chaplain steady. I'm sorry, sir, he said regretfully in a low, courteous, melancholy voice. But those are Major's orders. He never wants to see anyone. He wants to see me, the chaplain pleaded. He came to my tent to see me while I was here before. Major did that? The sergeant asked. Yes, he did. Please go in and ask him. I'm afraid I can't go in, sir. He never wants to see me either. Perhaps if you left a note. I don't want to leave a note. Doesn't he ever make an exception? Only in extreme circumstances. The last time he left his tent was to attend the funeral of one of the enlisted men. The last time he saw anyone in his office was a time he was forced to. A bombardier named Yossarian forced. Yossarian? The chaplain lit up with excitement at this new coincidence. Was this another miracle in the making? But that's exactly whom I want to speak to him about. Did they talk about the number of missions Yossarian has to fly? Yes, sir, that's exactly what they did talk about. Captain Yossarian had flown 51 missions and he appealed to Major to ground him so that he wouldn't have to fly 4 more. Colonel Cathcart wanted only 55 missions then. And what did Major say? Major told him there was nothing he could do. The chaplain's face fell. Major said that. Yes, sir, in fact he advised Yossarian to go see you for help. Are you certain you wouldn't like to leave a note, sir? I have a pencil and paper right here. The chaplain shook his head, chewing his clotted dry lower lip forlornly, and walked out. It was still so early in the day and so much had already happened. The air was cooler in the forest. His throat was parched and sore. He walked slowly and asked himself ruefully what new misfortune could possibly befall him a moment before the mad hermit in the woods leaped out at him without warning from behind a mulberry bush. The chaplain screamed at the top of his voice. The tall, cadaverous stranger fell back in fright at the chaplain's cry and shrieked, "Don't hurt me." "Who are you?" the chaplain shouted. "Please don't hurt me," the man shouted back. "I'm the chaplain." Then why do you want to hurt me? I don't want to hurt you, the chaplain insisted with a rising hint of exasperation, even though he was still rooted to the spot. Just tell me who you are and what you want from me. I just want to find out if Chief White Halfoot died of pneumonia yet, the man shouted back. That's all I want. I live here. My name is Flume. I belong to the squadron, but I live here in the woods. You can ask anyone. The chaplain's composure began trickling back as he studied the queer, cringing figure intently. A pair of captain's bars ulcerated with rust hung on the man's ragged shirt collar. He had a hairy, tar-black mole on the underside of one nostril and a heavy, rough mustache the color of poplar bark. Why do you live in the woods if you belong to the squadron? The chaplain inquired curiously. I have to live in the woods, the captain replied crabbily as though the chaplain ought to know. He straightened slowly, still watching the chaplain guardedly although he towered above him by more than a full head. Don't you hear everybody talking about me? Chief White Halfoot swore he was going to cut my throat some night when I was fast asleep, and I don't dare lie down in the squadron while he's still alive. The chaplain listened to the implausible explanation distrustfully. But that's incredible, he replied. That would be premeditated murder. Why didn't you report the incident to Major? I did report the incident to Major, said the captain sadly, and Major said he would cut my throat if I ever spoke to him again. The man studied the chaplain fearfully. Are you going to cut my throat too? Oh no, the chaplain assured him. Of course not. Do you really live in the forest? The captain nodded, and the chaplain gazed at his porous gray pallor of fatigue and malnutrition with a mixture of pity and esteem. The man's body was a bony shell inside rumpled clothing that hung on him like a disorderly collection of sacks. Wisps of dried grass were glued all over him. He needed a haircut badly. There were great, dark circles under his eyes. The chaplain was moved almost to tears by the harassed, bedraggled picture the captain presented, and he filled with deference and compassion at the thought of the many severe rigors the poor man had to endure daily. In a voice hushed with humility, he said, "Who does your laundry?" The captain pursed his lips in a businesslike manner. "I have it done by a washerwoman in one of the farmhouses down the road. I keep my things in my trailer and sneak inside once or twice a day for a clean handkerchief or a change of underwear." "What will you do when winter comes?" "Oh, I expect to be back in the squadron by then," the captain answered with a kind of martyred confidence. "Chief White Halfoot kept promising everyone that he was going to die of pneumonia, and I guess I'll have to be patient until the weather turns a little colder and damper." He scrutinized the chaplain perplexedly. "Don't you know all this? Don't you hear all the fellows talking about me?" "I don't think I've ever heard anyone mention you." "Well, I certainly can't understand that." The captain was piqued but managed to carry on with a pretense of optimism. "Well, here it is almost September already, so I guess it won't be too long now. The next time any of the boys ask about me, why just tell them I'll be back grinding out those old publicity releases again as soon as Chief White Halfoot dies of pneumonia. Will you tell them that? Say I'll be back in the squadron as soon as winter comes and Chief Halfoot dies of pneumonia. Okay." The chaplain memorized the prophetic words solemnly, entranced further by their esoteric import. "Do you live on berries, herbs, and roots?" he asked. "No, of course not," the captain replied with surprise. "I sneak into the mess hall through the back and eat in the kitchen. Milo gives me sandwiches and milk." "What do you do when it rains?" the captain answered frankly. "I get wet." "Where do you sleep?" Swiftly the captain ducked down into a crouch and began backing away. "You too," he cried frantically. "Oh no," cried the chaplain, "I swear to you." "You do want to cut my throat," the captain insisted. "I give my word," the chaplain pleaded, but it was too late, for the homely hirsute specter had already vanished, dissolving so expertly inside the blooming, dappled, fragmented malformations of leaves, light and shadows that the chaplain was already doubting that he had even been there. So many monstrous events were occurring that he was no longer positive which events were monstrous, and which were really taking place. He wanted to find out about the madman in the woods as quickly as possible, to check if there ever really had been a Captain Flume, but his first chore, he recalled with reluctance, was to appease Corporal Whitcomb for neglecting to delegate enough responsibility to him. He plodded along the zigzagging path through the forest listlessly, clogged with thirst and feeling almost too exhausted to go on. He was remorseful when he thought of Corporal Whitcomb. He prayed that Corporal Whitcomb would be gone when he reached the clearing so that he could undress without embarrassment, wash his arms and chest and shoulders thoroughly, drink water, lie down refreshed and perhaps even sleep for a few minutes. But he was in for still another disappointment and still another shock, for Corporal Whitcomb was Sergeant Whitcomb by the time he arrived, and was sitting with his shirt off in the chaplain's chair sewing his new sergeant's stripes on his sleeve with the chaplain's needle and thread. Corporal Whitcomb had been promoted by Colonel Cathcart, who wanted to see the chaplain at once about the letters. "Oh no," groaned the chaplain, sinking down dumbfounded on his cot. His warm canteen was empty, and he was too distraught to remember the Lister bag hanging outside in the shade between the two tents. "I can't believe it. I just can't believe that anyone would seriously believe that I've been forging Washington Irving's name." "Not those letters," Corporal Whitcomb corrected, plainly enjoying the chaplain's chagrin. "He wants to see you about the letters home to the families of casualties." "Those letters?" asked the chaplain with surprise. "That's right," Corporal Whitcomb gloated. "He's really going to chew you out for refusing to let me send them. You should have seen him go for the idea once I reminded him the letters could carry his signature. That's why he promoted me. He's absolutely sure they'll get him into the Saturday Evening Post." The chaplain's befuddlement increased. But how did he know we were even considering the idea? "I went to his office and told him." "You did what?" the chaplain demanded shrilly and charged to his feet in an unfamiliar rage. "Do you mean to say that you actually went over my head to the colonel without asking my permission?" Corporal Whitcomb grinned brazenly with scornful satisfaction. "That's right, chaplain," he answered. "And you better not try to do anything about it if you know what's good for you." He laughed quietly in malicious defiance. "Colonel Cathcart isn't going to like it if he finds out you're getting even with me for bringing him my idea. You know something, chaplain?" Corporal Whitcomb continued, biting the chaplain's black thread apart contemptuously with a loud snap and buttoning on his shirt. "That dumb bastard really thinks it's one of the greatest ideas he's ever heard. It might even get me into the Saturday Evening Post," Colonel Cathcart boasted in his office with a smile, swaggering back and forth convivially as he reproached the chaplain. "And you didn't have brains enough to appreciate it. You've got a good man in Corporal Whitcomb, chaplain. I hope you have brains enough to appreciate that." "Sergeant Whitcomb," the chaplain corrected before he could control himself. "Colonel Cathcart Ord. I said Sergeant Whitcomb," he replied. "I wish you'd try listening once in a while instead of always finding fault. You don't want to be a captain all your life, do you?" "Sorry." "Well, I certainly don't see how you're ever going to amount to anything else if you keep on this way. Corporal Whitcomb feels that you fellows haven't had a fresh idea in 1944 years, and I'm inclined to agree with him. A bright boy, that Corporal Whitcomb. Well, it's all going to change." Colonel Cathcart sat down at his desk with a determined air and cleared a large neat space in his blotter. When he had finished, he tapped his finger inside it. "Starting tomorrow," he said, "I want you and Corporal Whitcomb to write a letter of condolence for me to the next of kin of every man in the group who's killed, wounded, or taken prisoner. I want those letters to be sincere letters. I want them filled up with lots of personal details so there'll be no doubt I mean every word you say. Is that clear?" The chaplain stepped forward impulsively to remonstrate. "But sir, that's impossible," he blurted out. "We don't even know all the men that well." "What difference does that make?" Colonel Cathcart demanded, and then smiled amicably. "Corporal Whitcomb brought me this basic form letter that takes care of just about every situation. Listen, dear Mrs., Mr., Miss, or Mr. and Mrs., words cannot express the deep personal grief I experienced when your husband, son, father, or brother was killed, wounded, or reported missing in action." And so on. I think that opening sentence sums up my sentiments exactly. "Listen, maybe you'd better let Corporal Whitcomb take charge of the whole thing if you don't feel up to it." Colonel Cathcart whipped out his cigarette holder and flexed it between both hands like an onyx and ivory riding crop. "That's one of the things that's wrong with you, chaplain. Corporal Whitcomb tells me you don't know how to delegate responsibility. He says you've got no initiative either. You're not going to disagree with me, are you?" "No, sir." The chaplain shook his head, feeling despicably remiss because he did not know how to delegate responsibility and had no initiative, and because he really had been tempted to disagree with the colonel. His mind was a shambles. They were shooting skeet outside, and every time a gun was fired his senses were jarred. He could not adjust to the sound of the shots. He was surrounded by bushels of plum tomatoes and was almost convinced that he had stood in Colonel Cathcart's office on some similar occasion deep in the past and had been surrounded by those same bushels of those same plum tomatoes. D and EQ, J and Agre, vous again. The setting seemed so familiar, yet it also seemed so distant. His clothes felt grimy and old, and he was deathly afraid he smelled. You take things too seriously, Chaplain, Colonel Cathcart told him bluntly with an air of adult objectivity. That's another one of the things that's wrong with you. That long face of yours gets everybody depressed. Let me see you laugh once in a while. Come on, Chaplain, you give me a belly laugh now and I'll give you a whole bushel of plum tomatoes. He waited a second or two, watching, and then chortled victoriously. You see, Chaplain, I'm right. You can't give me a belly laugh, can you? No, sir, admitted the chaplain meekly, swallowing slowly with a visible effort. Not right now, I'm very thirsty. Then get yourself a drink. Colonel Corn keeps some bourbon in his desk. You ought to try dropping around the officers' club with us some evening just to have yourself a little fun. Try getting lit once in a while. I hope you don't feel you're better than the rest of us just because you're a professional man. Oh no, sir, the chaplain assured him with embarrassment. As a matter of fact, I have been going to the officers' club the past few evenings. You're only a captain, you know, Colonel Cathcart continued, paying no attention to the chaplain's remark. You may be a professional man, but you're still only a captain. Yes, sir, I know. That's fine then, it's just as well you didn't laugh before. I wouldn't have given you the plum tomatoes anyway. Corporal Whitcomb tells me you took a plum tomato when you were in here this morning. This morning? But sir, you gave it to me. Colonel Cathcart cocked his head with suspicion. I didn't say I didn't give it to you, did I? I merely said you took it. I don't see why you've got such a guilty conscience if you really didn't steal it. Did I give it to you? Yes, sir, I swear you did. Then I'll just have to take your word for it, although I can't imagine why I'd want to give you a plum tomato. Colonel Cathcart transferred a round glass paperweight competently from the right edge of his desk to the left edge and picked up a sharpened pencil. Okay, Chaplain, I've got a lot of important work to do now if you're through. You let me know when Corporal Whitcomb has sent out about a dozen of those letters, and we'll get in touch with the editors of the Saturday Evening Post. A sudden inspiration made his face brighten. Say, I think I'll volunteer the group for Avignon again. That should speed things up. For Avignon, the chaplain's heart missed a beat, and all his flesh began to prickle and creep. That's right, the colonel explained exuberantly. The sooner we get some casualties, the sooner we can make some progress on this. I'd like to get in the Christmas issue if we can. I imagine the circulation is higher then. And to the chaplain's horror, the colonel lifted the phone to volunteer the group for Avignon, and tried to kick him out of the officers' club again that very same night a moment before Yossarian rose up drunkenly, knocking over his chair, to start an avenging punch that made Nately call out his name and made Colonel Cathcart blanch, and retreat prudently smack into General Dreedle, who shoved him off his bruised foot disgustedly, and ordered him forward to kick the chaplain right back into the office. It was all very upsetting to Colonel Cathcart, first the dreaded name Yossarian, tolling out again clearly like a warning of doom, and then General Dreedle's bruised foot, and that was another fault Colonel Cathcart found in the chaplain, the fact that it was impossible to predict how General Dreedle would react each time he saw him. Colonel Cathcart would never forget the first evening General Dreedle took notice of the chaplain in the officers' club, lifting his ruddy, sweltering, intoxicated face to stare ponderously through the yellow pall of cigarette smoke at the chaplain lurking near the wall by himself. Well, I'll be damned, General Dreedle had exclaimed hoarsely, his shaggy gray menacing eyebrows beetling in recognition. Is that a chaplain I see over there? That's really a fine thing when a man of God begins hanging around a place like this with a bunch of dirty drunks and gamblers. Colonel Cathcart compressed his lips primly and started to rise. I couldn't agree with you more, sir, he assented briskly in a tone of ostentatious disapproval. I just don't know what's happening to the clergy these days. They're getting better, that's what's happening to them, General Dreedle growled emphatically. Colonel Cathcart gulped awkwardly and made a nimble recovery. Yes, sir, they are getting better, that's exactly what I had in mind, sir. This is just the place for a chaplain to be, mingling with the men while they're out drinking and gambling so he can get to understand them and win their confidence. How the hell else is he ever going to get them to believe in God? That's exactly what I had in mind, sir, when I ordered him to come here, Colonel Cathcart said carefully, and threw his arm familiarly around the chaplain's shoulders as he walked him off into a corner to order him in a cold undertone to start reporting for duty at the officers' club every evening to mingle with the men while they were drinking and gambling, so that he could get to understand them and win their confidence. The chaplain agreed, and did report for duty to the officers' club every night to mingle with men who wanted to avoid him. Until the evening the vicious fist fight broke out at the ping-pong table and Chief White Half-Foot whirled without provocation and punched Colonel Mudis squarely in the nose, knocking Colonel Mudis down on the seat of his pants, and making General Dreedel roar with lusty unexpected laughter, until he spied the chaplain standing close by gawking at him grotesquely in tortured wonder. General Dreedel froze at the sight of him. He glowered at the chaplain with swollen fury for a moment, his good humor gone, and turned back toward the bar disgruntledly, rolling from side to side like a sailor on his short bandy legs. Colonel Cathcart cantered fearfully along behind, glancing anxiously about in vain for some sign of help from Colonel Corn. "That's a fine thing," General Dreedel growled at the bar, gripping his empty shot glass in his burly hand. "That's really a fine thing when a man of God begins hanging around a place like this with a bunch of dirty drunks and gamblers." Colonel Cathcart sighed with relief. "Yes, sir," he exclaimed proudly, "it certainly is a fine thing." "Then why the hell don't you do something about it?" "Sir," Colonel Cathcart inquired, blinking, "do you think it does you credit to have your chaplain hanging around here every night? He's in here every goddamn time I come." "You're right, sir, absolutely right," Colonel Cathcart responded. "It does me no credit at all, and I am going to do something about it this very minute." "Aren't you the one who ordered him to come here?" "No, sir, that was Colonel Corn. I intend to punish him severely, too." "If he wasn't a chaplain," General Dreedel muttered, "I'd have him taken outside and shot." "He's not a chaplain, sir," Colonel Cathcart advised helpfully. "Isn't he? Then why the hell does he wear that cross on his collar if he's not a chaplain?" "He doesn't wear a cross on his collar, sir. He wears a silver leaf. He's a lieutenant colonel." "You've got a chaplain who's a lieutenant colonel?" inquired General Dreedel with amazement. "Oh no, sir, my chaplain is only a captain." "Then why the hell does he wear a silver leaf on his collar if he's only a captain?" "He doesn't wear a silver leaf on his collar, sir. He wears a cross." "Go away from me now, you son of a bitch," said General Dreedel, "or I'll have you taken outside and shot." "Yes, sir." Colonel Cathcart went away from General Dreedel with a gulp, and kicked the chaplain out of the officers' club, and it was exactly the way it almost was 2 months later after the chaplain had tried to persuade Colonel Cathcart to rescind his order increasing the number of missions to 60, and had failed abysmally in that endeavor too. And the chaplain was ready now to capitulate to despair entirely, but was restrained by the memory of his wife, whom he loved and missed so pathetically with such sensual and exalted ardor, and by the lifelong trust he had placed in the wisdom and justice of an immortal, omnipotent, omniscient, humane, universal, anthropomorphic, English-speaking, Anglo-Saxon, pro-American God, which had begun to waver. So many things were testing his faith. There was the Bible, of course, but the Bible was a book, and so were Bleak House, Treasure Island, Ethan Frome, and the Last of the Mohicans. Did it then seem probable, as he had once overheard Dunbar ask, that the answers to the riddles of creation would be supplied by people too ignorant to understand the mechanics of rainfall? Had Almighty God, in all his infinite wisdom, really been afraid that men 6,000 years ago would succeed in building a tower to heaven? Where the devil was heaven, was it up, down? There was no up or down in a finite but expanding universe in which even the vast, burning, dazzling, majestic sun was in a state of progressive decay that would eventually destroy the earth too. There were no miracles, prayers went unanswered, and misfortune tramped with equal brutality on the virtuous and the corrupt. And the chaplain, who had conscience and character, would have yielded to reason and relinquished his belief in the God of his fathers, would truly have resigned both his calling and his commission, and taken his chances as a private in the infantry or field artillery, or even perhaps as a corporal in the paratroopers, had it not been for such successive mystic phenomena as the naked man in the tree at that poor sergeant's funeral weeks before and the cryptic haunting, encouraging promise of the prophet Flume in the forest only that afternoon, "Tell them I'll be back when winter comes." Arfi. In a way it was all Yossarian's fault, for if he had not moved the bomb line during the big siege of Bologna, Major de Coverley might still be around to save him, and if he had not stocked the enlisted men's apartment with girls who had no other place to live, Nately might never have fallen in love with his whore as she sat naked from the waist down in the room full of grumpy blackjack players who ignored her. Nately stared at her covertly from his overstuffed yellow armchair, marveling at the bored, phlegmatic strength with which she accepted the mass rejection. She yawned, and he was deeply moved. He had never witnessed such heroic poise before. The girl had climbed 5 steep flights of stairs to sell herself to the group of satiated enlisted men who had girls living there all around them. None wanted her at any price, not even after she had stripped without real enthusiasm to tempt them with a tall body that was firm and full and truly voluptuous. She seemed more fatigued than disappointed. Now she sat resting in vacuous indolence, watching the card game with dull curiosity as she gathered her recalcitrant energies for the tedious chore of donning the rest of her clothing and going back to work. In a little while she stirred. A little while later she rose with an unconscious sigh and stepped lethargically into her tight cotton panties and dark skirt, then buckled on her shoes and left. Nately slipped out behind her, and when Yossarian and Arfi entered the officer's apartment almost 2 hours later, there she was again, stepping into her panties and skirt, and it was almost like the chaplain's recurring sensation of having been through a situation before, except for Nately, who was moping inconsolably with his hands in his pockets. "She wants to go now," he said in a faint, strange voice. "She doesn't want to stay." "Why don't you just pay her some money to let you spend the rest of the day with her?" Yossarian advised. "She gave me my money back," Nately admitted. "She's tired of me now and wants to go looking for someone else." The girl paused when her shoes were on to glance in surly invitation at Yossarian and Arfi. Her breasts were pointy and large in the thin white sleeveless sweater she wore that squeezed each contour and flowed outward smoothly with the tops of her enticing hips. Yossarian returned her gaze and was strongly attracted. He shook his head. "Good riddance to bad rubbish," was Arfi's unperturbed response. "Don't say that about her," Nately protested with passion that was both a plea and a rebuke. "I want her to stay with me." "What's so special about her?" Arfi sneered with mock surprise. "She's only a whore." "And don't call her a whore!" The girl shrugged impassively after a few more seconds and ambled toward the door. Nately bounded forward wretchedly to hold it open. He wandered back in a heartbroken daze, his sensitive face eloquent with grief. "Don't worry about it," Yossarian counseled him as kindly as he could. "You'll probably be able to find her again. We know where all the whores hang out." "Please don't call her that," Nately begged, looking as though he might cry. "I'm sorry," murmured Yossarian. Arfi thundered jovially. "There are hundreds of whores just as good crawling all over the streets. That one wasn't even pretty." He chuckled mellifluously with resonant disdain and authority. "Why, you rushed forward to open that door as though you were in love with her." "I think I am in love with her," Nately confessed in a shamed, far-off voice. Arfi wrinkled his chubby round rosy forehead in comic disbelief. "Ho ho ho ho," he laughed, patting the expansive forest-green sides of his officer's tunic prosperously. "That's rich. You in love with her, that's really rich." Arfi had a date that same afternoon with a Red Cross girl from Smith whose father owned an important milk of magnesia plant. Now that's the kind of girl you ought to be associating with, and not with common sluts like that one. Why, she didn't even look clean. "I don't care," Nately shouted desperately. "And I wish you'd shut up. I don't even want to talk about it with you." "Arfi, shut up," said Yossarian. "Ho ho ho ho," Arfi continued. I just can't imagine what your father and mother would say if they knew you were running around with filthy trollops like that one. Your father is a very distinguished man, you know. I'm not going to tell him, Nately declared with determination. I'm not going to say a word about her to him or mother until after we're married. Married? Arfie's indulgent merriment swelled tremendously. Ho 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 ho, now you're really talking stupid. Why, you're not even old enough to know what true love is. Arfie was an authority on the subject of true love because he had already fallen truly in love with Nately's father, and with the prospect of working for him after the war in some executive capacity as a reward for befriending Nately. Arfie was a lead navigator who had never been able to find himself since leaving college. He was a genial, magnanimous lead navigator who could always forgive the other man in the squadron for denouncing him furiously each time he got lost on a combat mission, and led them over concentrations of anti-aircraft fire. He got lost on the streets of Rome that same afternoon and never did find the eligible Red Cross girl from Smith with the important milk of magnesia plant. He got lost on the mission to Ferrara, the day Kraft was shot down and killed, and he got lost again on the weekly milk run to Parma, and tried to lead the planes out to sea over the city of Leghorn after Yossarian had dropped his bombs on the undefended inland target, and settled back against his thick wall of armor plate with his eyes closed and a fragrant cigarette in his fingertips. Suddenly there was flak, and all at once McWatt was shrieking over the intercom, "Flak, flak. Where the hell are we? What the hell going on?" Yossarian flipped his eyes open in alarm and saw the totally unexpected bulging black puffs of flak crashing down in toward them from high up, and Arfie's complacent melon-round tiny-eyed face gazing out at the approaching cannon bursts with affable bemusement. Yossarian was flabbergasted. His leg went abruptly to sleep. McWatt had started to climb and was yelping over the intercom for instructions. Yossarian sprang forward to see where they were and remained in the same place. He was unable to move. Then he realized he was sopping wet. He looked down at his crotch with a sinking sick sensation. A wild crimson blot was crawling upward rapidly along his shirt front like an enormous sea monster rising to devour him. He was hit. Separate trickles of blood spilled to a puddle on the floor through one saturated trouser leg like countless unstoppable swarms of wriggling red worms. His heart stopped. A second solid jolt struck the plane. Yossarian shuddered with revulsion at the queer sight of his wound and screamed at Arfie for help. "I lost my balls, Arfie, I lost my balls." Arfie didn't hear, and Yossarian bent forward and tugged at his arm. "Arfie, help me," he pleaded, almost weeping. I'm hit, I'm hit." Arfie turned slowly with a bland, quizzical grin. "What?" "I'm hit, Arfie, help me." Arfie grinned again and shrugged amiably. "I can't hear you," he said. "Can't you see me?" Yossarian cried incredulously, and he pointed to the deepening pool of blood he felt splashing down all around him and spreading out underneath. "I'm wounded, help me for God's sake, Arfie, help me." "I still can't hear you," Arfie complained tolerantly, cupping his podgy hand behind the blanched corolla of his ear. "What did you say?" Yossarian answered in a collapsing voice, weary suddenly of shouting so much, of the whole frustrating, exasperating, ridiculous situation. He was dying and no one took notice. Never mind. "What?" Arfie shouted. "I said I lost my balls, can't you hear me? I'm wounded in the groin." "I still can't hear you," Oxfee chided. "I said never mind." Yossarian screamed with a trapped feeling of terror and began to shiver, feeling very cold suddenly and very weak. Arfie shook his head regretfully again and lowered his obscene, lactescent ear almost directly into Yossarian's face. "You'll just have to speak up, my friend. You'll just have to speak up." "Leave me alone, you bastard, you dumb, insensitive bastard, leave me alone," Yossarian sobbed. He wanted to pummel Arfie but lacked the strength to lift his arms. He decided to sleep instead and keeled over sideways into a dead faint. He was wounded in the thigh, and when he recovered consciousness he found McWatt on both knees taking care of him. He was relieved, even though he still saw Arfie's bloated cherub's face hanging down over McWatt's shoulder with placid interest. Yossarian smiled feebly at McWatt, feeling ill, and asked, "Who's minding the store?" McWatt gave no sign that he heard. With growing horror, Yossarian gathered in breath and repeated the words as loudly as he could. McWatt looked up. "Christ, I'm glad you're still alive," he exclaimed, heaving an enormous sigh. The good-humored, friendly crinkles about his eyes were white with tension and oily with grime as he kept unrolling an interminable bandage around the bulky cotton compress Yossarian felt strapped burdensomely to the inside of one thigh. Nately S at the controls. The poor kid almost started bawling when he heard you were hit. He still thinks you're dead. They knocked open an artery for you, but I think I've got it stopped. I gave you some morphine. Give me some more. It might be too soon. I'll give you some more when it starts to hurt. It hurts now. Oh well, what the hell, said McWatt and injected another syringe of morphine into Yossarian's arm. When you tell Nately I'm all right, said Yossarian to McWatt, and lost consciousness again as everything went fuzzy behind a film of strawberry-strained gelatin, and a great baritone buzz swallowed him in sound. He came to in the ambulance and smiled encouragement at Doc Danica's weevil-like, glum and overshadowed countenance for the dizzy second or two he had before everything went rose-petal pink again, and then turned really black and unfathomably still. Yossarian woke up in the hospital and went to sleep. When he woke up in the hospital again, the smell of ether was gone and Dunbar was lying in pajamas in the bed across the aisle maintaining that he was not Dunbar but a forgery. Yossarian thought he was cracked. He curled his lip skeptically at Dunbar's bit of news and slept on it fitfully for a day or two, then woke up while the nurses were elsewhere and eased himself out of bed to see for himself. The floor swayed like the floating raft at the beach, and the stitches on the inside of his thigh bit into his flesh like fine sets of fish teeth as he limped across the aisle to peruse the name on the temperature card on the foot of Dunbar's bed. But sure enough, Dunbar was right. He was not Dunbar anymore but Second Lieutenant Anthony F. Forgery. What the hell's going on? A Forgery got out of bed and motioned to Yossarian to follow. Grasping for support at anything he could reach, Yossarian limped along after him into the corridor and down the adjacent ward to a bed containing a harried young man with pimples and a receding chin. The harried young man rose on one elbow with alacrity as they approached. A Forgery jerked his thumb over his shoulder and said, "Screw." The harried young man jumped out of bed and ran away. A Forgery climbed into the bed and became Dunbar again. That was a forgery, Dunbar explained. They didn't have an empty bed in your ward, so I pulled my rank and chased him back here into mine. It's a pretty satisfying experience pulling rank. You ought to try it sometime. You ought to try it right now, in fact, because you look like you're going to fall down. Yossarian felt like he was going to fall down. He turned to the lantern-jawed, leather-faced, middle-aged man lying in the bed next to Dunbar S., jerked his thumb over his shoulder and said, "Screw." The middle-aged man stiffened fiercely and glared. "He's a major," Dunbar explained. "Why don't you aim a little lower and try becoming Warrant Officer Homer Lumley for a while? Then you can have a father in the state legislature and a sister who's engaged to a champion skier. Just tell him you're a captain." Yossarian turned to the startled patient Dunbar had indicated. "I'm a captain," he said, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. "Screw." The startled patient jumped down to the floor at Yossarian's command and ran away. Yossarian climbed up into his bed and became Warrant Officer Homer Lumley, who felt like vomiting and was covered suddenly with a clammy sweat. He slept for an hour and wanted to be Yossarian again. It did not mean so much to have a father in the state legislature and a sister who was engaged to a champion skier. Dunbar led the way back to Yossarian's ward, where he thumbed a Forgery out of bed to become Dunbar again for a while. There was no sign of Warrant Officer Homer Lumley. Nurse Kramer was there, though, and sizzled with sanctimonious anger like a damp firecracker. She ordered Yossarian to get right back into his bed and blocked his path so he couldn't comply. Her pretty face was more repulsive than ever. Nurse Kramer was a good-hearted, sentimental creature who rejoiced unselfishly at news of weddings, engagements, births, and anniversaries, even though she was unacquainted with any of the people involved. "Are you crazy?" she scolded virtuously, shaking an indignant finger in front of his eyes. "I suppose you just don't care if you kill yourself, do you?" "It's myself," he reminded her. "I suppose you just don't care if you lose your leg, do you?" "It's my leg." "It certainly is not your leg," Nurse Kramer retorted. "That leg belongs to the U.S. government. It's no different than a gear or a bedpan. The Army has invested a lot of money to make you an airplane pilot, and you've no right to disobey the doctor's orders." Yossarian was not sure he liked being invested in. Nurse Kramer was still standing directly in front of him so that he could not pass. His head was aching. Nurse Kramer shouted at him some question he could not understand. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder and said, "Screw." Nurse Kramer cracked him in the face so hard she almost knocked him down. Yossarian drew back his fist to punch her in the jaw just as his leg buckled and he began to fall. Nurse Duckett strode up in time to catch him. She addressed them both firmly. "Just what's going on here?" "He won't get back into his bed," Nurse Kramer reported zealously in an injured tone. "Sue Ann, he said something absolutely horrible to me. Oh, I can't even make myself repeat it." "She called me a gear," Yossarian muttered. Nurse Duckett was not sympathetic. "Will you get back into bed," she said, "or must I take you by your ear and put you there?" "Take me by my ear and put me there," Yossarian dared her. Nurse Duckett took him by his ear and put him back in bed. "Nurse Duckett." Nurse Sue Ann Duckett was a tall, spare, mature, straight-backed woman with a prominent, well-rounded ass, small breasts and angular ascetic New England features that came equally close to being very lovely and very plain. Her skin was white and pink, her eyes small, her nose and chin slender and sharp. She was able, prompt, strict, and intelligent. She welcomed responsibility and kept her head in every crisis. She was adult and self-reliant, and there was nothing she needed from anyone. Yossarian took pity and decided to help her. Next morning, while she was standing bent over smoothing the sheets at the foot of his bed, he slipped his hand stealthily into the narrow space between her knees and all at once brought it up swiftly under her dress as far as it would go. Nurse Duckett shrieked and jumped into the air a mile, but it wasn't high enough, and she squirmed and vaulted and seesawed back and forth on her divine fulcrum for almost a full 15 seconds before she wiggled free finally, and retreated frantically into the aisle with an ashen, trembling face. She backed away too far, and Dunbar, who had watched from the beginning, sprang forward on his bed without warning and flung both arms around her bosom from behind. Nurse Duckett let out another scream and twisted away, fleeing far enough from Dunbar for Yossarian to lunge forward and grab her by the snatch again. Nurse Duckett bounced out across the aisle once more like a ping-pong ball with legs. Dunbar was waiting vigilantly, ready to pounce. She remembered him just in time and leaped aside. Dunbar missed completely and sailed by her over the bed to the floor, landing on his skull with a soggy, crunching thud that knocked him cold. He woke up on the floor with a bleeding nose and exactly the same distressful head symptoms he had been feigning all along. The ward was in a chaotic uproar. Nurse Duckett was in tears, and Yossarian was consoling her apologetically as he sat beside her on the edge of a bed. The commanding colonel was wroth and shouting at Yossarian that he would not permit his patients to take indecent liberties with his nurses. "What do you want from him?" Dunbar asked plaintively from the floor, wincing at the vibrating pains in his temples that his voice set up. "He didn't do anything." "I'm talking about you," the thin, dignified colonel bellowed as loudly as he could. "You're going to be punished for what you did." "What do you want from him?" Yossarian called out. "All he did was fall on his head." "And I'm talking about you too," the colonel declared, whirling to rage at Yossarian. "You're going to be good and sorry you grabbed Nurse Duckett by the bosom." "I didn't grab Nurse Duckett by the bosom," said Yossarian. "I grabbed her by the bosom," said Dunbar. "Are you both crazy?" the doctor cried shrilly, backing away in paling confusion. "Yes, he really is crazy, Doc," Dunbar assured him. "Every night he dreams he's holding a live fish in his hands." The doctor stopped in his tracks with a look of elegant amazement and distaste, and the ward grew still. "He does what?" he demanded. "He dreams he's holding a live fish in his hand." "What kind of fish?" the doctor inquired sternly of Yossarian. "I don't know," Yossarian answered. "I can't tell one kind of fish from another." "In which hand do you hold them?" "It varies," answered Yossarian. "It varies with the fish," Dunbar added helpfully. The colonel turned and stared down at Dunbar suspiciously with a narrow squint. "Yes, and how come you seem to know so much about it?" "I'm in the dream," Dunbar answered without cracking a smile. The colonel's face flushed with embarrassment. He glared at them both with cold, unforgiving resentment. "Get up off the floor and into your bed," he directed Dunbar through thin lips. "And I don't want to hear another word about this dream from either one of you. I've got a man on my staff to listen to disgusting bilge like this." "Just why do you think?" carefully inquired Major Sanderson, the soft and thick-set smiling staff psychiatrist to whom the colonel had ordered Yossarian sent. That Colonel Farage finds your dream disgusting? Yossarian replied respectfully. I suppose it's either some quality in the dream or some quality in Colonel Farage. That's very well put, applauded Major Sanderson, who wore squeaking GI shoes and had charcoal black hair that stood up almost straight. For some reason, he confided, Colonel Farage has always reminded me of a seagull. He doesn't put much faith in psychiatry, you know. You don't like seagulls, do you? Inquired Yossarian. No, not very much, admitted Major Sanderson with a sharp, nervous laugh and pulled at his pendulous second chin lovingly as though it were a long goatee. I think your dream is charming and I hope it recurs frequently so that we can continue discussing it. Would you like a cigarette? He smiled when Yossarian declined. Just why do you think, he asked knowingly, that you have such a strong aversion to accepting a cigarette from me? I put one out a second ago, it's still smoldering in your ashtray. Major Sanderson chuckled. That's a very ingenious explanation, but I suppose we'll soon discover the true reason. He tied a sloppy double bow in his open shoelace and then transferred a lined yellow pad from his desk to his lap. This fish you dream about, let's talk about that. It's always the same fish, isn't it? I don't know, Yossarian replied. I have trouble recognizing fish. What does the fish remind you of? Other fish. And what do other fish remind you of? Other fish, Major Sanderson sat back disappointedly. Do you like fish? Not especially. Just why do you think you have such a morbid aversion to fish? Asked Major Sanderson triumphantly. They're too bland, Yossarian answered, and too bony. Major Sanderson nodded understandingly with a smile that was agreeable and insincere. That's a very interesting explanation, but we'll soon discover the true reason, I suppose. Do you like this particular fish, the one you're holding in your hand? I have no feelings about it either way. Do you dislike the fish? Do you have any hostile or aggressive emotions toward it? No, not at all. In fact, I rather like the fish. Then you do like the fish. Oh no, I have no feelings toward it either way. But you just said you liked it, and now you say you have no feelings toward it either way. I've just caught you in a contradiction, don't you see? Yes, sir, I suppose you have caught me in a contradiction. Major Sanderson proudly lettered contradiction on his pad with his thick black pencil. Just why do you think, he resumed when he had finished, looking up, that you made those two statements expressing contradictory emotional responses to the fish? I suppose I have an ambivalent attitude toward it. Major Sanderson sprang up with joy when he heard the words ambivalent attitude. You do understand, he exclaimed, wringing his hands together ecstatically. Oh, you can't imagine how lonely it's been for me, talking day after day to patients who haven't the slightest knowledge of psychiatry, trying to cure people who have no real interest in me or my work. It's given me such a terrible feeling of inadequacy. A shadow of anxiety crossed his face. I can't seem to shake it. Really? Asked Yossarian, wondering what else to say. Why do you blame yourself for gaps in the education of others? It's silly, I know, Major Sanderson replied uneasily with a giddy, involuntary laugh. But I've always depended very heavily on the good opinion of others. I reached puberty a bit later than all the other boys my age, you see, and it's given me all sorts of problems. I just know I'm going to enjoy discussing them with you. I'm so eager to begin that I'm almost reluctant to digress now to your problem, but I'm afraid I must. Colonel Farage would be cross if he knew we were spending all our time on me. I'd like to show you some ink blots now to find out what certain shapes and colors remind you of. You can save yourself the trouble, Doctor. Everything reminds me of sex. Does it? Cried Major Sanderson with delight as though unable to believe his ears. Now we're really getting somewhere. Do you ever have any good sex dreams? My fish dream is a sex dream. No, I mean real sex dreams. The kind where you grab some naked bitch by the neck and pinch her and punch her in the face until she's all bloody and then throw yourself down to ravish her and burst into tears because you love her and hate her so much you don't know what else to do. That's the kind of sex dreams I like to talk about. Don't you ever have sex dreams like that? Yossarian reflected a moment with a wise look. That's a fish dream, he decided. Major Sanderson recoiled as though he had been slapped. Yes, of course, he conceded frigidly, his manner changing to one of edgy and defensive antagonism. But I'd like you to dream one like that anyway just to see how you react. That will be all for today. In the meantime, I'd also like you to dream up the answers to some of those questions I asked you. These sessions are no more pleasant for me than they are for you, you know. I'll mention it to Dunbar, Yossarian replied. Dunbar. He's the one who started it all, it's his dream. Oh, Dunbar? Major Sanderson sneered, his confidence returning. I'll bet Dunbar is that evil fellow who really does all those nasty things you're always being blamed for, isn't he? He's not so evil, and yet you'll defend him to the very death, won't you? Not that far, Major Sanderson smiled tauntingly and wrote Dunbar on his pad. Why are you limping? He asked sharply as Yossarian moved to the door. And what the devil is that bandage doing on your leg? Are you mad or something? I was wounded in the leg, that's what I'm in the hospital for. Oh no, you're not, gloated Major Sanderson maliciously. You're in the hospital for a stone in your salivary gland, so you're not so smart after all, are you? You don't even know what you're in the hospital for. I'm in the hospital for a wounded leg, Yossarian insisted. Major Sanderson ignored his argument with a sarcastic laugh. Well, give my regards to your friend Dunbar, and you will tell him to dream that dream for me, won't you? But Dunbar had nausea and dizziness with his constant headache and was not inclined to cooperate with Major Sanderson. Hungry Joe had nightmares because he had finished 60 missions and was waiting again to go home, but he was unwilling to share any when he came to the hospital to visit. Hasn't anyone got any dreams for Major Sanderson? Yossarian asked. I hate to disappoint him, he feels so rejected already. I've been having a very peculiar dream ever since I learned you were wounded, confessed the chaplain. I used to dream every night that my wife was dying or being murdered, or that my children were choking to death on morsels of nutritious food. Now I dream that I'm out swimming in water over my head and a shark is eating my left leg in exactly the same place where you have your bandage. That's a wonderful dream, Dunbar declared. I bet Major Sanderson will love it. That's a horrible dream, Major Sanderson cried. It's filled with pain and mutilation and death. I'm sure you had it just to spite me. You know, I'm not even sure you belong in the army with a disgusting dream like that. Yossarian thought he spied a ray of hope. Perhaps you're right, sir, he suggested slyly. Perhaps I ought to be grounded and return to the States. Hasn't it ever occurred to you that in your promiscuous pursuit of women you are merely trying to assuage your subconscious fears of sexual impotence? Yes, sir, it has. Then why do you do it? To assuage my fears of sexual impotence. Why don't you get yourself a good hobby instead? Major Sanderson inquired with friendly interest. Like fishing, do you really find Nurse Duckett so attractive? I should think she was rather bony, rather bland and bony, you know, like a fish. I hardly know Nurse Duckett. Then why did you grab her by the bosom, merely because she has one? Dunbar did that. Oh, don't start that again, Major Sanderson exclaimed with vitriolic scorn and hurled down his pencil disgustedly. Do you really think that you can absolve yourself of guilt by pretending to be someone else? I don't like you, Forgery, do you know that? I don't like you at all. Yossarian felt a cold, damp wind of apprehension blow over him. I'm not Forgery, sir, he said timidly. I'm Yossarian. You're who? My name is Yossarian, sir, and I'm in the hospital with a wounded leg. Your name is Forgery, Major Sanderson contradicted him belligerently. And you're in the hospital for a stone in your salivary gland. Oh, come on, Major, Yossarian exploded. I ought to know who I am. And I've got an official army record here to prove it, Major Sanderson retorted. You'd better get a grip on yourself before it's too late. First you're Dunbar, now you're Yossarian. The next thing you know you'll be claiming you're Washington Irving. Do you know what's wrong with you? You've got a split personality, that's what's wrong with you. Perhaps you're right, sir, Yossarian agreed diplomatically. I know I'm right, you've got a bad persecution complex. You think people are trying to harm you. People are trying to harm me. You see, you have no respect for excessive authority or obsolete traditions. You're dangerous and depraved, and you ought to be taken outside and shot. Are you serious? You're an enemy of the people. Are you nuts? Yossarian shouted. No, I'm not nuts, Dobbs roared furiously back in the ward in what he imagined was a furtive whisper. Hungry Joe saw them, I tell you. He saw them yesterday when he flew to Naples to pick up some black market air conditioners for Colonel Cathcart's farm. They've got a big replacement center there, and it's filled with hundreds of pilots, bombardiers, and gunners on the way home. They've got 45 missions, that's all. A few with Purple Hearts have even less. Replacement crews are pouring in from the States into the other bomber groups. They want everyone to serve overseas at least once, even administrative personnel. Don't you read the papers? We've got to kill him now. You've got only 2 more missions to fly, Yossarian reasoned with him in a low voice. Why take a chance? I can get killed flying them too, Dobbs answered pugnaciously in his rough, quavering, overwrought voice. We can kill him the first thing tomorrow morning when he drives back from his farm. I've got the gun right here. Yossarian goggled with amazement as Dobbs pulled a gun out of his pocket and displayed it high in the air. Are you crazy? He hissed frantically. Put it away, and keep your idiot voice down. What are you worried about? Dobbs asked with offended innocence. No one can hear us. Hey, knock it off down there, a voice rang out from the far end of the ward. Can't you see we're trying to nap? What the hell are you, a wise guy? Dobbs yelled back and spun around with clenched fists ready to fight. He whirled back to Yossarian and before he could speak sneezed thunderously 6 times, staggering sideways on rubbery legs in the intervals and raising his elbows ineffectively to fend each seizure off. The lids of his watery eyes were puffy and inflamed. Who does he think? He demanded, sniffing spasmodically and wiping his nose with the back of his sturdy wrist. He is a cop or something. He's a CID man, Yossarian notified him tranquilly. We've got 3 here now and more on the way. Oh, don't be scared. They're after a forger named Washington Irving. They're not interested in murderers. Murderers? Dobbs was affronted. Why do you call us murderers just because we're going to murder Colonel Cathcart? Be quiet, damn you, directed Yossarian. Can't you whisper? I am whispering, I. You're still shouting. No, I'm not, I. Hey, shut up down there, will you? Patients all over the ward began hollering at Dobbs. I'll fight you all, Dobbs screamed back at them and stood up on a rickety wooden chair, waving the gun wildly. Yossarian caught his arm and yanked him down. Dobbs began sneezing again. I have an allergy, he apologized when he had finished, his nostrils running and his eyes streaming with tears. That's too bad, you'd make a great leader of men without it. Colonel Cathcart's the murderer, Dobbs complained hoarsely when he had shoved away a soiled, crumpled khaki handkerchief. Colonel Cathcart's the one who's going to murder us all if we don't do something to stop him. Maybe he won't raise the missions anymore. Maybe 60 is as high as he'll go. He always raises the missions. You know that better than I do. Dobbs swallowed and bent his intense face very close to Yossarian's, the muscles in his bronze, rock-like jaw bunching up into quivering knots. Just say it's okay and I'll do the whole thing tomorrow morning. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I'm whispering now, ain't I? Yossarian tore his eyes away from the gaze of burning entreaty Dobbs had fastened on him. Why the goddamn hell don't you just go out and do it? He protested. Why don't you stop talking to me about it and do it alone? I'm afraid to do it alone. I'm afraid to do anything alone. Then leave me out of it. I'd have to be crazy to get mixed up in something like this now. I've got $1 million leg wound here. They're going to send me home. Are you crazy? Dobbs exclaimed in disbelief. All you've got there is a scratch. He'll have you back flying combat missions the day you come out, Purple Heart and all. Then I really will kill him, Yossarian vowed. I'll come looking for you and we'll do it together. Then let's do it tomorrow while we've still got the chance, Dobbs pleaded. The chaplain says he's volunteered the group for Avignon again. I may be killed before you get out. Look how these hands of mine shake. I can't fly a plane. I'm not good enough. Yossarian was afraid to say yes. I want to wait and see what happens first. The trouble with you is that you just won't do anything, Dobbs complained in a thick, infuriated voice. I'm doing everything I possibly can, the chaplain explained softly to Yossarian after Dobbs had departed. I even went to the medical tent to speak to Doc Danica about helping you. Yes, I can see, Yossarian suppressed a smile. What happened? They painted my gums purple, the chaplain replied sheepishly. They painted his toes purple too, Nately added in outrage, and then they gave him a laxative. But I went back again this morning to see him. And they painted his gums purple again, said Nately. But I did get to speak to him, the chaplain argued in a plaintive tone of self-justification. Dr. Danica seems like such an unhappy man. He suspects that someone is plotting to transfer him to the Pacific Ocean. All this time he's been thinking of coming to me for help. When I told him I needed his help, he wondered if there wasn't a chaplain I couldn't go see. The chaplain waited in patient dejection when Yossarian and Dunbar both broke into laughter. I used to think it was immoral to be unhappy, he continued, as though keening aloud in solitude. Now I don't know what to think anymore. I'd like to make the subject of immorality the basis of my sermon this Sunday, but I'm not sure I ought to give any sermon at all with these purple gums. Colonel Corn was very displeased with them. Chaplain, why don't you come into the hospital with us for a while and take it easy? Yossarian invited. You could be very comfortable here. The brash iniquity of the proposal tempted and amused the chaplain for a second or two. No, I don't think so, he decided reluctantly. I want to arrange for a trip to the mainland to see a male clerk named Wintergreen. Dr. Danica told me he could help. Wintergreen is probably the most influential man in the whole theater of operations. He's not only a male clerk, but he has access to a mimeograph machine, but he won't help anybody. That's one of the reasons he'll go far. I'd like to speak to him anyway. There must be somebody who will help you. Do it for Dunbar, chaplain, Yossarian corrected with a superior air. I've got this $1 million leg wound that will take me out of combat. If that doesn't do it, there's a psychiatrist who thinks I'm not good enough to be in the army. I'm the one who isn't good enough to be in the army, Dunbar whined jealously. It was my dream. It's not the dream, Dunbar, Yossarian explained. He likes your dream, it's my personality, he thinks it's split. It's split right down the middle, said Major Sanderson, who had laced his lumpy GI shoes for the occasion and had slicked his charcoal hair down with some stiffening and redolent tonic. He smiled ostentatiously to show himself reasonable and nice. I'm not saying that to be cruel and insulting, he continued with cruel and insulting delight. I'm not saying it because I hate you and want revenge. I'm not saying it because you rejected me and hurt my feelings terribly. No, I'm a man of medicine and I'm being coldly objective. I have very bad news for you. Are you man enough to take it? God, no, screamed Yossarian. I'll go right to pieces. Major Sanderson flew instantly into a rage. Can't you even do one thing right? He pleaded, turning betrayed with vexation and crashing the sides of both fists down upon his desk together. The trouble with you is that you think you're too good for all the conventions of society. You probably think you're too good for me too, just because I arrived at puberty late. Well, do you know what you are? You're a frustrated, unhappy, disillusioned, undisciplined, maladjusted young man. Major Sanderson's disposition seemed to mellow as he reeled off the uncomplimentary adjectives. Yes, sir, Yossarian agreed carefully. I guess you're right. Of course I'm right, you're immature. You've been unable to adjust to the idea of war. Yes, sir. You have a morbid aversion to dying. You probably resent the fact that you're at war and might get your head blown off any second. I more than resent it, sir. I'm absolutely incensed. You have deep-seated survival anxieties, and you don't like bigots, bullies, snobs, or hypocrites. Subconsciously, there are many people you hate. Consciously, sir, consciously, Yossarian corrected in an effort to help. I hate them consciously. You're antagonistic to the idea of being robbed, exploited, degraded, humiliated, or deceived. Misery depresses you, ignorance depresses you, persecution depresses you, violence depresses you, slums depress you. Greed depresses you, crime depresses you, corruption depresses you. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if you're a manic depressive. Yes, sir, perhaps I am. Don't try to deny it. I'm not denying it, sir, said Yossarian, pleased with the miraculous rapport that finally existed between them. I agree with all you've said. Then you admit you're crazy, do you? Crazy? Yossarian was shocked. What are you talking about? Why am I crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Major Sanderson turned red with indignation again and crashed both fists down upon his thighs. Calling me crazy, he shouted in a sputtering rage, is a typically sadistic and vindictive paranoid reaction. You really are crazy. Then why don't you send me home? And I'm going to send you home. They're going to send me home, Yossarian announced jubilantly as he hobbled back into the ward. Me too, A. Fordery rejoiced. They just came to my ward and told me. What about me? Dunbar demanded petulantly of the doctors. You, they replied with asperity. You're going with Yossarian right back into combat, and back into combat they both went. Yossarian was enraged when the ambulance returned him to the squadron, and he went limping for justice to Doc Danica, who glared at him glumly with misery and disdain. You, Doc Danica exclaimed mournfully with accusing disgust, the egg-shaped pouches under both eyes firm and censorious. All you ever think of is yourself. Go take a look at the bomb line if you want to see what's been happening since you went to the hospital. Yossarian was startled. Are we losing? Losing, Doc Danica cried. The whole military situation has been going to hell ever since we captured Paris. I knew it would happen. He paused, his sulking ire turning to melancholy, and frowned irritably as though it were all Yossarian's fault. American troops are pushing into German soil. The Russians have captured back all of Romania. Only yesterday the Greeks in the 8th Army captured Rimini. The Germans are on the defensive everywhere. Doc Danica paused again and fortified himself with a huge breath for a piercing ejaculation of grief. There's no more Luftwaffe left, he wailed. He seemed ready to burst into tears. The whole Gothic line is in danger of collapsing. So asked Yossarian, what's wrong? What's wrong? Doc Danica cried. If something doesn't happen soon, Germany may surrender, and then we'll all be sent to the Pacific. Yossarian gawked at Doc Danica in grotesque dismay. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? Yeah, it's easy for you to laugh, Doc Danica sneered. Who the hell is laughing? At least you've got a chance. You're in combat and might get killed. But what about me? I've got nothing to hope for. You're out of your goddamn head? Yossarian shouted at him emphatically, seizing him by the shirt front. Do you know that? Now keep your stupid mouth shut and listen to me. Doc Danica wrenched himself away. Don't you dare talk to me like that. I'm a licensed physician. Then keep your stupid licensed physician's mouth shut and listen to what they told me up at the hospital. I'm crazy. Did you know that? So. Really crazy. So. I'm nuts. Cuckoo, don't you understand? I'm off my rocker. They sent someone else home in my place by mistake. They've got a licensed psychiatrist up at the hospital who examined me, and that was his verdict. I'm really insane. So, Yossarian was puzzled by Doc Danica's inability to comprehend. Don't you see what that means? Now you can take me off combat duty and send me home. They're not going to send a crazy man out to be killed, are they? Who else will go? Dobbs. McWatt went, and McWatt was not crazy. And so did Yossarian, still walking with a limp, and when Yossarian had gone 2 more times and then found himself menaced by the rumor of another mission to Bologna, he limped determinedly into Dobbs's tent early one warm afternoon, put a finger to his mouth and said, "Shush." "What are you shushing him for?" asked Kid Sampson, peeling a tangerine with his front teeth as he perused the dog-eared pages of a comic book. "He isn't even saying anything." "Screw," said Yossarian to Kid Sampson, jerking his thumb back over his shoulder toward the entrance of the tent. Kid Sampson cocked his blond eyebrows discerningly and rose to cooperate. He whistled upward 4 times into his drooping yellow mustache and spurted away into the hills on the dented old green motorcycle he had purchased second-hand months before. Yossarian waited until the last faint bark of the motor had died away in the distance. Things inside the tent did not seem quite normal. The place was too neat. Dobbs was watching him curiously, smoking a fat cigar. Now that Yossarian had made up his mind to be brave, he was deathly afraid. "All right," he said, "let's kill Colonel Cathcart, we'll do it together." Dobbs sprang forward off his cot with a look of wildest terror. "Shush," he roared. "Kill Colonel Cathcart? What are you talking about?" "Be quiet, damn it," Yossarian snarled. "The whole island will hear. Have you still got that gun?" "Are you crazy or something?" shouted Dobbs. "Why should I want to kill Colonel Cathcart?" "Why?" Yossarian stared at Dobbs with an incredulous scowl. "Why, it was your idea, wasn't it? Didn't you come to the hospital and ask me to do it?" Dobbs smiled slowly. "But that was when I had only 58 missions," he explained, puffing on his cigar luxuriously. "I'm all packed now and I'm waiting to go home. I've finished my 60 missions." "So what?" Yossarian replied. "He's only going to raise them again. Maybe this time he won't." "He always raises them. What the hell's the matter with you, Dobbs? Ask Hungry Joe how many times he's packed his bags." "I've got to wait and see what happens," Dobbs maintained stubbornly. "I'd have to be crazy to get mixed up in something like this now that I'm out of combat." He flicked the ash from his cigar. "No, my advice to you," he remarked, "is that you fly your 60 missions like the rest of us and then see what happens." Yossarian resisted the impulse to spit squarely in his eye. "I may not live through 60, he wheedled in a flat, pessimistic voice. "There's a rumor around that he volunteered the group for Bologna again." "It's only a rumor," Dobbs pointed out with a self-important air. "You mustn't believe every rumor you hear." "Will you stop giving me advice?" "Why don't you speak to Orr?" Dobbs advised. "Orr got knocked down into the water again last week on that second mission to Avignon. Maybe he's unhappy enough to kill him." "Orr hasn't got brains enough to be unhappy." Orr had been knocked down into the water again while Yossarian was still in the hospital and had eased his crippled airplane down gently into the glassy blue swells off Marseille with such flawless skill that not one member of the 6-man crew suffered the slightest bruise. The escape hatches in the front and rear sections flew open while the sea was still foaming white and green around the plane, and the men scrambled out as speedily as they could in their flaccid orange Mi-West life jackets that failed to inflate and dangled limp and useless around their necks and waists. The life jackets failed to inflate because Milo had removed the twin carbon dioxide cylinders from the inflating chambers to make the strawberry and crushed pineapple ice cream sodas he served in the officers' mess hall and had replaced them with mimeographed notes that read, "What's good for M&M Enterprises is good for the country," or popped out of the sinking airplane last. "You should have seen him," Sergeant Knight roared with laughter as he related the episode to Yossarian. "It was the funniest goddamn thing you ever saw. None of the Mi-Wests would work because Milo had stolen the carbon dioxide to make those ice cream sodas you bastards have been getting in the officers' mess. But that wasn't too bad as it turned out. Only one of us couldn't swim, and we lifted that guy up into the raft after Orr had worked it over by its rope right up against the fuselage while we were all still standing on the plane. That little crackpot sure has a knack for things like that. Then the other raft came loose and drifted away, so that all 6 of us wound up sitting in one with our elbows and legs pressed so close against each other you almost couldn't move without knocking the guy next to you out of the raft into the water. The plane went down about 3 seconds after we left it and we were out there all alone. And right after that we began unscrewing the caps on our Mi-West to see what the hell had gone wrong and found those goddamn notes from Milo telling us that what was good for him was good enough for the rest of us. That bastard. Jesus, did we curse him. All except that buddy of yours Orr, who just kept grinning as though for all he cared what was good for Milo might be good enough for the rest of us. I swear you should have seen him sitting up there on the rim of the raft like the captain of a ship, while the rest of us just watched him and waited for him to tell us what to do. He kept slapping his hands on his legs every few seconds as though he had the shakes and saying, "All right now, all right," and giggling like a crazy little freak, then saying, "All right now, all right," again and giggling like a crazy little freak some more. It was like watching some kind of a moron. Watching him was all that kept us from going to pieces altogether during the first few minutes, what with each wave washing over us into the raft or dumping a few of us back into the water so that we had to climb back in again before the next wave came along and washed us right back out. It was sure funny, we just kept falling out and climbing back in. We had the guy who couldn't swim stretched out in the middle of the raft on the floor, but even there he almost drowned because the water inside the raft was deep enough to keep splashing in his face. Oh boy. Then Orr began opening up compartments in the raft, and the fun really began. First he found a box of chocolate bars and he passed those around, so we sat there eating salty chocolate bars while the waves kept knocking us out of the raft into the water. Next he found some bouillon cubes in aluminum cups and made us some soup. Then he found some tea. Sure, he made it. Can't you see him serving us tea as we sat there soaking wet in water up to our ass? Now I was falling out of the raft because I was laughing so much. We were all laughing, and he was dead serious except for that goofy giggle of his and that crazy grin. What a jerk! Whatever he found he used. He found some shark repellent and he sprinkled it right out into the water. He found some marker dye and he threw it into the water. The next thing he finds is a fishing line and dried bait, and his face lights up as though the air-sea rescue launch had just sped up to save us before we died of exposure or before the Germans sent a boat out from Spezia to take us prisoner or machine gun us. In no time at all, Orr had that fishing line out into the water, trolling away as happy as a lark. "Lieutenant, what do you expect to catch?" I asked him. "Cod," he told me, and he meant it. And it's a good thing he didn't catch any, because he would have eaten that codfish raw if he had caught any, and would have made us eat it too, because he had found this little book that said it was all right to eat codfish raw. The next thing he found was this little blue oar about the size of a Dixie cup spoon, and sure enough he began rowing with it, trying to move all 900 pounds of us with that little stick. Can you imagine? After that he found a small magnetic compass and a big waterproof map, and he spread the map open on his knees and set the compass on top of it. And that's how he spent the time until the launch picked us up about 30 minutes later, sitting there with that baited fishing line out behind him, with the compass in his lap and the map spread out on his knees, and paddling away as hard as he could with that dinky blue oar as though he was speeding to Majorca. Jesus. Sergeant Knight knew all about Majorca, and so did Orr, because Yossarian had told them often of such sanctuaries as Spain, Switzerland, and Sweden, where American flyers could be interned for the duration of the war under conditions of utmost ease and luxury merely by flying there. Yossarian was the squadron's leading authority on internment, and had already begun plotting an emergency heading into Switzerland on every mission he flew into northernmost Italy. He would certainly have preferred Sweden, where the level of intelligence was high, and where he could swim nude with beautiful girls with low, demurring voices and sire whole happy undisciplined tribes of illegitimate Yossarians, that the state would assist through parturition and launch into life without stigma. But Sweden was out of reach, too far away, and Yossarian waited for the piece of flak that would knock out one engine over the Italian Alps, and provide him with the excuse for heading for Switzerland. He would not even tell his pilot he was guiding him there. Yossarian often thought of scheming with some pilot he trusted to fake a crippled engine, and then destroy the evidence of deception with a belly landing. But the only pilot he really trusted was McWatt, who was happiest where he was, and still got a big boot out of buzzing his plane over Yossarian's tent or roaring in so low over the bathers at the beach that the fierce wind from his propellers slashed dark furrows in the water, and whipped sheets of spray flapping back for seconds afterward. Dobbs and Hungry Joe were out of the question, and so was Orr, who was tinkering with the valve of the stove again when Yossarian limped despondently back into the tent after Dobbs had turned him down. The stove Orr was manufacturing out of an inverted metal drum stood in the middle of the smooth cement floor he had constructed. He was working sedulously on both knees. Yossarian tried paying no attention to him and limped wearily to his cot and sat down with a labored, drawn-out grunt. Prickles of perspiration were turning chilly on his forehead. Dobbs had depressed him. Doc Danica depressed him. An ominous vision of doom depressed him when he looked at Orr. He began ticking with a variety of internal tremors. Nerves twitched and the vein in one wrist began palpitating. Orr studied Yossarian over his shoulder, his moist lips drawn back around convex rows of large buck teeth. Reaching sideways, he dug a bottle of warm beer out of his footlocker and he handed it to Yossarian after prying off the cap. Neither said a word. Yossarian sipped the bubbles off the top and tilted his head back. Orr watched him cunningly with a noiseless grin. Yossarian eyed Orr guardedly, Or snickered with a slight mucid sibilance and turned back to his work squatting. Yossarian grew tense. "Don't start," he begged in a threatening voice, both hands tightening around his beer bottle. "Don't start working on your stove," Or cackled quietly. "I'm almost finished." "No, you're not, you're about to begin. Here's the valve, see, it's almost all together. And you're about to take it apart. I know what you're doing, you bastard, I've seen you do it 300 times. Or shivered with glee. "I want to get the leak in this gasoline line out," he explained. "I've got it down now to where it's only an ooze." "I can't watch you," Yossarian confessed tonelessly. "If you want to work with something big, that's okay, but that valve is filled with tiny parts and I just haven't got the patience right now to watch you working so hard over things that are so goddamn small and unimportant." "Just because they're small doesn't mean they're unimportant." "I don't care." "Once more. When I'm not around, you're a happy imbecile and you don't know what it means to feel the way I do. Things happen to me when you work over small things that I can't even begin to explain. I find out that I can't stand you. I start to hate you and I'm soon thinking seriously about busting this bottle down on your head or stabbing you in the neck with that hunting knife there. Do you understand?" Or nodded very intelligently. "I won't take the valve apart now," he said, and began taking it apart, working with slow, tireless, interminable precision. His rustic, ungainly face bent very close to the floor, picking painstakingly at the minute mechanism in his fingers with such limitless, plodding concentration that he seemed scarcely to be thinking of it at all. Yossarian cursed him silently and made up his mind to ignore him. "What the hell's your hurry with that stove, anyway?" he barked out a moment later in spite of himself. "It's still hot out, we're probably going swimming later, what are you worried about the cold for?" "The days are getting shorter," Orr observed philosophically. "I'd like to get this all finished for you while there's still time. You'll have the best stove in the squadron when I'm through. It will burn all night with this feed control I'm fixing and these metal plates will radiate the heat all over the tent. If you leave a helmet full of water on this thing when you go to sleep, you'll have warm water to wash with all ready for you when you wake up. Won't that be nice? If you want to cook eggs or soup, all you'll have to do is set the pot down here and turn the fire up." "What do you mean me?" Yossarian wanted to know. "Where are you going to be?" Orr's stunted torso shook suddenly with a muffled spasm of amusement. "I don't know," he exclaimed, and a weird wavering giggle gushed out suddenly through his chattering buck teeth like an exploding jet of emotion. He was still laughing when he continued, and his voice was clogged with saliva. "If they keep on shooting me down this way, I don't know where I'm going to be." Yossarian was moved. "Why don't you try to stop flying, Orr? You've got an excuse. I've only got 18 missions. But you've been shot down on almost everyone. You're either ditching or crash landing every time you go up." "Oh, I don't mind flying missions. I guess they're lots of fun. You ought to try flying a few with me when you're not flying lead. Just for laughs, tee-hee." Orr gazed up at Yossarian through the corners of his eyes with a look of pointed mirth. Yossarian avoided his stare. "They've got me flying lead again." "When you're not flying lead, if you had any brains, do you know what you'd do? You'd go right to Pilchard and Wren and tell them you want to fly with me. And get shot down with you every time you go up. What's the fun in that?" "That's just why you ought to do it," Orr insisted. "I guess I'm just about the best pilot around now when it comes to ditching or making crash landings. It would be good practice for you." "Good practice for what?" "Good practice in case you ever have to ditch or make a crash landing, tee-hee-hee." "Have you got another bottle of beer for me?" Yossarian asked morosely. "Do you want to bust it down on my head?" This time Yossarian did laugh. "Like that whore in that apartment in Rome?" Or sniggered lewdly, his bulging crab-apple cheeks blowing outward with pleasure. "Do you really want to know why she was hitting me over the head with her shoe?" he teased. "I do know," Yossarian teased back. "Nately's whore told me." Orr grinned like a gargoyle. "No, she didn't." Yossarian felt sorry for Orr. Orr was so small and ugly. Who would protect him if he lived? Who would protect a warm-hearted, simple-minded gnome like Orr from rowdies and cliques and from expert athletes like Appleby who had flies in their eyes and would walk right over him with swaggering conceit and self-assurance every chance they got? Yossarian worried frequently about Orr. who would shield him against animosity and deceit, against people with ambition and the embittered snobbery of the big shot's wife, against the squalid, corrupting indignities of the profit motive and the friendly neighborhood butcher with inferior meat. Or was a happy and unsuspecting simpleton with a thick mass of wavy polychromatic hair parted down the center. He would be mere child's play for them. They would take his money, screw his wife, and show no kindness to his children. Yossarian felt a flood of compassion sweep over him. Or was an eccentric midget, a freakish, likable dwarf with a smutty mind and 1,000 valuable skills that would keep him in a low-income group all his life. He could use a soldering iron and hammer 2 boards together so that the wood did not split and the nails did not bend. He could drill holes. He had built a good deal more in the tent while Yossarian was away in the hospital. He had filed or chiseled a perfect channel in the cement, so that the slender gasoline line was flush with the floor as it ran to the stove from the tank he had built outside on an elevated platform. He had constructed andirons for the fireplace out of excess bomb parts, and had filled them with stout silver logs, and he had framed with stained wood the photographs of girls with big breasts he had torn out of cheesecake magazines and hung over the mantelpiece. Or could open a can of paint. He could mix paint, thin paint, remove paint. He could chop wood and measure things with a ruler. He knew how to build fires. He could dig holes, and he had a real gift for bringing water for them both in cans and canteens from the tanks near the mess hall. He could engross himself in an inconsequential task for hours without growing restless or bored, as oblivious to fatigue as the stump of a tree, and almost as taciturn. He had an uncanny knowledge of wildlife and was not afraid of dogs or cats or beetles or moths, or of foods like scrod or tripe. Yossarian sighed drearily and began brooding about the rumored mission to Bologna. The valve ore was dismantling was about the size of a thumb and contained 37 separate parts, excluding the casing, many of them so minute that Orr was required to pinch them tightly between the tips of his fingernails as he placed them carefully on the floor in orderly catalogued rows, never quickening his movements or slowing them down, never tiring, never pausing in his relentless, methodical, monotonous procedure, unless it was to leer at Yossarian with maniacal mischief. Yossarian tried not to watch him. He counted the parts and thought he would go clear out of his mind. He turned away, shutting his eyes, but that was even worse, for now he had only the sounds, the tiny, maddening, indefatigable, distinct clicks and rustles of hands and weightless parts. Or was breathing rhythmically with a noise that was stertorous and repulsive. Yossarian clenched his fists and looked at the long, bone-handled hunting knife hanging in a holster over the cot of the dead man in the tent. As soon as he thought of stabbing Orr, his tension eased. The idea of murdering Orr was so ridiculous that he began to consider it seriously with queer whimsy and fascination. He searched the nape of Orr's neck for the probable site of the medulla oblongata. Just the daintiest stick there would kill him and solve so many serious, agonizing problems for them both. "Does it hurt?" Orr asked at precisely that moment, as though by protective instinct. Yossarian eyed him closely. "Does what hurt?" "Your leg," said Orr with a strange, mysterious laugh. "You still limp a little." "It's just a habit, I guess," said Yossarian, breathing again with relief. "I'll probably get over it soon." Orr rolled over sideways to the floor and came up on one knee facing toward Yossarian. "Do you remember," he drawled reflectively with an air of labored recollection, "that girl who was hitting me on the head that day in Rome?" He chuckled at Yossarian's involuntary exclamation of tricked annoyance. "I'll make a deal with you about that girl. I'll tell you why that girl was hitting me on the head with her shoe that day if you answer one question." "What's the question?" "Did you ever screw Nately's girl?" Yossarian laughed with surprise. "Me, no. Now tell me why that girl hit you with her shoe." "That wasn't the question," Orr informed him with victorious delight. "That was just conversation. She acts like you screwed her." "Well, I didn't. How does she act?" "She acts like she don't like you." "She doesn't like anyone." "She likes Captain Black," Orr reminded. "That's because he treats her like dirt. Anyone can get a girl that way." "She wears a slave bracelet on her leg with his name on it. He makes her wear it to needle Nately. She even gives him some of the money she gets from Nately." "Listen, what do you want from me?" "Did you ever screw my girl?" "Your girl? Who the hell is your girl?" "The one who hit me over the head with her shoe." "I've been with her a couple of times," Yossarian admitted. Since when is she your girl? What are you getting at? She don't like you either. What the hell do I care if she likes me or not? She likes me as much as she likes you. Did she ever hit you over the head with her shoe? Or I'm tired, why don't you leave me alone? Tee hee hee, how about that skinny countess in Rome and her skinny daughter-in-law? Or persisted impishly with increasing zest. Did you ever screw them? Oh, how I wish I could, sighed Yossarian honestly, imagining at the mere question the prurient, used, decaying feel in his petting hands of their teeny, pulpy buttocks and breasts. They do like you either, commented Orr. They like Arfie and they like Nately, but they don't like you. Women just don't seem to like you. I think they think you're a bad influence. Women are crazy, Yossarian answered and waited grimly for what he knew was coming next. How about that other girl of yours? Orr asked with a pretense of pensive curiosity. The fat one, the bald one, you know that fat bald one in Sicily with the turban who kept sweating all over us all night long, is she crazy too? Didn't she like me either? How could you do it to a girl with no hair? How was I supposed to know she had no hair? I knew it, Orr bragged, I knew it all the time. You knew she was bald, Yossarian exclaimed in wonder. No, I knew this valve wouldn't work if I left a part out, Orr answered, glowing with cranberry-red elation because he had just duped Yossarian again. Will you please hand me that small composition gasket that rolled over there? It's right near your foot. No, it is. Right here, said Orr and took hold of something invisible with the tips of his fingernails and held it up for Yossarian to see. Now I'll have to start all over again. I'll kill you if you do, I'll murder you right on the spot. Why don't you ever fly with me? Orr asked suddenly and looked straight into Yossarian's face for the first time. There, that's the question I want you to answer. Why don't you ever fly with me? Yossarian turned away with intense shame and embarrassment. I told you why, they've got me flying lead bombardier most of the time. That's not why, Orr said, shaking his head. You went to Pilchard and Wren after the first Avignon mission and told them you didn't ever want to fly with me, that's why, isn't it? Yossarian felt his skin turn hot. No, I didn't, he lied. Yes, you did, Orr insisted equably. You asked them not to assign you to any plane piloted by me, Dobbs or Hoople because you didn't have confidence in us at the controls. And Pilchard and Wren said they couldn't make an exception of you because it wouldn't be fair to the men who did have to fly with us. So, said Yossarian, it didn't make any difference then, did it? But they've never made you fly with me. Or, working on both knees again, was addressing Yossarian without bitterness or reproach, but with injured humility which was infinitely more painful to observe, although he was still grinning and snickering as though the situation were comic. You really ought to fly with me, you know, I'm a pretty good pilot and I'd take care of you. I may get knocked down a lot, but that's not my fault and nobody's ever been hurt in my plane. Yes, sir, if you had any brains, you know what you'd do. You'd go right to Pilchard and Wren and tell them you want to fly all your missions with me. Yossarian leaned forward and peered closely into Orr's inscrutable mask of contradictory emotions. Are you trying to tell me something? Tee hee hee hee, Orr responded. I'm trying to tell you why that big girl with the shoe was hitting me on the head that day, but you just won't let me. Tell me. Will you fly with me? Yossarian laughed and shook his head. You'll only get knocked down into the water again. Or did get knocked down into the water again when the rumored mission to Bologna was flown, and he landed his single-engine plane with a smashing jar on the choppy, windswept waves tossing and falling below the warlike black thunderclouds mobilizing overhead. He was late getting out of the plane and ended up alone in a raft that began drifting away from the men in the other raft, and was out of sight by the time the air-sea rescue launch came plowing up through the wind and splattering raindrops to take them aboard. Night was already falling by the time they were returned to the squadron. There was no word of Orr. Don't worry, reassured Kid Sampson, still wrapped in the heavy blankets and raincoat in which he had been swaddled on the boat by his rescuers. He's probably been picked up already if he didn't drown in that storm. It didn't last long. I bet he'll show up any minute. Yossarian walked back to his tent to wait for Orr to show up any minute and lit a fire to make things warm for him. The stove worked perfectly, with a strong, robust blaze that could be raised or lowered by turning the tap Orr had finally finished repairing. A light rain was falling, drumming softly on the tent, the trees, the ground. Yossarian cooked a can of hot soup to have ready for Orr and ate it all himself as the time passed. He hard-boiled some eggs for Orr and ate those too. Then he ate a whole tin of cheddar cheese from a package of K rations. Each time he caught himself worrying, he made himself remember that Orr could do everything, and broke into silent laughter at the picture of Orr in the raft as Sergeant Knight had described him, bent forward with a busy, preoccupied smile over the map and compass in his lap, stuffing one soaking wet chocolate bar after another into his grinning, tittering mouth as he paddled away dutifully through the lightning, thunder and rain with the bright blue useless toy Orr. The fishing line with dried bait trailing out behind him. Yossarian really had no doubt about Orr's ability to survive. If fish could be caught with that silly fishing line, Orr would catch them, and if it was codfish he was after, then Orr would catch a codfish, even though no codfish had ever been caught in those waters before. Yossarian put another can of soup up to cook and ate that too when it was hot. Every time a car door slammed, he broke into a hopeful smile and turned expectantly toward the entrance, listening for footsteps. He knew that any moment Orr would come walking into the tent with big, glistening, rain-soaked eyes, cheeks, and buck teeth, looking ludicrously like a jolly New England oysterman in a yellow oilskin rain hat and slicker numerous sizes too large for him, and holding up proudly for Yossarian's amusement a great dead codfish he had caught. But he didn't. Peckham. There was no word about Orr the next day, and Sergeant Whitcomb, with commendable dispatch and considerable hope, dropped a reminder in his tickler file to send a form letter over Colonel Cathcart's signature to Orr's next of kin when 9 more days had elapsed. There was word from General Peckham's headquarters, though, and Yossarian was drawn to the crowd of officers and enlisted men in shorts and bathing trunks buzzing in grumpy confusion around the bulletin board just outside the orderly room. "What's so different about this Sunday, I want to know?" Hungry Joe was demanding vociferously of Chief White Halfoat. "Why won't we have a parade this Sunday when we don't have a parade every Sunday?" "Huh!" Yossarian worked his way through to the front and let out a long, agonized groan when he read the terse announcement there. "Due to circumstances beyond my control, there will be no big parade this Sunday afternoon." Colonel Schaiskopf Dobbs was right. They were indeed sending everyone overseas, even Lieutenant Schaiskopf, who had resisted the move with all the vigor and wisdom at his command, and who reported for duty at General Peckham's office in a mood of grave discontent. General Peckham welcomed Colonel Schaiskopf with effusive charm and said he was delighted to have him. An additional colonel on his staff meant that he could now begin agitating for 2 additional majors, 4 additional captains, 16 additional lieutenants, and untold quantities of additional enlisted men, typewriters, desks, filing cabinets, automobiles, and other substantial equipment and supplies that would contribute to the prestige of his position and increase his striking power in the war he had declared against General Dreedel. He now had 2 full colonels. General Dreedel had only 5, and 4 of those were combat commanders. With almost no intriguing at all, General Peckham had executed a maneuver that would eventually double his strength, and General Dreedel was getting drunk more often. The future looked wonderful, and General Peckham contemplated his bright new colonel enchantedly with an effulgent smile. In all matters of consequence, General P.P. Peckham was, as he always remarked when he was about to criticize the work of some close associate publicly, a realist. He was a handsome, pink-skinned man of 53. His manner was always casual and relaxed, and his uniforms were custom-made. He had silver-gray hair, slightly myopic eyes, and thin, overhanging sensual lips. He was a perceptive, graceful, sophisticated man who was sensitive to everyone's weaknesses but his own and found everyone absurd but himself. General Peckham laid great fastidious stress on small matters of taste and style. He was always augmenting things. Approaching events were never coming but always upcoming. It was not true that he wrote memorandums praising himself and recommending that his authority be enhanced to include all combat operations. He wrote memoranda, and the prose in the memoranda of other officers was always turgid, stilted, or ambiguous. The errors of others were inevitably deplorable. Regulations were stringent, and his data never was obtained from a reliable source but always were obtained. General Peckham was frequently constrained. Things were often incumbent upon him, and he frequently acted with greatest reluctance. It never escaped his memory that neither black nor white was a color, and he never used verbal when he meant oral. He could quote glibly from Plato, Nietzsche, Montaigne, Theodore Roosevelt, the Marquis de Sade, and Warren G. Harding. A virgin audience like Colonel Schaiskopf was grist for General Peckham's mill, a stimulating opportunity to throw open his whole dazzling erudite treasure house of puns, wisecracks, slanders, homilies, anecdotes, proverbs, epigrams, apophthegms, bon mots, and other pungent sayings. He beamed urbanely as he began orienting Colonel Schaiskopf to his new surroundings. "My only fault," he observed with practiced good humor, watching for the effect of his words, "is that I have no faults." Colonel Schaiskopf didn't laugh, and General Peckham was stunned. A heavy doubt crushed his enthusiasm. He had just opened with one of his most trusted paradoxes, and he was positively alarmed that not the slightest flicker of acknowledgement had moved across that impervious face, which began to remind him suddenly in hue and texture of an unused soap eraser. Perhaps Colonel Schaiskopf was tired, General Peckham granted to himself charitably. He had come a long way and everything was unfamiliar. General Peckham's attitude toward all the personnel in his command, officers and enlisted men, was marked by the same easy spirit of tolerance and permissiveness. He mentioned often that if the people who worked for him met him halfway, he would meet them more than halfway, with the result, as he always added with an astute chuckle, that there was never any meeting of the minds at all. General Peckham thought of himself as aesthetic and intellectual. When people disagreed with him, he urged them to be objective. And it was indeed an objective Peckham who gazed at Colonel Schaiskopf encouragingly and resumed his indoctrination with an attitude of magnanimous forgiveness. "You've come to us just in time, Schaiskopf. The summer offensive has petered out, thanks to the incompetent leadership with which we supply our troops, and I have a crying need for a tough, experienced, competent officer like you to help produce the memoranda upon which we rely so heavily to let people know how good we are and how much work we're turning out. I hope you are a prolific writer." "I don't know anything about writing," Colonel Schaiskopf retorted sullenly. "Well, don't let that trouble you," General Peckham continued with a careless flick of his wrist. "Just pass the work I assign you along to somebody else and trust to luck. We call that delegation of responsibility. Somewhere down near the lowest level of this coordinated organization I run are people who do get the work done when it reaches them, and everything manages to run along smoothly without too much effort on my part. I suppose that's because I am a good executive. Nothing we do in this large department of ours is really very important, and there's never any rush. On the other hand, it is important that we let people know we do a great deal of it. Let me know if you find yourself short-handed. I've already put in a requisition for 2 majors, 4 captains, and 16 lieutenants to give you a hand. While none of the work we do is very important, it is important that we do a great deal of it. Don't you agree?" "What about the parades?" Colonel Schaiskopf broke in. "What parades?" inquired General Peckham with a feeling that his polish just wasn't getting across. "Won't I be able to conduct parades every Sunday afternoon?" Colonel Schaiskopf demanded petulantly. "No, of course not. Whatever gave you that idea?" "But they said I could." "Who said you could?" "The officers who sent me overseas. They told me I'd be able to march the men around in parades all I wanted to." "They lied to you." "That wasn't fair, sir." "I'm sorry, Schaiskopf. I'm willing to do everything I can to make you happy here, but parades are out of the question. We don't have enough men in our own organization to make up much of a parade, and the combat units would rise up in open rebellion if we tried to make them march. I'm afraid you'll just have to hold back a while until we get control. Then you can do what you want with the men." "What about my wife?" Colonel Schaiskopf demanded with disgruntled suspicion. "I'll still be able to send for her, won't I?" "Your wife? Why in the world should you want to?" "A husband and wife should be together." "That's out of the question also." "But they said I could send for her." "They lied to you again." "They had no right to lie to me," Colonel Schaiskopf protested, his eyes wetting with indignation. "Of course they had a right," General Peckham snapped with cold and calculated severity, resolving right then and there to test the mettle of his new colonel under fire. "Don't be such an ass, Schaiskopf. People have a right to do anything that's not forbidden by law, and there's no law against lying to you. Now don't ever waste my time with such sentimental platitudes again. Do you hear?" "Yes, sir," murmured Colonel Schaiskopf. Colonel Schaiskopf wilted pathetically, and General Peckham blessed the fates that had sent him a weakling for a subordinate. A man of spunk would have been unthinkable. Having won, General Peckham relented. He did not enjoy humiliating his men. "If your wife were a whack, I could probably have her transferred here, but that's the most I can do." "She has a friend who's a whack," Colonel Schaiskopf offered hopefully. "I'm afraid that isn't good enough. Have Mrs. Schaiskopf join the whacks if she wants to, and I'll bring her over here. But in the meantime, my dear Colonel, let's get back to our little war if we may. Here, briefly, is the military situation that confronts us." General Peckham rose and moved toward a rotary rack of enormous colored maps. Colonel Schaiskopf blanched. "We're not going into combat, are we?" he blurted out in horror. "Oh no, of course not," General Peckham assured him indulgently with a companionable laugh. "Please give me some credit, won't you? That's why we're still down here in Rome. Certainly I'd like to be up in Florence too, where I could keep in closer touch with XBFC Wintergreen. But Florence is still a bit too near the actual fighting to suit me." General Peckham lifted a wooden pointer and swept the rubber tip cheerfully across Italy from one coast to the other. "These, Schaiskopf, are the Germans. They're dug into these mountains very solidly in the Gothic line and won't be pushed out till late next spring, although that isn't going to stop those clods we have in charge from trying. That gives us in special services almost 9 months to achieve our objective. And that objective is to capture every bomber group in the U.S. Air Force. After all," said General Peckham with his low, well-modulated chuckle, "if dropping bombs on the enemy isn't a special service, I wonder what in the world is." "Don't you agree?" Colonel Schaiskopf gave no indication that he did agree, but General Peckham was already too entranced with his own loquacity to notice. "Our position right now is excellent. Reinforcements like yourself keep arriving, and we have more than enough time to plan our entire strategy carefully. Our immediate goal," he said, "is right here." And General Peckham swung his pointer south to the island of Pianosa and tapped it significantly upon a large word that had been lettered on there with black grease pencil. The word was DREDLE. Colonel Schaiskopf, squinting, moved very close to the map, and for the first time since he entered the room a light of comprehension shed a dim glow over his stolid face. "I think I understand," he exclaimed. "Yes, I know I understand. Our first job is to capture Dreidel away from the enemy, right?" General Peckham laughed benignly. "No, Schaiskopf, Dreidel on our side and Dreidel is the enemy. General Dreidel commands 4 bomb groups that we simply must capture in order to continue our offensive. Conquering General Dreidel will give us the aircraft and vital bases we need to carry our operations into other areas. And that battle, by the way, is just about won." General Peckham drifted toward the window, laughing quietly again, and settled back against the sill with his arms folded, greatly satisfied by his own wit and by his knowledgeable, blasé impudence. The skilled choice of words he was exercising was exquisitely titillating. General Peckham liked listening to himself talk, like most of all listening to himself talk about himself. "General Dreidel simply doesn't know how to cope with me," he gloated. "I keep invading his jurisdiction with comments and criticisms that are really none of my business, and he doesn't know what to do about it. When he accuses me of seeking to undermine him, I merely answer that my only purpose in calling attention to his errors is to strengthen our war effort by eliminating inefficiency. Then I ask him innocently if he's opposed to improving our war effort. Oh, he grumbles and he bristles and he bellows, but he's really quite helpless. He's simply out of style. He's turning into quite a souse, you know. The poor blockhead shouldn't even be a general. He has no tone at all. Thank God he isn't going to last." General Peckham chuckled with jaunty relish and sailed smoothly along toward a favorite learned allusion. "I sometimes think of myself as Fortinbras, in the play Hamlet by William Shakespeare, who just keeps circling and circling around the action until everything else falls apart, and then strolls in at the end to pick up all the pieces for himself. Shakespeare is." "I don't know anything about plays," Colonel Schaiskopf broke in bluntly. General Peckham looked at him with amazement. Never before had a reference of his to Shakespeare's hallowed Hamlet been ignored and trampled upon with such rude indifference. He began to wonder with genuine concern just what sort of shithead the Pentagon had foisted on him. "What do you know about?" he asked acidly. "Parades," answered Colonel Schaiskopf eagerly. "Will I be able to send out memos about parades?" As long as you don't schedule any. General Peckham returned to his chair, still wearing a frown. And as long as they don't interfere with your main assignment of recommending that the authority of special services be expanded to include combat activities. Can I schedule parades and then call them off? General Peckham brightened instantly. Why, that's a wonderful idea, but just send out weekly announcements postponing the parades. Don't even bother to schedule them. That would be infinitely more disconcerting. General Peckham was blossoming spryly with cordiality again. Yes, Schaiskopf, he said, I think you've really hit on something. After all, what combat commander could possibly quarrel with us for notifying his men that there won't be a parade that coming Sunday? We'd be merely stating a widely known fact, but the implication is beautiful. Yes, positively beautiful. We're implying that we could schedule a parade if we chose to. I'm going to like you, Schaiskopf. Stop in and introduce yourself to Colonel Cargill and tell him what you're up to. I know you two will like each other. Colonel Cargill came storming into General Peckham's office a minute later in a furor of timid resentment. I've been here longer than Schaiskopf, he complained. Why can't I be the one to call off the parades? Because Schaiskopf has experience with parades and you haven't. You can call off USO shows if you want to. In fact, why don't you? Just think of all the places that won't be getting a USO show on any given day. Think of all the places each big-name entertainer won't be visiting. Yes, Cargill, I think you've hit on something. I think you've just thrown open a whole new area of operation for us. Tell Colonel Schaiskopf I want him to work along under your supervision on this. And send him in to see me when you're through giving him instructions. Colonel Cargill says you told him you want me to work along under his supervision on the USO project, Colonel Schaiskopf complained. I told him no such thing, answered General Peckham. Confidentially, Schaiskopf, I'm not too happy with Colonel Cargill. He's bossy and he's slow. I'd like you to keep a close eye on what he's doing and see if you can't get a little more work out of him. He keeps butting in, Colonel Cargill protested. He won't let me get any work done. There's something very funny about Schaiskopf, General Peckham agreed reflectively. Keep a very close eye on him and see if you can't find out what he's up to. Now he's butting into my business, Colonel Schaiskopf cried. Don't let it worry you, Schaiskopf, said General Peckham, congratulating himself on how adeptly he had fit Colonel Schaiskopf into his standard method of operation. Already his two colonels were barely on speaking terms. Colonel Cargill envies you because of the splendid job you're doing on parades. He's afraid I'm going to put you in charge of bomb patterns. Colonel Schaiskopf was all ears. What are bomb patterns? Bomb patterns, General Peckham repeated, twinkling with self-satisfied good humor. A bomb pattern is a term I dreamed up just several weeks ago. It means nothing, but you'd be surprised at how rapidly it's caught on. Why, I've got all sorts of people convinced I think it's important for the bombs to explode close together and make a neat aerial photograph. There's one colonel in Pianosa who's hardly concerned anymore with whether he hits the target or not. Let's fly over and have some fun with him today. It will make Colonel Cargill jealous, and I learned from Wintergreen this morning that General Dreedel will be off in Sardinia. It drives General Dreedel insane to find out I've been inspecting one of his installations while he's been off inspecting another. We may even get there in time for the briefing. They'll be bombing a tiny undefended village, reducing the whole community to rubble. I have it from Wintergreen. Wintergreen's an ex-sergeant now, by the way, that the mission is entirely unnecessary. Its only purpose is to delay German reinforcements at a time when we aren't even planning an offensive. But that's the way things go when you elevate mediocre people to positions of authority. He gestured languidly toward his gigantic map of Italy. Why this tiny mountain village is so insignificant that it isn't even there. They arrived at Colonel Cathcart's group too late to attend the preliminary briefing and hear Major Danby insist. But it is there, I tell you, it's there, it's there. It's where? Dunbar demanded defiantly, pretending not to see. It's right there on the map where this road makes this slight turn. Can't you see this slight turn on your map? No, I can't see it. I can see it, volunteered Havermeyer and marked the spot on Dunbar's map. And here's a good picture of the village right on these photographs. I understand the whole thing. The purpose of the mission is to knock the whole village sliding down the side of the mountain and create a roadblock that the Germans will have to clear. Is that right? That's right, said Major Danby, mopping his perspiring forehead with his handkerchief. I'm glad somebody here is beginning to understand. These two armored divisions will be coming down from Austria into Italy along this road. The village is built on such a steep incline that all the rubble from the houses and other buildings you destroy will certainly tumble right down and pile upon the road. What the hell difference will it make? Dunbar wanted to know as Yossarian watched him excitedly with a mixture of awe and adulation. It will only take them a couple of days to clear it. Major Danby was trying to avoid an argument. Well, it apparently makes some difference to headquarters, he answered in a conciliatory tone. I suppose that's why they ordered the mission. Have the people in the village been warned? Asked McWatt. Major Danby was dismayed that McWatt too was registering opposition. No, I don't think so. Haven't we dropped any leaflets telling them that this time we'll be flying over to hit them? Asked Yossarian. Can't we even tip them off so they'll get out of the way? No, I don't think so. Major Danby was swearing some more and still shifting his eyes about uneasily. The Germans might find out and choose another road. I'm not sure about any of this, I'm just making assumptions. They won't even take shelter, Dunbar argued bitterly. They'll pour out into the streets to wave when they see our planes coming, all the children and dogs and old people. Jesus Christ, why can't we leave them alone? Why can't we create the roadblock somewhere else? Asked McWatt. Why must it be there? I don't know, Major Danby answered unhappily. I don't know. Look, fellows, we've got to have some confidence in the people above us who issue our orders. They know what they're doing. The hell they do, said Dunbar. What's the trouble? Inquired Colonel Corn, moving leisurely across the briefing room with his hands in his pockets and his tan shirt baggy. Oh, no trouble, Colonel, said Major Danby, trying nervously to cover up. We're just discussing the mission. They don't want to bomb the village, Havermeyer snickered, giving Major Danby away. You prick, Yossarian said to Havermeyer. You leave Havermeyer alone, Colonel Corn ordered Yossarian curtly. He recognized Yossarian as the drunk who had accosted him roughly at the officers' club one night before the first mission to Bologna, and he swung his displeasure prudently to Dunbar. Why don't you want to bomb the village? It's cruel, that's why. Cruel? Asked Colonel Corn with cold good humor, frightened only momentarily by the uninhibited vehemence of Dunbar's hostility. Would it be any less cruel to let those two German divisions down to fight with our troops? American lives are at stake too, you know. Would you rather see American blood spilled? American blood is being spilled, but those people are living up there in peace. Why can't we leave them the hell alone? Yes, it's easy for you to talk, Colonel Corn jeered. You're safe here in Pianosa. It won't make any difference to you when these German reinforcements arrive, will it? Dunbar turned crimson with embarrassment and replied in a voice that was suddenly defensive. Why can't we create the roadblock somewhere else? Couldn't we bomb the slope of a mountain or the road itself? Would you rather go back to Bologna? The question, asked quietly, rang out like a shot and created a silence in the room that was awkward and menacing. Yossarian prayed intensely with shame that Dunbar would keep his mouth shut. Dunbar dropped his gaze and Colonel Corn knew he had won. No, I thought not, he continued with undisguised scorn. You know, Colonel Cathcart and I have to go to a lot of trouble to get you a milk run like this. If you'd sooner fly missions to Bologna, Spezia and Ferrara, we can get those targets with no trouble at all. His eyes gleamed dangerously behind his rimless glasses and his muddy jowls were square and hard. Just let me know. I would, responded Havermeyer eagerly with another boastful snicker. I like to fly into Bologna straight and level with my head in the bomb site and listen to all that flak pumping away all around me. I get a big kick out of the way the men come charging over to me after the mission and call me dirty names. Even the enlisted men get sore enough to curse me and want to take socks at me. Colonel Corn chucked Havermeyer under the chin jovially, ignoring him, and then addressed himself to Dunbar and Yossarian in a dry monotone. You've got my sacred word for it. Nobody is more distressed about those lousy wops up in the hills than Colonel Cathcart and myself. Mais c'est la guerre. Try to remember that we didn't start the war and Italy did, that we weren't the aggressors and Italy was. and that we couldn't possibly inflict as much cruelty on the Italians, Germans, Russians, and Chinese as they're already inflicting on themselves. Colonel Corn gave Major Danby's shoulder a friendly squeeze without changing his unfriendly expression. Carry on with the briefing, Danby, and make sure they understand the importance of a tight bomb pattern. Oh no, Colonel, Major Danby blurted out, blinking upward. Not for this target. I've told them to space their bombs 60 feet apart so that we'll have a roadblock the full length of the village instead of in just one spot. It will be a much more effective roadblock with a loose bomb pattern. We don't care about the roadblock, Colonel Corn informed him. Colonel Cathcart wants to come out of this mission with a good clean aerial photograph he won't be ashamed to send through channels. Don't forget that General Peckham will be here for the full briefing, and you know how he feels about bomb patterns. Incidentally, Major, you'd better hurry up with these details and clear out before he gets here. General Peckham can't stand you. Oh no, Colonel, Major Danby corrected obligingly. It's General Dreedle who can't stand me. General Peckham can't stand you either. In fact, no one can stand you. Finish what you're doing, Danby, and disappear. I'll conduct the briefing. Where's Major Danby? Colonel Cathcart inquired, after he had driven up for the full briefing with General Peckham and Colonel Schaiskopf. He asked permission to leave as soon as he saw you driving up, answered Colonel Corn. He's afraid General Peckham doesn't like him. I was going to conduct the briefing anyway. I do a much better job. Splendid, said Colonel Cathcart. No, Colonel Cathcart countermanded himself an instant later when he remembered how good a job Colonel Corn had done before General Dreedle at the first Avignon briefing. I'll do it myself. Colonel Cathcart braced himself with the knowledge that he was one of General Peckham's favorites and took charge of the meeting, snapping his words out crisply to the attentive audience of subordinate officers with the bluff and dispassionate toughness he had picked up from General Dreedle. He knew he cut a fine figure there on the platform with his open shirt collar, his cigarette holder, and his close-cropped, gray-tipped curly black hair. He breezed along beautifully, even emulating certain characteristic mispronunciations of General Dreedle's, and he was not the least bit intimidated by General Peckham's new colonel until he suddenly recalled that General Peckham detested General Dreedle. Then his voice cracked and all confidence left him. He stumbled ahead through instinct in burning humiliation. He was suddenly in terror of Colonel Schaiskopf. Another colonel in the area meant another rival, another enemy, another person who hated him. And this one was tough. A horrifying thought occurred to Colonel Cathcart. Suppose Colonel Schaiskopf had already bribed all the men in the room to begin moaning as they had done at the first Avignon mission. How could he silence them? What a terrible black eye that would be. Colonel Cathcart was seized with such fright that he almost beckoned to Colonel Corn. Somehow he held himself together and synchronized the watches. When he had done that, he knew he had won, for he could end now at any time. He had come through in a crisis. He wanted to laugh in Colonel Schaiskopf's face with triumph and spite. He had proved himself brilliantly under pressure, and he concluded the briefing with an inspiring peroration that every instinct told him was a masterful exhibition of eloquent tact and subtlety. Now, men, he exhorted, we have with us today a very distinguished guest, General Peckham from Special Services, the man who gives us all our softball bats, comic books, and USO shows. I want to dedicate this mission to him. Go on out there and bomb for me, for your country, for God, and for that great American General P.P. Peckham, and let's see you put all those bombs on a dime. Dunbar. Yossarian no longer gave a damn where his bombs fell, although he did not go as far as Dunbar, who dropped his bombs hundreds of yards past the village and would face a court-martial if it could ever be shown he had done it deliberately. Without a word even to Yossarian, Dunbar had washed his hands of the mission. The fall in the hospital had either shown him the light or scrambled his brains. It was impossible to say which. Dunbar seldom laughed anymore and seemed to be wasting away. He snarled belligerently at superior officers, even at Major Danby, and was crude and surly and profane even in front of the chaplain, who was afraid of Dunbar now and seemed to be wasting away also. The chaplain's pilgrimage to Wintergreen had proved abortive. Another shrine was empty. Wintergreen was too busy to see the chaplain himself. A brash assistant brought the chaplain a stolen Zippo cigarette lighter as a gift, and informed him condescendingly that Wintergreen was too deeply involved with wartime activities to concern himself with matters so trivial as the number of missions men had to fly. The chaplain worried about Dunbar and brooded more over Yossarian now that Orr was gone. To the chaplain, who lived by himself in a spacious tent whose pointy top sealed him in gloomy solitude each night like the cap of a tomb, it seemed incredible that Yossarian really preferred living alone and wanted no roommates. As a lead bombardier again, Yossarian had McWatt for a pilot, and that was one consolation, although he was still so utterly undefended. There was no way to fight back. He could not even see McWatt and the co-pilot from his post in the nose. All he could ever see was Arfie, with whose fustian moon-faced ineptitude he had finally lost all patience, and there were minutes of agonizing fury and frustration in the sky when he hungered to be demoted again to a wing plane with a loaded machine gun in the compartment, instead of the precision bomb sight that he really had no need for. A powerful, heavy 50 caliber machine gun he could seize vengefully in both hands and turn loose savagely against all the demons tyrannizing him. At the smoky black puffs of the flak itself, at the German anti-aircraft gunners below whom he could not even see and could not possibly harm with his machine gun even if he ever did take the time to open fire. At Havermeyer and Appleby in the lead plane for their fearless straight and level bomb run on the second mission to Bologna, where the flak from 224 cannons had knocked out one of Orr's engines for the very last time, and sent him down ditching into the sea between Genoa and La Spezia just before the brief thunderstorm broke. Actually, there was not much he could do with that powerful machine gun except load it and test fire a few rounds. It was no more use to him than the bomb sight. He could really cut loose with it against attacking German fighters, but there were no German fighters anymore, and he could not even swing it all the way around into the helpless faces of pilots like Hoople and Dobbs and order them back down carefully to the ground, as he had once ordered Kid Sampson back down, which is exactly what he did want to do to Dobbs and Hoople on the hideous first mission to Avignon the moment he realized the fantastic pickle he was in. The moment he found himself aloft in a wing plane with Dobbs and Hoople in a flight headed by Havermeyer and Appleby. Dobbs and Hoople, Hoople and Dobbs, who were they? What preposterous madness to float in thin air 2 miles high on an inch or two of metal, sustained from death by the meager skill and intelligence of 2 vapid strangers, a beardless kid named Hoople and a nervous nut like Dobbs, who really did go nuts right there in the plane. Running amuck over the target without leaving his co-pilot's seat and grabbing the controls from Hoople to plunge them all down into that chilling dive that tore Yossarian's headset loose and brought them right back inside the dense flak from which they had almost escaped. The next thing he knew, another stranger, a radio gunner named Snowden, was dying in back. It was impossible to be positive that Dobbs had killed him, for when Yossarian plugged his headset back in, Dobbs was already on the intercom pleading for someone to go up front and help the bombardier. And almost immediately Snowden broke in, whimpering, "Help me, please help me, I'm cold, I'm cold." And Yossarian crawled slowly out of the nose and up on top of the bomb bay and wriggled back into the rear section of the plane, passing the first aid kit on the way that he had to return for, to treat Snowden for the wrong wound, the yawning, raw, melon-shaped hole as big as a football in the outside of his thigh, the unsevered, blood-soaked muscle fibers inside pulsating weirdly like blind things with lives of their own, the oval naked wound that was almost a foot long and made Yossarian moan in shock and sympathy the instant he spied it and nearly made him vomit. And the small, slight tail gunner was lying on the floor beside Snowden in a dead faint, his face as white as a handkerchief, so that Yossarian sprang forward with revulsion to help him first. Yes, in the long run, he was much safer flying with McWatt, and he was not even safe with McWatt, who loved flying too much and went buzzing boldly inches off the ground with Yossarian in the nose on the way back from the training flight to break in the new bombardier in the whole replacement crew Colonel Cathcart had obtained after Orr was lost. The practice bomb range was on the other side of Pianosa, and flying back, McWatt edged the belly of the lazing, slow-cruising plane just over the crest of mountains in the middle, and then instead of maintaining altitude, jolted both engines open all the way, lurched up on one side and to Yossarian's astonishment began following the falling land down as fast as the plane would go, wagging his wings gaily and skimming with a massive grinding. hammering roar over each rocky rise and dip of the rolling terrain like a dizzy gull over wild brown waves. Yossarian was petrified. The new bombardier beside him sat demurely with a bewitched grin and kept whistling "wee," and Yossarian wanted to reach out and crush his idiotic face with one hand as he flinched and flung himself away from the boulders and hillocks and lashing branches of trees that loomed up above him out in front, and rushed past just underneath in a sinking, streaking blur. No one had a right to take such frightful risks with his life. "Go up, go up, go up," he shouted frantically at McWatt, hating him venomously, but McWatt was singing buoyantly over the intercom and probably couldn't hear. Yossarian, blazing with rage and almost sobbing for revenge, hurled himself down into the crawlway and fought his way through against the dragging weight of gravity and inertia until he arrived at the main section and pulled himself up to the flight deck, to stand trembling behind McWatt in the pilot's seat. He looked desperately about for a gun, a gray-black .45 automatic that he could cock and ram right up against the base of McWatt's skull. There was no gun. There was no hunting knife either, and no other weapon with which he could bludgeon or stab, and Yossarian grasped and jerked the collar of McWatt's coveralls in tightening fists and shouted to him to go up, go up. The land was still swimming by underneath and flashing by overhead on both sides. McWatt looked back at Yossarian and laughed joyfully as though Yossarian were sharing his fun. Yossarian slid both hands around McWatt's bare throat and squeezed. McWatt turned stiff. "Go up," Yossarian ordered unmistakably through his teeth in a low, menacing voice. "Or I'll kill you." Rigid with caution, McWatt cut the motors back and climbed gradually. Yossarian's hands weakened on McWatt's neck and slid down off his shoulders to dangle inertly. He was not angry anymore. He was ashamed. When McWatt turned, he was sorry the hands were his and wished there were some place where he could bury them. They felt dead. McWatt gazed at him deeply. There was no friendliness in his stare. "Boy," he said coldly, "you sure must be in pretty bad shape. You ought to go home." "They won't let me," Yossarian answered with averted eyes and crept away. Yossarian stepped down from the flight deck and seated himself on the floor, hanging his head with guilt and remorse. He was covered with sweat. McWatt set course directly back toward the field. Yossarian wondered whether McWatt would now go to the operations tent to see Pilchard and Wren, and request that Yossarian never be assigned to his plane again, just as Yossarian had gone surreptitiously to speak to them about Dobbs and Hoople and Orr and unsuccessfully about Arfie. He had never seen McWatt look displeased before, had never seen him in any but the most light-hearted mood, and he wondered whether he had just lost another friend. But McWatt winked at him reassuringly as he climbed down from the plane and joshed hospitably with the credulous new pilot and bombardier during the jeep ride back to the squadron, although he did not address a word to Yossarian until all four had returned their parachutes and separated, and the two of them were walking side by side toward their own row of tents. Then McWatt's sparsely freckled tan Scotch-Irish face broke suddenly into a smile and he dug his knuckles playfully into Yossarian's ribs as though throwing a punch. "You louse," he laughed. "Were you really going to kill me up there?" Yossarian grinned penitently and shook his head. "No, I don't think so." "I didn't realize you got it so bad. Boy, why don't you talk to somebody about it?" "I talk to everybody about it. What the hell's the matter with you? Don't you ever hear me?" "I guess I never really believed you." "Aren't you ever afraid?" "Maybe I ought to be." "Not even on the missions." "I guess I just don't have brains enough," McWatt laughed sheepishly. "There are so many ways for me to get killed," Yossarian commented, "and you had to find one more." McWatt smiled again. "Say, I bet it must really scare you when I buzz your tent, huh?" "It scares me to death, I've told you that." "I thought it was just the noise you were complaining about." McWatt made a resigned shrug. "Oh well, what the hell," he sang, "I guess I'll just have to give it up." But McWatt was incorrigible, and while he never buzzed Yossarian's tent again, he never missed an opportunity to buzz the beach and roar like a fierce and low-flying thunderbolt over the raft in the water, and the secluded hollow in the sand where Yossarian lay feeling up Nurse Ducket or playing hearts, poker or pinochle with Nately, Dunbar and Hungry Joe. Yossarian met Nurse Ducket almost every afternoon that both were free, and came with her to the beach on the other side of the narrow swell of shoulder-high dunes, separating them from the area in which the other officers and enlisted men went swimming nude. Nately, Dunbar and Hungry Joe would come there too. McWatt would occasionally join them, and often Arfie, who always arrived pudgily in full uniform and never removed any of his clothing but his shoes and his hat. Arfie never went swimming. The other men wore swimming trunks in deference to Nurse Duckett, and in deference also to Nurse Kramer, who accompanied Nurse Duckett and Yossarian to the beach every time and sat haughtily by herself 10 yards away. No one but Arfie ever made reference to the naked men sunbathing in full view farther down the beach or jumping and diving from the enormous whitewashed raft that bobbed on empty oil drums out beyond the silt sand. Nurse Kramer sat by herself because she was angry with Yossarian and disappointed in Nurse Duckett. Nurse Sue-Ann Duckett despised Arfie, and that was another one of the numerous fetching traits about Nurse Duckett that Yossarian enjoyed. He enjoyed Nurse Sue-Ann Duckett's long white legs and supple, calipigious ass. He often neglected to remember that she was quite slim and fragile from the waist up, and hurt her unintentionally in moments of passion when he hugged her too roughly. He loved her manner of sleepy acquiescence when they lay on the beach at dusk. He drew solace and sedation from her nearness. He had a craving to touch her always, to remain always in physical communication. He liked to encircle her ankle loosely with his fingers, as he played cards with Nately, Dunbar, and Hungry Joe, to lightly and lovingly caress the downy skin of her fair, smooth thigh with the backs of his nails, or dreamily, sensuously, almost unconsciously, slide his proprietary respectful hand up the shell-like ridge of her spine beneath the elastic strap of the top of the two-piece bathing suit she always wore to contain and cover her tiny, long-nippled breasts. He loved Nurse Duckett's serene, flattered response, the sense of attachment to him she displayed proudly. Hungry Joe had a craving to feel Nurse Duckett up too, and was restrained more than once by Yossarian's forbidding glower. Nurse Duckett flirted with Hungry Joe just to keep him in heat, and her round light brown eyes glimmered with mischief every time Yossarian rapped her sharply with his elbow or fist to make her stop. The men played cards on a towel, undershirt, or blanket, and Nurse Duckett mixed the extra deck of cards, sitting with her back resting against a sand dune. When she was not shuffling the extra deck of cards, she sat squinting into a tiny pocket mirror, brushing mascara on her curling reddish eyelashes in a bird-brained effort to make them longer permanently. Occasionally, she was able to stack the cards or spoil the deck in a way they did not discover until they were well into the game, and she laughed and glowed with blissful gratification when they all hurled their cards down disgustedly and began punching her sharply on the arms or legs as they called her filthy names and warned her to stop fooling around. She would prattle nonsensically when they were striving hardest to think, and a pink flush of elation crept into her cheeks when they gave her more sharp raps on the arms and legs with their fists and told her to shut up. Nurse Duckett reveled in such attention and ducked her short chestnut bangs with joy when Yossarian and the others focused upon her. It gave her a peculiar feeling of warm and expectant well-being to know that so many naked boys and men were idling close by on the other side of the sand dunes. She had only to stretch her neck or rise on some pretext to see 20 or 40 undressed males lounging or playing ball in the sunlight. Her own body was such a familiar and unremarkable thing to her that she was puzzled by the convulsive ecstasy men could take from it, by the intense and amusing need they had merely to touch it, to reach out urgently and press it, squeeze it, pinch it, rub it. She did not understand Yossarian's lust, but she was willing to take his word for it. Evenings when Yossarian felt horny, he brought Nurse Duckett to the beach with 2 blankets, and enjoyed making love to her with most of their clothes on more than he sometimes enjoyed making love to all the vigorous, bare, amoral girls in Rome. Frequently they went to the beach at night and did not make love, but just lay shivering between the blankets against each other to ward off the brisk, damp chill. The ink-black nights were turning cold, the stars frosty and fewer. The raft swayed in the ghostly trail of moonlight and seemed to be sailing away. A marked hint of cold weather penetrated the air. Other men were just starting to build stoves and came to Yossarian's tent during the day to marvel at Orr's workmanship. It thrilled Nurse Duckett rapturously that Yossarian could not keep his hands off her when they were together, although she would not let him slip them inside her bathing shorts during the day when anyone was near enough to see, not even when the only witness was Nurse Kramer, who sat on the other side of her sand dune with her reproving nose in the air and pretended not to see anything. Nurse Kramer had stopped speaking to Nurse Duckett, her best friend, because of her liaison with Yossarian, but still went everywhere with Nurse Duckett since Nurse Duckett was her best friend. She did not approve of Yossarian or his friends. When they stood up and went swimming with Nurse Ducket, Nurse Kramer stood up and went swimming too, maintaining the same 10-yard distance between them and maintaining her silence, snubbing them even in the water. When they laughed and splashed, she laughed and splashed. When they dived, she dived. When they swam to the sandbar and rested, Nurse Kramer swam to the sandbar and rested. When they came out, she came out, dried her shoulders with her own towel and seated herself aloofly in her own spot, her back rigid in a ring of reflected sunlight burnishing her light blonde hair like a halo. Nurse Kramer was prepared to begin talking to Nurse Ducket again if she repented and apologized. Nurse Ducket preferred things the way they were. For a long time she had wanted to give Nurse Kramer a rap to make her shut up. Nurse Ducket found Yossarian wonderful and was already trying to change him. She loved to watch him taking short naps with his face down and his arm thrown across her, or staring bleakly at the endless tame, quiet waves breaking like pet puppy dogs against the shore, scampering lightly up the sand a foot or two and then trotting away. She was calm in his silences. She knew she did not bore him, and she buffed or painted her fingernails studiously while he dozed or brooded, and the desultory warm afternoon breeze vibrated delicately on the surface of the beach. She loved to look at his wide, long, sinewy back with its bronzed, unblemished skin. She loved to bring him to flame instantly by taking his whole ear in her mouth suddenly and running her hand down his front all the way. She loved to make him burn and suffer till dark, then satisfy him. Then kiss him adoringly because she had brought him such bliss. Yossarian was never lonely with Nurse Ducket, who really did know how to keep her mouth shut and was just capricious enough. He was haunted and tormented by the vast, boundless ocean. He wondered mournfully as Nurse Ducket buffed her nails about all the people who had died underwater. There were surely more than 1,000,000 already. Where were they? What insects had eaten their flesh? He imagined the awful impotence of breathing in helplessly quarts and quarts of water. Yossarian followed the small fishing boats and military launches plying back and forth far out and found them unreal. It did not seem true that there were full-sized men aboard, going somewhere every time. He looked toward Stony Elba and his eyes automatically searched overhead for the fluffy white turnip-shaped cloud in which Clevinger had vanished. He peered at the vaporous Italian skyline and thought of Orr. Clevinger and Orr, where had they gone? Yossarian had once stood on a jetty at dawn and watched a tufted round log that was drifting toward him on the tide turn unexpectedly into the bloated face of a drowned man. It was the first dead person he had ever seen. He thirsted for life and reached out ravenously to grasp and hold Nurse Ducket's flesh. He studied every floating object fearfully for some gruesome sign of Clevinger and Orr, prepared for any morbid shock, but the shock McWatt gave him one day with the plane that came blasting suddenly into sight out of the distant stillness, and hurtled mercilessly along the shoreline with a great growling, clattering roar over the bobbing raft on which blond, pale Kid Sampson, his naked sides scrawny even from so far away, leaped clownishly up to touch it at the exact moment some arbitrary gust of wind or minor miscalculation of McWatt's senses dropped the speeding plane down just low enough for a propeller to slice him half away. Even people who were not there remembered vividly exactly what happened next. There was the briefest, softest TSSD, filtering audibly through the shattering, overwhelming howl of the plane's engines. And then there were just Kid Sampson's two pale, skinny legs, still joined by strings somehow at the bloody truncated hips, standing stock-still on the raft for what seemed a full minute or two before they toppled over backward into the water finally with a faint, echoing splash, and turned completely upside down so that only the grotesque toes and the plaster-white soles of Kid Sampson's feet remained in view. On the beach, all hell broke loose. Nurse Kramer materialized out of thin air suddenly and was weeping hysterically against Yossarian's chest while Yossarian hugged her shoulders and soothed her. His other arm bolstered Nurse Ducket, who was trembling and sobbing against him too, her long, angular face dead white. Everyone at the beach was screaming and running, and the men sounded like women. They scampered for their things in panic, stooping hurriedly and looking askance at each gentle, knee-high wave bubbling in as though some ugly, red, grisly organ like a liver or a lung might come washing right up against them. Those in the water were struggling to get out, forgetting in their haste to swim, wailing, walking, held back in their flight by the viscous, clinging sea as though by a biting wind. Kid Sampson had rained all over. Those who spied drops of him on their limbs or torsos drew back with terror and revulsion as though trying to shrink away from their own odious skins. Everybody ran in a sluggish stampede, shooting tortured, horrified glances back, filling the deep, shadowy, rustling woods with their frail gasps and cries. Yossarian drove both stumbling, faltering women before him frantically, shoving them and prodding them to make them hurry, and raced back with a curse to help when Hungry Joe tripped on the blanket or the camera case he was carrying and fell forward on his face in the mud of the stream. Back at the squadron, everyone already knew. Men in uniform were screaming and running there too, or standing motionless in one spot, rooted in awe, like Sergeant Knight and Doc Danica as they gravely craned their heads upward and watched the guilty, banking, forlorn airplane with McWatt circle and circle slowly and climb. "Who is it?" Yossarian shouted anxiously at Doc Danica as he ran up, breathless and limp, his somber eyes burning with a misty, hectic anguish. "Who's in the plane?" "McWatt," said Sergeant Knight. "He's got the 2 new pilots with him on a training flight. Doc Danica's up there too." "I'm right here," contended Doc Danica in a strange and troubled voice, darting an anxious look at Sergeant Knight. "Why doesn't he come down?" Yossarian exclaimed in despair. "Why does he keep going up?" "He's probably afraid to come down," Sergeant Knight answered without moving his solemn gaze from McWatt's solitary climbing airplane. "He knows what kind of trouble he's in." And McWatt kept climbing higher and higher, nosing his droning airplane upward evenly in a slow oval spiral that carried him far out over the water as he headed south and far in over the russet foothills when he had circled the landing field again and was flying north. He was soon up over 5,000 feet. His engines were soft as whispers. A white parachute popped open suddenly in a surprising puff. A second parachute popped open a few minutes later and coasted down like the first, directly in toward the clearing of the landing strip. There was no motion on the ground. The plane continued south for 30 seconds more, following the same pattern, familiar and predictable now, and McWatt lifted a wing and banked gracefully around into his turn. "2 more to go," said Sergeant Knight, "McWatt and Doc Danica." "I'm right here, Sergeant Knight," Doc Danica told him plaintively. "I'm not in the plane." "Why don't they jump?" Sergeant Knight asked, pleading aloud to himself. "Why don't they jump?" "It doesn't make sense," grieved Doc Danica, biting his lip. "It just doesn't make sense." But Yossarian understood suddenly why McWatt wouldn't jump, and went running uncontrollably down the whole length of the squadron after McWatt's plane, waving his arms and shouting up at him imploringly to come down. "McWatt, come down." But no one seemed to hear, certainly not McWatt, and a great choking moan tore from Yossarian's throat as McWatt turned again, dipped his wings once in salute, decided oh well what the hell, and flew into a mountain. Colonel Cathcart was so upset by the deaths of Kid Sampson and McWatt that he raised the missions to 65. Mrs. Danica. When Colonel Cathcart learned that Doc Danica too had been killed in McWatt's plane, he increased the number of missions to 70. The first person in the squadron to find out that Doc Danica was dead was Sergeant Tozer, who had been informed earlier by the man in the control tower that Doc Danica's name was down as a passenger on the pilot's manifest McWatt had filed before taking off. Sergeant Tozer brushed away a tear and struck Doc Danica's name from the roster of squadron personnel. With lips still quivering, he rose and trudged outside reluctantly to break the bad news to Gus and Wheeze, discreetly avoiding any conversation with Doc Danica himself, as he moved by the flight surgeon's slight sepulchral figure roosting despondently on his stool in the late afternoon sunlight between the orderly room and the medical tent. Sergeant Tozer's heart was heavy. Now he had 2 dead men on his hands, Mudd, the dead man in Yossarian's tent who wasn't even there, and Doc Danica, the new dead man in the squadron, who most certainly was there and gave every indication of proving a still thornier administrative problem for him. Gus and Wheeze listened to Sergeant Tozer with looks of stoic surprise, and said not a word about their bereavement to anyone else until Doc Danica himself came in about an hour afterward to have his temperature taken for the 3rd time that day and his blood pressure checked. The thermometer registered a ½ degree lower than his usual subnormal temperature of 96.8. Doc Danica was alarmed. The fixed, vacant wooden stares of his 2 enlisted men were even more irritating than always. "Got him it," he expostulated politely in an uncommon excess of exasperation. What's the matter with you two men anyway? It just isn't right for a person to have a low temperature all the time and walk around with a stuffed nose. Doc Danica emitted a glum, self-pitying sniff and strolled disconsolately across the tent to help himself to some aspirin and sulfur pills and paint his own throat with argyrol. His downcast face was fragile and forlorn as a swallow's, and he rubbed the back of his arms rhythmically. Just look how cold I am right now. You're sure you're not holding anything back? You're dead, sir, one of his two enlisted men explained. Doc Danica jerked his head up quickly with resentful distrust. What's that? You're dead, sir, repeated the other. That's probably the reason you always feel so cold. That's right, sir, you've probably been dead all this time and we just didn't detect it. What the hell are you both talking about? Doc Danica cried shrilly with a surging, petrifying sensation of some onrushing, unavoidable disaster. It's true, sir, said one of the enlisted men. The records show that you went up in McWatt's plane to collect some flight time. You didn't come down in a parachute, so you must have been killed in the crash. That's right, sir, said the other. You ought to be glad you've got any temperature at all. Doc Danica's mind was reeling in confusion. Have you both gone crazy? He demanded. I'm going to report this whole insubordinate incident to Sergeant Tozer. Sergeant Tozer's the one who told us about it, said either Gus or Wheeze. The War Department's even going to notify your wife. Doc Danica yelped and ran out of the medical tent to remonstrate with Sergeant Tozer, who edged away from him with repugnance and advised Doc Danica to remain out of sight as much as possible until some decision could be reached relating to the disposition of his remains. Gee, I guess he really is dead, grieved one of his enlisted men in a low, respectful voice. I'm going to miss him. He was a pretty wonderful guy, wasn't he? Yeah, he sure was, mourned the other. But I'm glad the little fuck is gone. I was getting sick and tired of taking his blood pressure all the time. Mrs. Danica, Doc Danica's wife, was not glad that Doc Danica was gone and split the peaceful Staten Island night with woeful shrieks of lamentation when she learned by War Department telegram that her husband had been killed in action. Women came to comfort her, and their husbands paid condolence calls and hoped inwardly that she would soon move to another neighborhood and spare them the obligation of continuous sympathy. The poor woman was totally distraught for almost a full week. Slowly, heroically, she found the strength to contemplate a future filled with dire problems for herself and her children. Just as she was growing resigned to her loss, the postman rang with a bolt from the blue, a letter from overseas that was signed with her husband's signature, and urged her frantically to disregard any bad news concerning him. Mrs. Danica was dumbfounded. The date on the letter was illegible. The handwriting throughout was shaky and hurried, but the style resembled her husband's and the melancholy, self-pitying tone was familiar, although more dreary than usual. Mrs. Danica was overjoyed and wept irrepressibly with relief, and kissed the crinkled, grubby tissue of V-mail stationery 1,000 times. She dashed a grateful note off to her husband pressing him for details, and sent a wire informing the War Department of its error. The War Department replied touchily that there had been no error, and that she was undoubtedly the victim of some sadistic and psychotic forger in her husband's squadron. The letter to her husband was returned unopened, stamped killed in action. Mrs. Danica had been widowed cruelly again, but this time her grief was mitigated somewhat by a notification from Washington that she was sole beneficiary of her husband's $10,000 GI insurance policy, which amount was obtainable by her on demand. The realization that she and the children were not faced immediately with starvation brought a brave smile to her face and marked the turning point in her distress. The Veterans Administration informed her by mail the very next day that she would be entitled to pension benefits for the rest of her natural life because of her husband's demise, and to a burial allowance for him of $250. A government check for $250 was enclosed. Gradually, inexorably, her prospects brightened. A letter arrived that same week from the Social Security Administration stating that, under the provisions of the Old Age and Survivors Insurance Act of 1935, she would receive monthly support for herself and her dependent children until they reached the age of 18, and a burial allowance of $250. With these government letters as proof of death, she applied for payment on 3 life insurance policies Doc Danica had carried, with a value of $50,000 each. Her claim was honored and processed swiftly. Each day brought new unexpected treasures. A key to a safe deposit box led to a 4th life insurance policy with a face value of $50,000 and to $18,000 in cash on which income tax had never been paid and need never be paid. A fraternal lodge to which he had belonged gave her a cemetery plot. A second fraternal organization of which he had been a member sent her a burial allowance of $250. His county medical association gave her a burial allowance of $250. The husbands of her closest friends began to flirt with her. Mrs. Danica was simply delighted with the way things were turning out and had her hair dyed. Her fantastic wealth just kept piling up, and she had to remind herself daily that all the hundreds of thousands of dollars she was acquiring were not worth a single penny without her husband to share this good fortune with her. It astonished her that so many separate organizations were willing to do so much to bury Doc Danica, who, back in Pianosa, was having a terrible time trying to keep his head above the ground, and wondered with dismal apprehension why his wife did not answer the letter he had written. He found himself ostracized in the squadron by men who cursed his memory foully for having supplied Colonel Cathcart with provocation to raise the number of combat missions. Records attesting to his death were pullulating like insect eggs and verifying each other beyond all contention. He drew no pay or PX rations, and depended for life on the charity of Sergeant Tozer and Milo, who both knew he was dead. Colonel Cathcart refused to see him, and Colonel Corn sent word through Major Danby that he would have Doc Danica cremated on the spot if he ever showed up at Group headquarters. Major Danby confided that Group was incensed with all flight surgeons because of Dr. Stubbs, the bushy-haired, baggy-chinned, slovenly flight surgeon in Dunbar's squadron, who was deliberately and defiantly brewing insidious dissension there, by grounding all men with 60 missions on proper forms that were rejected by Group indignantly with orders restoring the confused pilots, navigators, bombardiers, and gunners to combat duty. Morale there was ebbing rapidly, and Dunbar was under surveillance. Group was glad Doc Danica had been killed and did not intend to ask for a replacement. Not even the chaplain could bring Doc Danica back to life under the circumstances. Alarm changed to resignation, and more Doc Danica acquired the look of an ailing rodent. The sacs under his eyes turned hollow and black, and he padded through the shadows fruitlessly like a ubiquitous spook. Even Captain Flume recoiled when Doc Danica sought him out in the woods for help. Heartlessly, Gus and Wheeze turned him away from their medical tent without even a thermometer for comfort. And then, only then, did he realize that, to all intents and purposes, he really was dead, and that he had better do something damned fast if he ever hoped to save himself. There was nowhere else to turn but to his wife, and he scribbled an impassioned letter begging her to bring his plight to the attention of the War Department, and urging her to communicate at once with his group commander, Colonel Cathcart, for assurances that, no matter what else she might have heard, it was indeed he, her husband Doc Danica, who was pleading with her, and not a corpse or some impostor. Mrs. Danica was stunned by the depth of emotion in the almost illegible appeal. She was torn with compunction and tempted to comply, but the very next letter she opened that day was from that same Colonel Cathcart, her husband's group commander, and began, "Dear Mrs., Mr., Miss, or Mr. and Mrs. Danica, words cannot express the deep personal grief I experienced when your husband, son, father, or brother was killed, wounded, or reported missing in action." Mrs. Danica moved with her children to Lansing, Michigan, and left no forwarding address. Yo-Yo's roomies. Yossarian was warm when the cold weather came, and whale-shaped clouds blew low through a dingy slate-gray sky, almost without end, like the droning, dark iron flocks of B-17 and B-24 bombers from the long-range air bases in Italy the day of the invasion of southern France 2 months earlier. Everyone in the squadron knew that Kid Sampson's skinny legs had washed up on the wet sand to lie there and rot like a purple twisted wishbone. No one would go to retrieve them, not Gus or Wheeze or even the men in the mortuary at the hospital. Everyone made believe that Kid Sampson's legs were not there, that they had bobbed away south forever on the tide like all of Clevinger and Orr. Now that bad weather had come, Almost no one ever sneaked away alone anymore to peek through bushes like a pervert at the moldering stumps. There were no more beautiful days. There were no more easy missions. There was stinging rain and dull, chilling fog, and the men flew at week-long intervals whenever the weather cleared. At night the wind moaned. The gnarled and stunted tree trunks creaked and groaned and forced Yossarian's thoughts each morning, even before he was fully awake, back on Kid Sampson's skinny legs bloating and decaying, as systematically as a ticking clock, in the icy rain and wet sand all through the blind, cold, gusty October nights. After Kid Sampson's legs, he would think of pitiful, whimpering Snowden freezing to death in the rear section of the plane, holding his eternal, immutable secret concealed inside his quilted armor-plate flak suit, until Yossarian had finished sterilizing and bandaging the wrong wound on his leg, and then spilling it out suddenly all over the floor. At night when he was trying to sleep, Yossarian would call the roll of all the men, women and children he had ever known who were now dead. He tried to remember all the soldiers, and he resurrected images of all the elderly people he had known when a child, all the aunts, uncles, neighbors, parents and grandparents, his own and everyone else's, and all the pathetic, deluded shopkeepers who opened their small, dusty stores at dawn and worked in them foolishly until midnight. They were all dead, too. The number of dead people just seemed to increase, and the Germans were still fighting. Death was irreversible, he suspected, and he began to think he was going to lose. Yossarian was warm when the cold weather came because of Orr's marvelous stove, and he might have existed in his warm tent quite comfortably if not for the memory of Orr, and if not for the gang of animated roommates that came swarming inside rapaciously one day from the 2 full combat crews Colonel Cathcart had requisitioned, and obtained in less than 48 hours, as replacements for Kid Sampson and McWatt. Yossarian emitted a long, loud, croaking gasp of protest when he trudged in tiredly after a mission and found them already there. There were 4 of them, and they were having a whale of a good time as they helped each other set up their cots. They were horsing around. The moment he saw them, Yossarian knew they were impossible. They were frisky, eager, and exuberant, and they had all been friends in the States. They were plainly unthinkable. They were noisy, overconfident, empty-headed kids of 21. They had gone to college and were engaged to pretty clean girls whose pictures were already standing on the rough cement mantelpiece of Orr's fireplace. They had ridden in speedboats and played tennis. They had been horseback riding. One had once been to bed with an older woman. They knew the same people in different parts of the country and had gone to school with each other's cousins. They had listened to the World Series and really cared who won football games. They were obtuse, their morale was good. They were glad that the war had lasted long enough for them to find out what combat was really like. They were halfway through unpacking when Yossarian threw them out. They were plainly out of the question, Yossarian explained adamantly to Sergeant Tozer, whose sallow equine face was despondent as he informed Yossarian that the new officers would have to be admitted. Sergeant Tozer was not permitted to requisition another 6-man tent from group while Yossarian was living in one alone. "I'm not living in this one alone," Yossarian said with a sulk. "I've got a dead man in here with me. His name is Mud." "Please, sir," begged Sergeant Tozer, sighing wearily with a sidelong glance at the 4 baffled new officers listening in mystified silence just outside the entrance. "Mud was killed on the mission to Orvieto, you know that. He was flying right beside you." "Then why don't you move his things out?" "Because he never even got here. Captain, please don't bring that up again. You can move in with Lieutenant Nately if you like. I'll even send some men from the orderly room to transfer your belongings." But to abandon Orr's tent would be to abandon Orr, who would have been spurned and humiliated clannishly by these 4 simple-minded officers waiting to move in. It did not seem just that these boisterous, immature young men should show up after all the work was done and be allowed to take possession of the most desirable tent on the island. But that was the law, Sergeant Tozer explained, and all Yossarian could do was glare at them in baleful apology as he made room for them and volunteer helpful penitent hints as they moved inside his privacy and made themselves at home. They were the most depressing group of people Yossarian had ever been with. They were always in high spirits. They laughed at everything. They called him Yo-Yo jocularly and came in tipsy late at night and woke him up with their clumsy, bumping, giggling efforts to be quiet, then bombarded him with asinine shouts of hilarious good fellowship when he sat up cursing to complain. He wanted to massacre them each time they did. They reminded him of Donald Duck's nephews. They were afraid of Yossarian and persecuted him incessantly with nagging generosity and with their exasperating insistence on doing small favors for him. They were reckless, puerile, congenial, naive, presumptuous, deferential, and rambunctious. They were dumb, they had no complaints. They admired Colonel Cathcart and they found Colonel Corn witty. They were afraid of Yossarian, but they were not the least bit afraid of Colonel Cathcart's 70 missions. They were four clean-cut kids who were having lots of fun and they were driving Yossarian nuts. He could not make them understand that he was a crotchety old fogey of 28, that he belonged to another generation, another era, another world, that having a good time bored him and was not worth the effort, and that they bored him too. He could not make them shut up. They were worse than women. They had not brains enough to be introverted and repressed. Cronies of theirs in other squadrons began dropping in unashamedly and using the tent as a hangout. There was often not room enough for him. Worst of all, he could no longer bring Nurse Duckett there to lie down with her, and now that foul weather had come, he had no place else. This was a calamity he had not foreseen, and he wanted to bust his roommates, heads open with his fists, or pick them up, each in turn, by the seats of their pants and the scruffs of their necks, and pitch them out once and for all into the dank, rubbery perennial weeds growing between his rusty soup-can urinal with nail holes in the bottom and the knotty pine squadron latrine that stood like a beach locker not far away. Instead of busting their heads open, he tramped in his galoshes and black raincoat through the drizzling darkness to invite Chief White Halffoot to move in with him too and drive the fastidious, clean-living bastards out with his threats and swinish habits. But Chief White Halffoot felt cold and was already making plans to move up into the hospital to die of pneumonia. Instinct told Chief White Halffoot it was almost time. His chest ached and he coughed chronically. Whiskey no longer warmed him. Most damning of all, Captain Flume had moved back into his trailer. Here was an omen of unmistakable meaning. He had to move back, Yossarian argued in a vain effort to cheer up the glum, barrel-chested Indian, whose well-knit sorrel-red face had degenerated rapidly into a dilapidated, calcareous gray. He'd die of exposure if he tried to live in the woods in this weather. No, that wouldn't drive the yellow-belly back, Chief White Halffoot disagreed obstinately. He tapped his forehead with cryptic insight. No, Surrey, he knows something. He knows it's time for me to die of pneumonia, that's what he knows, and that's how I know it's time. What does Doc Danica say? I'm not allowed to say anything, Doc Danica said sorrowfully from his seat on his stool in the shadows of a corner, his smooth, tapered, diminutive face turtle green in the flickering candlelight. Everything smelled of mildew. The bulb in the tent had blown out several days before, and neither of the two men had been able to muster the initiative to replace it. I'm not allowed to practice medicine anymore, Doc Danica added. He's dead, Chief White Halffoot gloated with a hoarse laugh entangled in phlegm. That's really funny. I don't even draw my pay anymore. That's really funny, Chief White Halffoot repeated. All this time he's been insulting my liver, and look what happened to him. He's dead, killed by his own greed. That's not what killed me, Doc Danica observed in a voice that was calm and flat. There's nothing wrong with greed. It's all that lousy Dr. Stubbs' fault, getting Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn stirred up against flight surgeons. He's going to give the medical profession a bad name by standing up for principle. If he's not careful, he'll be blackballed by his state medical association and kept out of the hospitals. Yossarian watched Chief White Halffoot pour whiskey carefully into 3 empty shampoo bottles and store them away in the musette bag he was packing. Can't you stop by my tent on your way up to the hospital and punch one of them in the nose for me? He speculated aloud. I've got 4 of them and they're going to crowd me out of my tent altogether. You know, something like that once happened to my whole tribe, Chief White Halffoot remarked in jolly appreciation, sitting back on his cot to chuckle. Why don't you get Captain Black to kick those kids out? Captain Black likes to kick people out. Yossarian grimaced sourly at the mere mention of Captain Black, who was already bullying the new flyers each time they stepped into his intelligence tent for maps or information. Yossarian's attitude toward his roommates turned merciful and protective at the mere recollection of Captain Black. It was not their fault that they were young and cheerful, he reminded himself as he carried the swinging beam of his flashlight back through the darkness. He wished that he could be young and cheerful too. And it wasn't their fault that they were courageous, confident, and carefree. He would just have to be patient with them until 1 or 2 were killed and the rest wounded, and then they would all turn out okay. He vowed to be more tolerant and benevolent, but when he ducked inside his tent with his friendlier attitude, a great blaze was roaring in the fireplace, and he gasped in horrified amazement. Orr's beautiful birch logs were going up in smoke. His roommates had set fire to them. He gaped at the four insensitive, overheated faces and wanted to shout curses at them. He wanted to bang their heads together as they greeted him with loud, convivial cries and invited him generously to pull up a chair and eat their chestnuts and roasted potatoes. What could he do with them? And the very next morning they got rid of the dead man in his tent. Just like that, they whisked him away. They carried his cot and all his belongings right out into the bushes and simply dumped them there, and then they strode back, slapping their hands briskly at a job well done. Yossarian was stunned by their overbearing vigor and zeal, by their practical, direct efficiency. In a matter of moments, they had disposed energetically of a problem with which Yossarian and Sergeant Tozer had been grappling unsuccessfully for months. Yossarian was alarmed. They might get rid of him just as quickly, he feared, and ran to Hungry Joe and fled with him to Rome the day before Nately's whore finally got a good night's sleep and woke up in love. Nately's whore. He missed Nurse Duckett in Rome. There was not much else to do after Hungry Joe left on his mail run. Yossarian missed Nurse Duckett so much that he went searching hungrily through the streets for Luciana, whose laugh and invisible scar he had never forgot, or the boozy, blowsy, bleary-eyed floozy in the overloaded white brassian eggrave, an unbuttoned orange satin blouse whose naughty salmon-colored cameo ring Arfie had thrown away so callously through the window of her car. How he yearned for both girls. He looked for them in vain. He was so deeply in love with them, and he knew he would never see either again. Despair gnawed at him. Visions beset him. He wanted Nurse Duckett with her dress up and her slim thighs bare to the hips. He banged a thin streetwalker with a wet cough who picked him up from an alley between hotels, but that was no fun at all, and he hastened to the enlisted men's apartment for the fat, friendly maid in the lime-colored panties, who was overjoyed to see him but couldn't arouse him. He went to bed there early and slept alone. He woke up disappointed and banged a sassy, short, chubby girl he found in the apartment after breakfast, but that was only a little better, and he chased her away when he'd finished and went back to sleep. He napped till lunch and then went shopping for presents for Nurse Duckett and a scarf for the maid in the lime-colored panties, who hugged him with such gargantuan gratitude that he was soon hot for Nurse Duckett and ran looking lecherously for Luciana again. Instead he found Arfie, who had landed in Rome when Hungry Joe returned with Dunbar, Nately, and Dobbs, and who would not go along on the drunken foray that night to rescue Nately's whore from the middle-aged military big shots holding her captive in a hotel because she would not say uncle. "Why should I risk getting into trouble just to help her out?" Arfie demanded haughtily. "But don't tell Nately I said that. Tell him I had to keep an appointment with some very important fraternity brothers." The middle-aged big shots would not let Nately's whore leave until they made her say uncle. "Say uncle," they said to her. "Uncle," she said. "No, no, say uncle." "Uncle," she said. She still doesn't understand. "You still don't understand, do you? We can't really make you say uncle unless you don't want to say uncle. Don't you see? Don't say uncle when I tell you to say uncle. Okay, say uncle." "Uncle," she said. "No, don't say uncle, say uncle." She didn't say uncle. "That's good. That's very good. It's a start, now say uncle." "Uncle," she said. "It's no good." "No, it's no good that way either. She just isn't impressed with us. There's just no fun making her say uncle when she doesn't care whether we make her say uncle or not." "No, she really doesn't care, does she? Say foot." "Foot." "You see, she doesn't care about anything we do. She doesn't care about us. We don't mean a thing to you, do we?" "Uncle," she said. She didn't care about them a bit, and it upset them terribly. They shook her roughly each time she yawned. She did not seem to care about anything, not even when they threatened to throw her out the window. They were utterly demoralized men of distinction. She was bored and indifferent and wanted very much to sleep. She had been on the job for 22 hours, and she was sorry that these men had not permitted her to leave with the other two girls with whom the orgy had begun. She wondered vaguely why they wanted her to laugh when they laughed and why they wanted her to enjoy it when they made love to her. It was all very mysterious to her and very uninteresting. She was not sure what they wanted from her. Each time she slumped over with her eyes closed, they shook her awake and made her say "Uncle" again. Each time she said "Uncle," they were disappointed. She wondered what "Uncle" meant. She sat on the sofa in a passive, phlegmatic stupor, her mouth open and all her clothing crumpled in a corner on the floor, and wondered how much longer they would sit around naked with her and make her say "Uncle" in the elegant hotel suite to which Orr's old girl friend, giggling uncontrollably at Yossarian's and Dunbar's drunken antics, guided Nately and the other members of the motley rescue party. Dunbar squeezed Orr's old girl friend's fanny gratefully and passed her back to Yossarian, who propped her against the door jamb with both hands on her hips and wormed himself against her lasciviously until Nately seized him by the arm and pulled him away from her into the blue sitting room, where Dunbar was already hurling everything in sight out the window into the court. Dobbs was smashing furniture with an ash stand. A nude, ridiculous man with a blushing appendectomy scar appeared in the doorway suddenly and bellowed. "What's going on here?" "Your toes are dirty," Dunbar said. The man covered his groin with both hands and shrank from view. Dunbar, Dobbs and Hungry Joe just kept dumping everything they could lift out the window with great howling whoops of happy abandon. They soon finished with the clothing on the couches and the luggage on the floor, and they were ransacking a cedar closet when the door to the inner room opened again, and a man who was very distinguished-looking from the neck up padded into view imperiously on bare feet. "Here, you, stop that," he barked. "Just what do you men think you're doing?" "Your toes are dirty," Dunbar said to him. The man covered his groin as the first one had done and disappeared. Nately charged after him but was blocked by the first officer, who plodded back in holding a pillow in front of him like a bubble dancer. "Hey you men," he roared angrily, "stop it." "Stop it," Dunbar replied. "That's what I said." "That's what I said," Dunbar said. The officer stamped his foot petulantly, turning weak with frustration. "Are you deliberately repeating everything I say? Are you deliberately repeating everything I say?" "I'll thrash you," the man raised a fist. "I'll thrash you," Dunbar warned him coldly. "You're a German spy and I'm going to have you shot." "German spy? I'm an American colonel." "You don't look like an American colonel, you look like a fat man with a pillow in front of him. Where's your uniform if you're an American colonel? You just threw it out the window." "All right, men," Dunbar said. "Lock the silly bastard up, take the silly bastard down to the station house and throw away the key." The colonel blanched with alarm. "Are you all crazy? Where's your badge? Hey you, come back in here." But he whirled too late to stop Nately, who had glimpsed his girl sitting on the sofa in the other room and had darted through the doorway behind his back. The others poured through after him right into the midst of the other naked big shots. Hungry Joe laughed hysterically when he saw them, pointing in disbelief at one after the other and clasping his head and sides. Two with fleshy physiques advanced truculently until they spied the look of mean dislike and hostility on Dobbs and Dunbar, and noticed that Dobbs was still swinging like a two-handed club the wrought iron ash stand he had used to smash things in the sitting room. Nately was already at his girl's side. She stared at him without recognition for a few seconds. Then she smiled faintly and let her head sink to his shoulder with her eyes closed. Nately was in ecstasy. She had never smiled at him before. "Philpo," said a calm, slender, jaded-looking man who had not even stirred from his armchair. "You don't obey orders. I told you to get them out and you've gone and brought them in. Can't you see the difference? They've thrown our things out the window, General." "Good for them, our uniforms too, that was clever. We'll never be able to convince anyone we're superior without our uniforms. Let's get their names, Lou and—" "Oh, Ned, relax," said the slender man with practiced weariness. "You may be pretty good at moving armored divisions into action, but you're almost useless in a social situation. Sooner or later we'll get our uniforms back and then we'll be their superiors again. Did they really throw our uniforms out? That was a splendid tactic. They threw everything out. The ones in the closet too." "They threw the closet out, General. That was that crash we heard when we thought they were coming in to kill us. And I'll throw you out next, Dunbar threatened. The general paled slightly. What the devil is he so mad about? He asked Yossarian. He means it too, Yossarian said. You'd better let the girl leave. Lord, take her, exclaimed the general with relief. All she's done is make us feel insecure. At least she might have disliked or resented us for the $100 we paid her. But she wouldn't even do that. Your handsome young friend there seems quite attached to her. Notice the way he lets his fingers linger on the inside of her thighs as he pretends to roll up her stockings. Nately, caught in the act, blushed guiltily and moved more quickly through the steps of dressing her. She was sound asleep and breathed so regularly that she seemed to be snoring softly. Let's charge her now, Lou, urged another officer. We've got more personnel and we can encircle. Oh no, Bill, answered the general with a sigh. You may be a wizard at directing a pincer movement in good weather on level terrain against an enemy that has already committed his reserves, but you don't always think so clearly anywhere else. Why should we want to keep her? General, we're in a very bad strategic position. We haven't got a stitch of clothing, and it's going to be very degrading and embarrassing for the person who has to go downstairs through the lobby to get some. Yes, Filippo, you're quite right, said the general, and that's exactly why you're the one to do it. Get going. Naked, sir. Take your pillow with you if you want to, and get some cigarettes too while you're downstairs picking up my underwear and pants, will you? I'll send everything up for you, Yossarian offered. There, General, said Filippo with relief. Now I won't have to go. Filippo, you nitwit, can't you see he's lying? Are you lying? Yossarian nodded, and Filippo's faith was shattered. Yossarian laughed and helped Nately walk his girl out into the corridor and into the elevator. Her face was smiling as though with a lovely dream as she slept with her head still resting on Nately's shoulder. Dobbs and Dunbar ran out into the street to stop a cab. Nately's whore looked up when they left the car. She swallowed dryly several times during the arduous trek up the stairs to her apartment, but she was sleeping soundly again by the time Nately undressed her and put her to bed. She slept for 18 hours while Nately dashed about the apartment all the next morning shushing everybody in sight, and when she woke up she was deeply in love with him. In the last analysis, that was all it took to win her heart, a good night's sleep. The girl smiled with contentment when she opened her eyes and saw him, and then, stretching her long legs languorously beneath the rustling sheets, beckoned him into bed beside her with that look of simpering idiocy of a woman in heat. Nately moved to her in a happy daze, so overcome with rapture that he hardly minded when her kid sister interrupted him again by flying into the room and flinging herself down onto the bed between them. Nately's whore slapped and cursed her, but this time with laughter and generous affection, and Nately settled back smugly with an arm about each, feeling strong and protective. They made a wonderful family group, he decided. The little girl would go to college when she was old enough to Smith or Radcliffe or Bryn Mawr. He would see to that. Nately bounded out of bed after a few minutes to announce his good fortune to his friends at the top of his voice. He called to them jubilantly to come to the room and slammed the door in their startled faces as soon as they arrived. He had remembered just in time that his girl had no clothes on. Get dressed, he ordered her, congratulating himself on his alertness. Perch and Egrave, she asked curiously. Perch and Egrave, he repeated with an indulgent chuckle, because I don't want them to see you without any clothes on. Perch and Egrave, no, she inquired. Perch and Egrave, no, he looked at her with astonishment, because it isn't right for other men to see you naked, that's why. Perch and Egrave, no. Because I say no, Nately exploded in frustration. Now don't argue with me, I'm the man and you have to do whatever I say. From now on I forbid you ever to go out of this room unless you have all your clothes on, is that clear? Nately's whore looked at him as though he were insane. Are you crazy? She succeeded. I mean every word I say. Tu sei pazzo? She shouted at him with incredulous indignation and sprang out of bed. Snarling unintelligibly, she snapped on panties and strode toward the door. Nately drew himself up with full manly authority. I forbid you to leave this room that way, he informed her. Tu sei pazzo, she shot back at him after he had left, shaking her head in disbelief. Idiota, tu sei un pazzo imbecile. Tu sei pazzo, said her thin kid sister, starting out after her in the same haughty walk. You come back here, Nately ordered her. I forbid you to go out that way too. Idiota, the kid sister called back at him with dignity after she had flounced past. Tu sei un pazzo imbecile. Nately fumed in circles of distracted helplessness for several seconds and then sprinted out into the sitting room to forbid his friends to look at his girlfriend while she complained about him in only her panties. Why not? Asked Dunbar. Why not? Exclaimed Nately. Because she's my girl now and it isn't right for you to see her unless she's fully dressed. Why not? Asked Dunbar. You see, said his girl with a shrug, lui an eggrave pazzo. Si an eggrave molto pazzo, echoed her kid sister. Then make her keep her clothes on if you don't want us to see her, argued Hungry Joe. What the hell do you want from us? She won't listen to me, Nately confessed sheepishly. So from now on you'll all have to shut your eyes or look in the other direction when she comes in that way, okay? Madon, cried his girl in exasperation and stamped out of the room. Madon, cried her kid sister and stamped out behind her. Lui an eggrave pazzo, Yossarian observed good-naturedly. I certainly have to admit it. Hey, you crazy or something? Hungry Joe demanded of Nately. The next thing you know you'll be trying to make her give up hustling. From now on, Nately said to his girl, I forbid you to go out hustling. Perch and eggrave, she inquired curiously. Perch and eggrave, he screamed with amazement, because it's not nice, that's why. Perch and eggrave, no. Because it just is, Nately insisted. It just isn't right for a nice girl like you to go looking for other men to sleep with. I'll give you all the money you need so you won't have to do it anymore. And what will I do all day instead? Do, said Nately, you'll do what all your friends do. My friends go looking for men to sleep with. Then get new friends? I don't even want you to associate with girls like that anyway. Prostitution is bad, everybody knows that, even him. He turned with confidence to the experienced old man. Am I right? You're wrong, answered the old man. Prostitution gives her an opportunity to meet people. It provides fresh air and wholesome exercise, and it keeps her out of trouble. From now on, Nately declared sternly to his girlfriend, I forbid you to have anything to do with that wicked old man. Va fongal? His girl replied, rolling her harassed eyes up toward the ceiling. What does he want from me? She implored, shaking her fists. Lasciami, she told him in menacing entreaty. Stupido, if you think my friends are so bad, go tell your friends not to ficky-fick all the time with my friends. From now on, Nately told his friends, I think you fellows ought to stop running around with her friends and settle down. Madon, cried his friends, rolling their harassed eyes up toward the ceiling. Nately had gone clear out of his mind. He wanted them all to fall in love right away and get married. Dunbar could marry Orr's whore, and Yossarian could fall in love with Nurse Ducat or anyone else he liked. After the war they could all work for Nately's father and bring up their children in the same suburb. Nately saw it all very clearly. Love had transmogrified him into a romantic idiot, and they drove him away back into the bedroom to wrangle with his girl over Captain Black. She agreed not to go to bed with Captain Black again or give him any more of Nately's money, but she would not budge an inch on her friendship with the ugly, ill-kempt, dissipated, filthy-minded old man who witnessed Nately's flowering love affair with insulting derision and would not admit that Congress was the greatest deliberative body in the whole world. From now on, Nately ordered his girl firmly, I absolutely forbid you even to speak to that disgusting old man. Again the old man, cried the girl in wailing confusion. Perch and eggrave, no. He doesn't like the House of Representatives. Mamma mia, what's the matter with you? And eggrave pazzo, observed her kid sister philosophically, that's what's the matter with him. See, the older girl agreed readily, tearing at her long brown hair with both hands. Louis and Egrave, Patso. But she missed Nately when he was away and was furious with Yossarian when he punched Nately in the face with all his might and knocked him into the hospital with a broken nose. Thanksgiving. It was actually all Sergeant Knight's fault that Yossarian busted Nately in the nose on Thanksgiving Day. After everyone in the squadron had given humble thanks to Milo for providing the fantastically opulent meal on which the officers and enlisted men had gorged themselves insatiably all afternoon, and for dispensing like inexhaustible largesse the unopened bottles of cheap whiskey he handed out unsparingly to every man who asked. Even before dark, young soldiers with pasty white faces were throwing up everywhere and passing out drunkenly on the ground. The air turned foul. Other men picked up steam as the hours passed, and the aimless, riotous celebration continued. It was a raw, violent, guzzling saturnalia that spilled obstreperously through the woods to the officers' club and spread up into the hills toward the hospital and the anti-aircraft gun emplacements. There were fist fights in the squadron and one stabbing. Corporal Kolodny shot himself through the leg in the intelligence tent while playing with a loaded gun, and had his gums and toes painted purple in the speeding ambulance as he lay on his back with the blood spurting from his wound. Men with cut fingers, bleeding heads, stomach cramps and broken ankles came limping penitently up to the medical tent to have their gums and toes painted purple by Gus and Wheeze, and be given a laxative to throw into the bushes. The joyous celebration lasted long into the night, and the stillness was fractured often by wild, exultant shouts and by the cries of people who were merry or sick. There was the recurring sound of retching and moaning, of laughter, greetings, threats, and swearing, and of bottles shattering against rock. There were dirty songs in the distance. It was worse than New Year's Eve. Yossarian went to bed early for safety and soon dreamed that he was fleeing almost headlong down an endless wooden staircase, making a loud, staccato clatter with his heels. Then he woke up a little and realized someone was shooting at him with a machine gun. A tortured, terrified sob rose in his throat. His first thought was that Milo was attacking the squadron again, and he rolled of his cot to the floor and lay underneath in a trembling, praying ball, his heart thumping like a drop forge, his body bathed in a cold sweat. There was no noise of planes. A drunken, happy laugh sounded from afar. "Happy New Year, Happy New Year." A triumphant, familiar voice shouted hilariously from high above between the short, sharp bursts of machine gun fire, and Yossarian understood that some men had gone as a prank to one of the sandbagged machine gun emplacements Milo had installed in the hills after his raid on the squadron and staffed with his own men. Yossarian blazed with hatred and wrath when he saw he was the victim of an irresponsible joke that had destroyed his sleep and reduced him to a whimpering hulk. He wanted to kill, he wanted to murder. He was angrier than he had ever been before, angrier even than when he had slid his hands around McWatt's neck to strangle him. The gun opened fire again. Voices cried Happy New Year, and gloating laughter rolled down from the hills through the darkness like a witch's glee. In moccasins and coveralls, Yossarian charged out of his tent for revenge with his .45, ramming a clip of cartridges up into the grip and slamming the bolt of the gun back to load it. He snapped off the safety catch and was ready to shoot. He heard Nately running after him to restrain him, calling his name. The machine gun opened fire once more from a black rise above the motor pool, and orange tracer bullets skimmed like low-gliding dashes over the tops of the shadowy tents, almost clipping the peaks. Roars of rough laughter rang out again between the short bursts. Yossarian felt resentment boil like acid inside him. They were endangering his life, the bastards. With blind, ferocious rage and determination, he raced across the squadron past the motor pool, running as fast as he could, and was already pounding up into the hills along the narrow, winding path when Nately finally caught up, still calling Yo-Yo, Yo-Yo, with pleading concern and imploring him to stop. He grasped Yossarian's shoulders and tried to hold him back. Yossarian twisted free, turning. Nately reached for him again, and Yossarian drove his fist squarely into Nately's delicate young face as hard as he could, cursing him, then drew his arm back to hit him again, but Nately had dropped out of sight with a groan and lay curled up on the ground with his head buried in both hands and blood streaming between his fingers. Yossarian whirled and plunged ahead up the path without looking back. Soon he saw the machine gun. Two figures leaped up in silhouette when they heard him and fled into the night with taunting laughter before he could get there. He was too late. Their footsteps receded, leaving the circle of sandbags empty and silent in the crisp and windless moonlight. He looked about dejectedly. Jeering laughter came to him again from a distance. A twig snapped nearby. Yossarian dropped to his knees with a cold thrill of elation and aimed. He heard a stealthy rustle of leaves on the other side of the sandbags and fired 2 quick rounds. Someone fired back at him once and he recognized the shot. "Dunbar," he called. "Yossarian?" The 2 men left their hiding places and walked forward to meet in the clearing with weary disappointment, their guns down. They were both shivering slightly from the frosty air and wheezing from the labor of their uphill rush. "The bastards," said Yossarian, "they got away." "They took 10 years off my life," Dunbar exclaimed. "I thought that son of a bitch Milo was bombing us again. I've never been so scared. I wish I knew who the bastards were." One was Sergeant Knight. "Let's go kill him." Dunbar's teeth were chattering. "He had no right to scare us that way." Yossarian no longer wanted to kill anyone. "Let's help Nately first. I think I heard him at the bottom of the hill." But there was no sign of Nately along the path, even though Yossarian located the right spot by the blood on the stones. Nately was not in his tent either, and they did not catch up with him until the next morning when they checked into the hospital as patients after learning he had checked in with a broken nose the night before. Nately beamed in frightened surprise as they padded into the ward in their slippers and robes behind Nurse Kramer and were assigned to their beds. Nately's nose was in a bulky cast, and he had 2 black eyes. He kept blushing giddily in shy embarrassment and saying he was sorry when Yossarian came over to apologize for hitting him. Yossarian felt terrible. He could hardly bear to look at Nately's battered countenance, even though the sight was so comical he was tempted to guffaw. Dunbar was disgusted by their sentimentality, and all 3 were relieved when Hungry Joe came barging in unexpectedly with his intricate black camera and trumped-up symptoms of appendicitis to be near enough to Yossarian to take pictures of him feeling up Nurse Duckett. Like Yossarian, he was soon disappointed. Nurse Duckett had decided to marry a doctor, any doctor, because they all did so well in business, and would not take chances in the vicinity of the man who might someday be her husband. Hungry Joe was irate and inconsolable until, of all people, the chaplain was led in wearing a maroon corduroy bathrobe, shining like a skinny lighthouse with a radiant grin of self-satisfaction too tremendous to be concealed. The chaplain had entered the hospital with a pain in his heart that the doctors thought was gas in his stomach, and with an advanced case of Wisconsin shingles. "What in the world are Wisconsin shingles?" asked Yossarian. "That's just what the doctors wanted to know," blurted out the chaplain proudly and burst into laughter. No one had ever seen him so waggish or so happy. "There's no such thing as Wisconsin shingles. Don't you understand? I lied. I made a deal with the doctors. I promised that I would let them know when my Wisconsin shingles went away if they would promise not to do anything to cure them. I never told a lie before. Isn't it wonderful?" The chaplain had sinned, and it was good. Common sense told him that telling lies and defecting from duty were sins. On the other hand, everyone knew that sin was evil and that no good could come from evil. But he did feel good. He felt positively marvelous. Consequently, it followed logically that telling lies and defecting from duty could not be sins. The chaplain had mastered in a moment of divine intuition the handy technique of protective rationalization, and he was exhilarated by his discovery. It was miraculous. It was almost no trick at all, he saw, to turn vice into virtue and slander into truth, impotence into abstinence, arrogance into humility, plunder into philanthropy, thievery into honor, blasphemy into wisdom, brutality into patriotism, and sadism into justice. Anybody could do it. It required no brains at all. It merely required no character. With effervescent agility, the chaplain ran through the whole gamut of orthodox immoralities, while Nately sat up in bed with flushed elation, astounded by the mad gang of companions of which he found himself the nucleus. He was flattered and apprehensive, certain that some severe official would soon appear and throw the whole lot of them out like a pack of bums. No one bothered them. In the evening, they all trooped exuberantly out to see a lousy Hollywood extravaganza in Technicolor, and when they trooped exuberantly back in after the lousy Hollywood extravaganza, the soldier in white was there, and Dunbar screamed and went to pieces. "He's back!" Dunbar screamed. "He's back! He's back!" Yossarian froze in his tracks, paralyzed as much by the eerie shrillness in Dunbar's voice as by the familiar white, morbid sight of the soldier in white covered from head to toe in plaster and gauze. A strange, quavering, involuntary noise came bubbling from Yossarian's throat. "He's back!" Dunbar screamed again. "He's back!" a patient delirious with fever echoed in automatic terror. All at once the ward erupted into bedlam. Mobs of sick and injured men began ranting incoherently and running and jumping in the aisle as though the building were on fire. A patient with one foot and one crutch was hopping back and forth swiftly in panic, crying, "What is it? What is it? Are we burning? Are we burning?" "He's back," someone shouted at him. "Didn't you hear him? He's back, he's back." "Who's back?" shouted someone else. "Who is it? What does it mean? What should we do? Are we on fires? Get up and run, damn it. Everybody get up and run." Everybody got out of bed and began running from one end of the ward to the other. One CID man was looking for a gun to shoot one of the other CID men who had jabbed his elbow into his eye. The ward had turned into chaos. The patient delirious with the high fever leaped into the aisle and almost knocked over the patient with one foot, who accidentally brought the black rubber tip of his crutch down on the other's bare foot, crushing some toes. The delirious man with the fever and the crushed toes sank to the floor and wept in pain while other men tripped over him and hurt him more in their blind, milling, agonized stampede. "He's back!" All the men kept mumbling and chanting and calling out hysterically as they rushed back and forth. "He's back, he's back!" Nurse Kramer was there in the middle suddenly like a spinning policeman, trying desperately to restore order, dissolving helplessly into tears when she failed. "Be still, please be still," she urged uselessly through her massive sobs. The chaplain, pale as a ghost, had no idea what was going on. Neither did Nately, who kept close to Yossarian's side, clinging to his elbow, or Hungry Joe, who followed dubiously with his scrawny fists clenched and glanced from side to side with a face that was scared. "Hey, what's going on?" Hungry Joe pleaded. "What the hell is going on?" "It's the same one," Dunbar shouted at him emphatically in a voice rising clearly above the raucous commotion. "Don't you understand? It's the same one." "The same one?" Yossarian heard himself echo, quivering with a deep and ominous excitement that he could not control, and shoved his way after Dunbar toward the bed of the soldier in white. "Take it easy, fellas," the short, patriotic Texan counseled affably with an uncertain grin. "There's no cause to be upset. Why don't we all just take it easy?" "The same one," others began murmuring, chanting, and shouting. Suddenly Nurse Duckett was there too. "What's going on?" she demanded. "He's back!" Nurse Kramer screamed, sinking into her arms. "He's back, he's back!" It was indeed the same man. He had lost a few inches and added some weight, but Yossarian remembered him instantly by the two stiff arms and the two stiff, thick, useless legs all drawn upward into the air almost perpendicularly by the taut ropes, and the long lead weights suspended from pulleys over him and by the frayed black hole in the bandages over his mouth. He had in fact hardly changed at all. There was the same zinc pipe rising from the hard stone mass over his groin and leading to the clear glass jar on the floor. There was the same clear glass jar on a pole dripping fluid into him through the crook of his elbow. Yossarian would recognize him anywhere. He wondered who he was. "There's no one inside," Dunbar yelled out at him unexpectedly. Yossarian felt his heart skip a beat and his legs grow weak. "What are you talking about?" he shouted with dread, stunned by the haggard, sparking anguish in Dunbar's eyes and by his crazed look of wild shock and horror. "Are you nuts or something? What the hell do you mean there's no one inside?" "They've stolen him away," Dunbar shouted back. "He's hollow inside like a chocolate soldier. They just took him away and left those bandages there." "Why should they do that? Why do they do anything?" "They've stolen him away," screamed someone else, and people all over the ward began screaming, "They've stolen him away! They've stolen him away!" "Go back to your beds," Nurse Duckett pleaded with Dunbar and Yossarian pushing feebly against Yossarian's chest. "Please go back to your beds." "You're crazy," Yossarian shouted angrily at Dunbar. "What the hell makes you say that?" "Did anyone see him?" Dunbar demanded with sneering fervor. You saw him, didn't you? Yossarian said to Nurse Duckett. Tell Dunbar there's someone inside. Lieutenant Schmulker is inside, Nurse Duckett said. He's burned all over. Did she see him? You saw him, didn't you? The doctor who bandaged him saw him. Go get him, will you? Which doctor was it? Nurse Duckett reacted to the question with a startled gasp. The doctor isn't even here, she exclaimed. The patient was brought to us that way from a field hospital. You see, cried Nurse Kramer, there's no one inside. There's no one inside, yelled Hungry Joe and began stamping on the floor. Dunbar broke through and leaped up furiously on the soldier in white's bed to see for himself, pressing his gleaming eye down hungrily against the tattered black hole in the shell of white bandages. He was still bent over staring with one eye into the lightless, unstirring void of the soldier in white's mouth when the doctors and the MPS came running to help Yossarian pull him away. The doctors wore guns at the waist. The guards carried carbines and rifles with which they shoved and jolted the crowd of muttering patients back. A stretcher on wheels was there, and the soldier in white was lifted out of bed skillfully and rolled out of sight in a matter of seconds. The doctors and MPS moved through the ward, assuring everyone that everything was all right. Nurse Duckett plucked Yossarian's arm and whispered to him furtively to meet her in the broom closet outside in the corridor. Yossarian rejoiced when he heard her. He thought Nurse Duckett finally wanted to get laid and pulled her skirt up the second they were alone in the broom closet, but she pushed him away. She had urgent news about Dunbar. They're going to disappear him, she said. Yossarian squinted at her uncomprehendingly. They're what? He asked in surprise and laughed uneasily. What does that mean? I don't know, I heard them talking behind a door. Who was? I don't know, I couldn't see them, I just heard them say they were going to disappear Dunbar. Why are they going to disappear him? I don't know. It doesn't make sense, it isn't even good grammar. What the hell does it mean when they disappear somebody? I don't know. Jesus, you're a great help. Why are you picking on me? Nurse Duckett protested with hurt feelings and began sniffing back tears. I'm only trying to help, it isn't my fault they're going to disappear him, is it? I shouldn't even be telling you. Yossarian took her in his arms and hugged her with gentle, contrite affection. I'm sorry, he apologized, kissing her cheek respectfully and hurried away to warn Dunbar, who was nowhere to be found. Milo the Militant. For the first time in his life, Yossarian prayed. He got down on his knees and prayed to Nately not to volunteer to fly more than 70 missions after Chief White Halfoat did die of pneumonia in the hospital and Nately had applied for his job, but Nately just wouldn't listen. I've got to fly more missions, Nately insisted lamely with a crooked smile. Otherwise they'll send me home. So, I don't want to go home until I can take her back with me. She means that much to you, Nately nodded dejectedly. I might never see her again. Then get yourself grounded, Yossarian urged. You finished your missions and you don't need the flight pay. Why don't you ask for Chief White Halfoat's job if you can stand working for Captain Black? Nately shook his head, his cheeks darkening with shy and regretful mortification. They won't give it to me. I spoke to Colonel Korn and he told me I'd have to fly more missions or be sent home. Yossarian cursed savagely. That's just plain meanness. I don't mind, I guess. I've flown 70 missions without getting hurt. I guess I can fly a few more. Don't do anything at all about it until I talk to someone, Yossarian decided, and went looking for help from Milo, who went immediately afterward to Colonel Cathcart for help in having himself assigned to more combat missions. Milo had been earning many distinctions for himself. He had flown fearlessly into danger and criticism by selling petroleum and ball bearings to Germany at good prices in order to make a good profit and help maintain a balance of power between the contending forces. His nerve under fire was graceful and infinite. With a devotion to purpose above and beyond the line of duty, he had then raised the price of food in his mess halls so high that all officers and enlisted men had to turn over all their pay to him in order to eat. Their alternative, There was an alternative, of course, since Milo detested coercion and was a vocal champion of freedom of choice, was to starve. When he encountered a wave of enemy resistance to this attack, he stuck to his position without regard for his safety or reputation and gallantly invoked the law of supply and demand. And when someone somewhere said no, Milo gave ground grudgingly, valiantly defending, even in retreat, the historic right of free men to pay as much as they had to for the things they needed in order to survive. Milo had been caught red-handed in the act of plundering his countrymen, and as a result his stock had never been higher. He proved good as his word when a raw-boned major from Minnesota curled his lip in rebellious disavowal and demanded his share of the syndicate Milo kept saying everybody owned. Milo met the challenge by writing the words, a share on the nearest scrap of paper, and handing it away with a virtuous disdain that won the envy and admiration of almost everyone who knew him. His glory was at a peak, and Colonel Cathcart, who knew and admired his war record, was astonished by the deferential humility with which Milo presented himself at group headquarters and made his fantastic appeal for more hazardous assignments. "You want to fly more combat missions?" Colonel Cathcart gasped. "What in the world for?" Milo answered in a demure voice with his face lowered meekly. "I want to do my duty, sir. The country is at war and I want to fight to defend it like the rest of the fellows." "But Milo, you are doing your duty," Colonel Cathcart exclaimed with a laugh that thundered jovially. "I can't think of a single person who's done more for the men than you have, who gave them chocolate-covered cotton." Milo shook his head slowly and sadly. "But being a good mess officer in wartime just isn't enough, Colonel Cathcart." "Certainly it is, Milo. I don't know what's come over you." "Certainly it isn't, Colonel," Milo disagreed in a somewhat firm tone, raising his subservient eyes significantly just far enough to arrest Colonel Cathcart's. "Some of the men are beginning to talk." "Oh, is that it? Give me their names, Milo. Give me their names and I'll see to it that they go on every dangerous mission the group flies." "No, Colonel, I'm afraid they're right," Milo said with his head drooping again. "I was sent overseas as a pilot and I should be flying more combat missions and spending less time on my duties as a mess officer." Colonel Cathcart was surprised but cooperative. "Well, Milo, if you really feel that way, I'm sure we can make whatever arrangements you want. How long have you been overseas now?" 11 months, sir." "And how many missions have you flown?" 5. "5?" asked Colonel Cathcart. "5, sir." 5, eh? Colonel Cathcart rubbed his cheek pensively. "That isn't very good, is it?" "Isn't it?" asked Milo in a sharply edged voice, glancing up again. Colonel Cathcart quailed. "On the contrary, that's very good, Milo," he corrected himself hastily. "It isn't bad at all." "No, Colonel," Milo said with a long, languishing, wistful sigh, "it isn't very good, although it's very generous of you to say so." "But it's really not bad, Milo, not bad at all when you consider all your other valuable contributions. 5 missions, you say, just 5?" "Just 5, sir." "Just 5?" Colonel Cathcart grew awfully depressed for a moment as he wondered what Milo was really thinking and whether he had already got a black eye with him. "5 is very good, Milo," he observed with enthusiasm, spying a ray of hope. "That averages out to almost 1 combat mission every 2 months, and I'll bet your total doesn't include the time you bombed us." "Yes, sir, it does." "It does?" inquired Colonel Cathcart with mild wonder. "You didn't actually fly along on that mission, did you? If I remember correctly, you were in the control tower with me, weren't you?" "But it was my mission," Milo contended. "I organized it and we used my planes and supplies. I planned and supervised the whole thing." "Oh, certainly, Milo, certainly. I'm not disputing you. I'm only checking the figures to make sure you're claiming all you're entitled to. Did you also include the time we contracted with you to bomb the bridge at Orvieto?" "Oh no, sir, I didn't think I should, since I was in Orvieto at the time directing the anti-aircraft fire." "I don't see what difference that makes, Milo. It was still your mission. And a damned good one too, I must say. We didn't get the bridge, but we did have a beautiful bomb pattern. I remember General Peckham commenting on it. No, Milo, I insist you count Orvieto as a mission, too. If you insist, sir. I do insist, Milo. Now let's see, you now have a grand total of 6 missions, which is damned good, Milo, damned good, really. 6 missions is an increase of 20% in just a couple of minutes, which is not bad at all, Milo, not bad at all. Many of the other men have 70 missions, Milo pointed out. But they never produced any chocolate-covered cotton, did they? Milo, you're doing more than your share. But they're getting all the fame and opportunity, Milo persisted with a petulance that bordered on sniveling. Sir, I want to get in there and fight like the rest of the fellows. That's what I'm here for. I want to win medals, too. Yes, Milo, of course, we all want to spend more time in combat, but people like you and me serve in different ways. Look at my own record, Colonel Cathcart uttered a deprecatory laugh. I'll bet it's not generally known, Milo, that I myself have flown only 4 missions, is it? No, sir, Milo replied. It's generally known that you've flown only 2 missions, and that one of those occurred when Arfi accidentally flew you over enemy territory while navigating you to Naples for a black market water cooler. Colonel Cathcart, flushing with embarrassment, abandoned all further argument. All right, Milo, I can't praise you enough for what you want to do. If it really means so much to you, I'll have Major assign you to the next 64 missions so that you can have 70, too. Thank you, Colonel, thank you, sir, you don't know what this means. Don't mention it, Milo, I know exactly what it means. No, Colonel, I don't think you do know what it means, Milo disagreed pointedly. Someone will have to begin running the syndicate for me right away. It's very complicated and I might get shot down at any time. Colonel Cathcart brightened instantly at the thought and began rubbing his hands with avaricious zest. You know, Milo, I think Colonel Corn and I might be willing to take the syndicate off your hands, he suggested in an offhand manner, almost licking his lips in savory anticipation. Our experience in black market plum tomatoes should come in very useful. Where do we begin? Milo watched Colonel Cathcart steadily with a bland and guileless expression. Thank you, sir, that's very good of you. Begin with a salt-free diet for General Peckham and a fat-free diet for General Dreedle. Let me get a pencil, what's next? The cedars. Cedars. From Lebanon. Lebanon. We've got cedars from Lebanon due at the sawmill in Oslo to be turned into shingles for the builder in Cape Cod. COD, and then there's the peas. Peas. That are on the high seas. We've got boatloads of peas that are on the high seas from Atlanta to Holland to pay for the tulips that were shipped to Geneva to pay for the cheeses that must go to Vienna. MIF. MIF. Money in front, the Habsburgs are shaky. Milo. And don't forget the galvanized zinc in the warehouse at Flint. 4 carloads of galvanized zinc from Flint must be flown to the smelters in Damascus by noon of the 18th. Terms FOB Calcutta 2% 10 days EOM, 1 Messerschmitt full of hemp is due in Belgrade for a C-47.5 full of those semi-pitted dates we stuck them with from Khartoum. Use the money from the Portuguese anchovies we're selling back to Lisbon to pay for the Egyptian cotton we've got coming back to us from Mamaroneck and to pick up as many oranges as you can in Spain. Always pay cash for naranjas. Naranjas. That's what they call oranges in Spain, and these are Spanish oranges. And oh yes, don't forget Piltdown Man. Piltdown Man. Yes, Piltdown Man. The Smithsonian Institution is not in a position at this time to meet our price for a second Piltdown Man, but they are looking forward to the death of a wealthy and beloved donor and Milo. France wants all the parsley we can send them, and I think we might as well, because we'll need the francs for the lyre for the pfennigs for the dates when they get back. I've also ordered a tremendous shipment of Peruvian balsa wood for distribution to each of the mess halls in the syndicate on a pro rata basis. Balsa wood, what are the mess halls going to do with balsa wood? Good balsa wood isn't so easy to come by these days, Colonel. I just didn't think it was a good idea to pass up the chance to buy it. No, I suppose not, Colonel Cathcart surmised vaguely with the look of somebody seasick. And I assume the price was right. The price, said Milo, was outrageous, positively exorbitant, but since we bought it from one of our own subsidiaries, we were happy to pay it. Look after the hides. The hives. The hides. The hides. The hides in Buenos Aires, they have to be tanned. Tanned. In Newfoundland and shipped to Helsinki NMIF before the spring thaw begins. Everything to Finland goes NMIF before the spring thaw begins. No money in front, guessed Colonel Cathcart. Good Colonel, you have a gift, sir, and then there's the cork. The cork. That must go to New York, the shoes for Toulouse, the ham for Siam, the nails from Wales, and the tangerines for New Orleans. Milo. We have coals in Newcastle, sir. Colonel Cathcart threw up his hands. Milo, stop, he cried, almost in tears. It's no use, you're just like I am, indispensable. He pushed his pencil aside and rose to his feet in frantic exasperation. Milo, you can't fly 64 more missions. You can't even fly one more mission. The whole system would fall apart if anything happened to you. Milo nodded serenely with complacent gratification. Sir, are you forbidding me to fly any more combat missions? Milo, I forbid you to fly any more combat missions, Colonel Cathcart declared in a tone of stern and inflexible authority. But that's not fair, sir, said Milo. What about my record? The other men are getting all the fame and medals and publicity. Why should I be penalized just because I'm doing such a good job as mess officer? No, Milo, it isn't fair, but I don't see anything we can do about it. Maybe we can get someone else to fly my missions for me. But maybe we can get someone else to fly your missions for you, Colonel Cathcart suggested. How about the striking coal miners in Pennsylvania and West Virginia? Milo shook his head. It would take too long to train them, but why not the men in the squadron, sir? After all, I'm doing this for them. They ought to be willing to do something for me in return. But why not the men in the squadron, Milo? Colonel Cathcart exclaimed. After all, you're doing all this for them. They ought to be willing to do something for you in return. What's fair is fair. What's fair is fair. They could take turns, sir. They might even take turns flying your missions for you, Milo. Who gets the credit? You get the credit, Milo, and if a man wins a medal flying one of your missions, you get the medal. Who dies if he gets killed? Why, he dies, of course. After all, Milo, what's fair is fair. There's just one thing. You'll have to raise the number of missions. I might have to raise the number of missions again, and I'm not sure the men will fly them. They're still pretty sore because I jumped them to 70. If I can get just one of the regular officers to fly more, the rest will probably follow. Nately will fly more missions, sir, Milo said. I was told in strictest confidence just a little while ago that he'll do anything he has to in order to remain overseas with a girl he's fallen in love with. But Nately will fly more, Colonel Cathcart declared, and he brought his hands together in a resounding clap of victory. Yes, Nately will fly more, and this time I'm really going to jump the missions, right up to 80 and really knock General Dreedle's eye out. And this is a good way to get that lousy rat Yossarian back into combat where he might get killed. Yossarian? A tremor of deep concern passed over Milo's simple, homespun features, and he scratched the corner of his reddish-brown mustache thoughtfully. Yeah, Yossarian, I hear he's going around saying that he's finished his missions and the war's over for him. Well, maybe he has finished his missions. But he hasn't finished your missions, has he? Ha, ha, has he got a surprise coming to him? Sir, Yossarian is a friend of mine, Milo objected. I'd hate to be responsible for doing anything that would put him back in combat. I owe a lot to Yossarian. Isn't there any way we could make an exception of him? Oh no, Milo, Colonel Cathcart clucked sententiously, shocked by the suggestion. We must never play favorites. We must always treat every man alike. I'd give everything I own to Yossarian, Milo persevered gamely on Yossarian's behalf. But since I don't own anything, I can't give everything to him, can I? So he'll just have to take his chances with the rest of the men, won't he? What's fair is fair, Milo. Yes, sir, what's fair is fair, Milo agreed. Yossarian is no better than the other men, and he has no right to expect any special privileges, has he? No, Milo, what's fair is fair. And there was no time for Yossarian to save himself from combat. Once Colonel Cathcart issued his announcement raising the missions to 80 late that same afternoon. No time to dissuade Nately from flying them or even to conspire again with Dobbs to murder Colonel Cathcart. For the alert sounded suddenly at dawn the next day, and the men were rushed into the trucks before a decent breakfast could be prepared, and they were driven at top speed to the briefing room and then out to the airfield, where the clattering fuel trucks were still pumping gasoline into the tanks of the planes, and the scampering crews of armorers were toiling as swiftly as they could at hoisting the 1,000-pound demolition bombs into the bomb bays. Everybody was running, and engines were turned on and warmed up as soon as the fuel trucks had finished. Intelligence had reported that a disabled Italian cruiser in dry dock at La Spezia would be towed by the Germans that same morning to a channel at the entrance of the harbor and scuttled there to deprive the Allied armies of deepwater port facilities when they captured the city. For once, a military intelligence report proved accurate. The long vessel was halfway across the harbor when they flew in from the west, and broke it apart with direct hits from every flight that filled them all with waves of enormously satisfying group pride, until they found themselves engulfed in great barrages of flak that rose from guns in every bend of the huge horseshoe of mountainous land below. Even Havermeyer resorted to the wildest evasive action he could command when he saw what a vast distance he had still to travel to escape, and Dobbs at the pilot's controls in his formation zigged when he should have zagged, skidding his plane into the plane alongside and chewed off its tail. His wing broke off at the base and his plane dropped like a rock and was almost out of sight in an instant. There was no fire, no smoke, not the slightest untoward noise. The remaining wing revolved as ponderously as a grinding cement mixer as the plane plummeted nose downward in a straight line at accelerating speed until it struck the water, which foamed open at the impact like a white water lily on the dark blue sea and washed back in a geyser of apple-green bubbles when the plane sank. It was over in a matter of seconds. There were no parachutes, and Nately in the other plane was killed too. The cellar. Nately's death almost killed the chaplain. Chaplain Shipman was seated in his tent, laboring over his paperwork and his reading spectacles when his phone rang and news of the midair collision was given to him from the field. His insides turned at once to dry clay. His hand was trembling as he put the phone down. His other hand began trembling. The disaster was too immense to contemplate. 12 men killed, how ghastly, how very, very awful. His feeling of terror grew. He prayed instinctively that Yossarian, Nately, Hungry Joe, and his other friends would not be listed among the victims, then berated himself repentantly, for to pray for their safety was to pray for the death of other young men he did not even know. It was too late to pray, yet that was all he knew how to do. His heart was pounding with a noise that seemed to be coming from somewhere outside, and he knew he would never sit in a dentist's chair again, never glance at a surgical tool, never witness an automobile accident or hear a voice shout at night, without experiencing the same violent thumping in his chest and dreading that he was going to die. He would never watch another fist fight without fearing he was going to faint and crack his skull open on the pavement or suffer a fatal heart attack or cerebral hemorrhage. He wondered if he would ever see his wife again or his 3 small children. He wondered if he ever should see his wife again, now that Captain Black had planted in his mind such strong doubts about the fidelity and character of all women. There were so many other men, he felt, who could prove more satisfying to her sexually. When he thought of death now, he always thought of his wife, and when he thought of his wife, he always thought of losing her. In another minute, the chaplain felt strong enough to rise and walk with glum reluctance to the tent next door for Sergeant Whitcomb. They drove in Sergeant Whitcomb's jeep. The chaplain made fists of his hands to keep them from shaking as they lay in his lap. He ground his teeth together and tried not to hear as Sergeant Whitcomb chirruped exultantly over the tragic event. 12 men killed meant 12 more form letters of condolence that could be mailed in one bunch to the next of kin over Colonel Cathcart's signature, giving Sergeant Whitcomb hope of getting an article on Colonel Cathcart into the Saturday Evening Post in time for Easter. At the field a heavy silence prevailed, overpowering motion like a ruthless, insensate spell holding in thrall the only beings who might break it. The chaplain was in awe. He had never beheld such a great, appalling stillness before. Almost 200 tired, gaunt, downcast men stood holding their parachute packs in a somber and unstirring crowd outside the briefing room, their faces staring blankly in different angles of stunned dejection. They seemed unwilling to go, unable to move. The chaplain was acutely conscious of the faint noise his footsteps made as he approached. His eyes searched hurriedly, frantically, through the immobile maze of limp figures. He spied Yossarian finally with a feeling of immense joy, and then his mouth gaped open slowly in unbearable horror as he noted Yossarian's vivid, beaten, grimy look of deep, drugged despair. He understood at once, recoiling in pain from the realization and shaking his head with a protesting and imploring grimace, that Nately was dead. The knowledge struck him with a numbing shock. A sob broke from him. The blood drained from his legs and he thought he was going to drop. Nately was dead. All hope that he was mistaken was washed away by the sound of Nately's name emerging with recurring clarity now from the almost inaudible babble of murmuring voices that he was suddenly aware of for the first time. Nately was dead. The boy had been killed. A whimpering sound rose in the chaplain's throat, and his jaw began to quiver. Eyes filled with tears, and he was crying. He started toward Yossarian on tiptoe to mourn beside him and share his wordless grief. At that moment a hand grabbed him roughly around the arm and a brusque voice demanded, "Chaplain Shipman." He turned with surprise to face a stout, pugnacious colonel with a large head and mustache and a smooth, florid skin. He had never seen the man before. "Yes, what is it?" The fingers grasping the chaplain's arm were hurting him, and he tried in vain to squirm loose. "Come along," the chaplain pulled back in frightened confusion. "Where, why, who are you anyway?" "You'd better come along with us, father," a lean, hawk-faced major on the chaplain's other side intoned with reverential sorrow. "We're from the government, we want to ask you some questions." "What kind of questions? What's the matter?" "Aren't you Chaplain Shipman?" demanded the obese colonel. "He's the one," Sergeant Whitcomb answered. "Go on along with them," Captain Black called out to the chaplain with a hostile and contemptuous sneer. "Go on into the car if you know what's good for you." Hands were drawing the chaplain away irresistibly. He wanted to shout for help to Yossarian, who seemed too far away to hear. Some of the men nearby were beginning to look at him with awakening curiosity. The chaplain bent his face away with burning shame and allowed himself to be led into the rear of a staff car and seated between the fat colonel with the large pink face and the skinny, unctuous, despondent major. He automatically held a wrist out to each, wondering for a moment if they wanted to handcuff him. Another officer was already in the front seat. A tall MP with a whistle and a white helmet got in behind the wheel. The chaplain did not dare raise his eyes until the closed car had lurched from the area and the speeding wheels were whining on the bumpy blacktop road. "Where are you taking me?" he asked in a voice soft with timidity and guilt, his gaze still averted. The notion came to him that they were holding him to blame for the midair crash and the death of Nately. "What have I done?" "Why don't you keep your trap shut and let us ask the questions?" said the colonel. "Don't talk to him that way," said the major. "It isn't necessary to be so disrespectful." "Then tell him to keep his trap shut and let us ask the questions." "Father, please keep your trap shut and let us ask the questions," urged the major sympathetically. "It will be better for you." "It isn't necessary to call me father," said the chaplain. "I'm not a Catholic." "Neither am I, father," said the major. "It's just that I'm a very devout person and I like to call all men of God father." "He doesn't even believe there are atheists in foxholes," the colonel mocked and nudged the chaplain in the ribs familiarly. "Go on, chaplain, tell him, are there atheists in foxholes?" "I don't know, sir," the chaplain replied. "I've never been in a foxhole." The officer in front swung his head around swiftly with a quarrelsome expression. "You've never been in heaven either, have you? But you know there's a heaven, don't you?" "Or do you?" said the colonel. "That's a very serious crime you've committed, father," said the major. "What crime?" "We don't know yet," said the colonel, "but we're going to find out, and we sure know it's very serious." The The car swung off the road at group headquarters with a squeal of tires, slackening speed only slightly, and continued around past the parking lot to the back of the building. The three officers and the chaplain got out. In single file, they ushered him down a wobbly flight of wooden stairs leading to the basement, and led him into a damp, gloomy room with a low cement ceiling and unfinished stone walls. There were cobwebs in all the corners. A huge centipede blew across the floor to the shelter of a water pipe. They sat the chaplain in a hard, straight-backed chair that stood behind a small, bare table. "Please make yourself comfortable, chaplain," invited the colonel cordially, switching on a blinding spotlight and shooting it squarely into the chaplain's face. He placed a set of brass knuckles and box of wooden matches on the table. "We want you to relax." The chaplain's eyes bulged out incredulously. His teeth chattered and his limbs felt utterly without strength. He was powerless. They might do whatever they wished to him, he realized. These brutal men might beat him to death right there in the basement, and no one would intervene to save him, no one perhaps but the devout and sympathetic major with the sharp face, who set a water tap dripping loudly into a sink and returned to the table to lay a length of heavy rubber hose down beside the brass knuckles. "Everything's going to be all right, chaplain," the major said encouragingly. "You've got nothing to be afraid of if you're not guilty. What are you so afraid of? You're not guilty, are you?" "Sure he's guilty," said the colonel, "guilty as hell." "Guilty of what?" implored the chaplain, feeling more and more bewildered and not knowing which of the men to appeal to for mercy. The third officer wore no insignia and lurked in silence off to the side. "What did I do?" "That's just what we're going to find out," answered the colonel, and he shoved a pad and pencil across the table to the chaplain. "Write your name for us, will you, in your own handwriting." "My own handwriting." "That's right, anywhere on the page." When the chaplain had finished, the colonel took the pad back and held it up alongside a sheet of paper he removed from a folder. "See," he said to the major, who had come to his side and was peering solemnly over his shoulder. "They're not the same, are they?" the major admitted. "I told you he did it." "Did what?" asked the chaplain. "Chaplain, this comes as a great shock to me," the major accused in a tone of heavy lamentation. "What does?" "I can't tell you how disappointed I am in you." "For what?" persisted the chaplain more fientically. "What have I done?" "For this," replied the major, and with an air of disillusioned disgust tossed down on the table the pad on which the chaplain had signed his name. "This isn't your handwriting." The chaplain blinked rapidly with amazement. "But of course it's my handwriting." "No, it isn't, chaplain, you're lying again." "But I just wrote it," the chaplain cried in exasperation. "You saw me write it." "That's just it," the major answered bitterly. "I saw you write it. You can't deny that you did write it. A person who'll lie about his own handwriting will lie about anything." "But who lied about my own handwriting?" demanded the chaplain, forgetting his fear in the wave of anger and indignation that welled up inside him suddenly. "Are you crazy or something? What are you both talking about? We asked you to write your name in your own handwriting, and you didn't do it." "But of course I did. In whose handwriting did I write it if not my own?" "In somebody else's." "Whose?" "That's just what we're going to find out," threatened the colonel. "Talk, chaplain?" The chaplain looked from one to the other of the two men with rising doubt and hysteria. "That handwriting is mine," he maintained passionately. "Where else is my handwriting if that isn't it?" "Right here," answered the colonel, and looking very superior, he tossed down on the table a photostatic copy of a piece of V-mail in which everything but the salutation "Dear Mary" had been blocked out and on which the censoring officer had written, "I long for you tragically. R.O. Shipman, Chaplain, U.S. Army." The colonel smiled scornfully as he watched the chaplain's face turn crimson. "Well, chaplain, do you know who wrote that?" The chaplain took a long moment to reply. He had recognized Yossarian's handwriting. "No." "You can read though, can't you?" the colonel persevered sarcastically. "The author signed his name." "That's my name there." "Then you wrote it, QAD." But I didn't write it, that isn't my handwriting either. Then you signed your name in somebody else's handwriting again, the colonel retorted with a shrug. That's all that means. Oh, this is ridiculous, the chaplain shouted, suddenly losing all patience. He jumped to his feet in a blazing fury, both fists clenched. I'm not going to stand for this any longer, do you hear? 12 men were just killed and I have no time for these silly questions. You've no right to keep me here and I'm just not going to stand for it. Without saying a word, the colonel pushed the chaplain's chest hard and knocked him back down into the chair, and the chaplain was suddenly weak and very much afraid again. The major picked up the length of rubber hose and began tapping it menacingly against his open palm. The colonel lifted the box of matches, took one out and held it poised against the striking surface, watching with glowering eyes for the chaplain's next sign of defiance. The chaplain was pale and almost too petrified to move. The bright glare of the spotlight made him turn away finally. The dripping water was louder and almost unbearably irritating. He wished they would tell him what they wanted so that he would know what to confess. He waited tensely as the third officer, at a signal from the colonel, ambled over from the wall and seated himself on the table just a few inches away from the chaplain. His face was expressionless, his eyes penetrating and cold. "Turn off the light," he said over his shoulder in a low, calm voice. "It's very annoying." The chaplain gave him a small smile of gratitude. "Thank you, sir, and the drip too, please." "Leave the drip," said the officer. "That doesn't bother me." He tugged up the legs of his trousers a bit as though to preserve their natty crease. "Chaplain," he asked casually, "of what religious persuasion are you?" "I'm an Anabaptist, sir." "That's a pretty suspicious religion, isn't it?" "Suspicious?" inquired the chaplain in a kind of innocent daze. "Why, sir?" "Well, I don't know a thing about it. You'll have to admit that, won't you? Doesn't that make it pretty suspicious?" "I don't know, sir," the chaplain answered diplomatically with an uneasy stammer. He found the man's lack of insignia disconcerting and was not even sure he had to say, "Sir." Who was he, and what authority had he to interrogate him? "Chaplain, I once studied Latin. I think it's only fair to warn you of that before I ask my next question. Doesn't the word Anabaptist simply mean that you're not a Baptist?" "Oh no, sir, there's much more." "Are you a Baptist?" "No, sir." "Then you are not a Baptist, aren't you?" "Sir." "I don't see why you're bickering with me on that point. You've already admitted it. Now, chaplain, to say you're not a Baptist doesn't really tell us anything about what you are, does it? You could be anything or anyone." He leaned forward slightly and his manner took on a shrewd and significant air. "You could even be," he added, "Washington Irving, couldn't you?" "Washington Irving," the chaplain repeated with surprise. "I'm on Washington," the corpulent colonel broke in irascibly. "Why don't you make a clean breast of it? We know you stole that plum tomato." After a moment's shock, the chaplain giggled with nervous relief. "Oh, is that it?" he exclaimed. "Now I'm beginning to understand. I didn't steal that plum tomato, sir. Colonel Cathcart gave it to me. You can even ask him if you don't believe me." A door opened at the other end of the room, and Colonel Cathcart stepped into the basement as though from a closet. "Hello, Colonel. Colonel, he claims you gave him that plum tomato, did you?" "Why should I give him a plum tomato?" answered Colonel Cathcart. "Thank you, Colonel, that will be all." "It's a pleasure, Colonel," Colonel Cathcart replied, and he stepped back out of the basement, closing the door after him. "Well, chaplain, what have you got to say now?" "He did give it to me," the chaplain hissed in a whisper that was both fierce and fearful. "He did give it to me." "You're not calling a superior officer a liar, are you, chaplain?" "Why should a superior officer give you a plum tomato, chaplain?" "Is that why you tried to give it to Sergeant Whitcomb, chaplain, because it was a hot tomato?" "No, no, no," the chaplain protested, wondering miserably why they were not able to understand. "I offered it to Sergeant Whitcomb because I didn't want it." "Why'd you steal it from Colonel Cathcart if you didn't want it?" "I didn't steal it from Colonel Cathcart." "Then why are you so guilty if you didn't steal it?" "I'm not guilty." "Then why would we be questioning you if you weren't guilty?" "Oh, I don't know," the chaplain groaned, kneading his fingers in his lap and shaking his bowed and anguished head. "I don't know." "He thinks we have time to waste," snorted the major. "Chaplain," resumed the officer without insignia at a more leisurely pace, lifting a typewritten sheet of yellow paper from the open folder. "I have a signed statement here from Colonel Cathcart asserting you stole that plum tomato from him." He laid the sheet face down on one side of the folder and picked up a second page from the other side. "And I have a notarized affidavit from Sergeant Whitcomb in which he states that he knew the tomato was hot, just from the way you tried to unload it on him." "I swear to God I didn't steal it, sir," the chaplain pleaded with distress, almost in tears. "I give you my sacred word it was not a hot tomato." "Chaplain, do you believe in God?" "Yes, sir, of course I do." "That's odd, chaplain," said the officer, taking from the folder another typewritten yellow page, "because I have here in my hands now another statement from Colonel Cathcart in which he swears that you refused to cooperate with him in conducting prayer meetings in the briefing room before each mission." After looking blank a moment, the chaplain nodded quickly with recollection. "Oh, that's not quite true, sir," he explained eagerly. "Colonel Cathcart gave up the idea himself once he realized enlisted men pray to the same God as officers." "He did what?" exclaimed the officer in disbelief. "What nonsense!" declared the red-faced colonel, and swung away from the chaplain with dignity and annoyance. "Does he expect us to believe that?" cried the major incredulously. The officer without insignia chuckled acidly. "Chaplain, aren't you stretching things a bit far now?" he inquired with a smile that was indulgent and unfriendly. "But sir, it's the truth, sir, I swear it's the truth." "I don't see how that matters one way or the other," the officer answered nonchalantly and reached sideways again toward the open folder filled with papers. "Chaplain, did you say you did believe in God in answer to my question? I don't remember." "Yes, sir, I did say so, sir. I do believe in God." "Then that really is very odd, chaplain, because I have here another affidavit from Colonel Cathcart that states you once told him atheism was not against the law. Do you recall ever making a statement like that to anyone?" The chaplain nodded without any hesitation, feeling himself on very solid ground now. "Yes, sir, I did make a statement like that. I made it because it's true. Atheism is not against the law." "But that's still no reason to say so, chaplain, is it?" The officer chided tartly, frowning, and picked up still one more typewritten, notarized page from the folder. "And here I have another sworn statement from Sergeant Whitcomb that says you opposed his plan of sending letters of condolence over Colonel Cathcart's signature to the next of kin of men killed or wounded in combat. Is that true?" "Yes, sir, I did oppose it," answered the chaplain, "and I'm proud that I did. Those letters are insincere and dishonest. Their only purpose is to bring glory to Colonel Cathcart." "But what difference does that make?" replied the officer. "They still bring solace and comfort to the families that receive them, don't they? Chaplain, I simply can't understand your thinking process." The chaplain was stumped and at a complete loss for a reply. He hung his head, feeling tongue-tied and naive. The ruddy, stout colonel stepped forward vigorously with a sudden idea. "Why don't we knock his goddamn brains out?" he suggested with robust enthusiasm to the others. "Yes, we could knock his goddamn brains out, couldn't we?" the hawk-faced major agreed. "He's only an Anabaptist." "No, we've got to find him guilty first," the officer without insignia cautioned with a languid, restraining wave. He slid lightly to the floor and moved around to the other side of the table, facing the chaplain with both hands pressed flat on the surface. His expression was dark and very stern, square, and forbidding. "Chaplain," he announced with magisterial rigidity, "we charge you formally with being Washington Irving and taking capricious and unlicensed liberties in censoring the letters of officers and enlisted men. Are you guilty or innocent?" "Innocent, sir." The chaplain licked dry lips with a dry tongue and leaned forward in suspense on the edge of his chair. "Guilty," said the colonel. "Guilty," said the major. "Guilty it is, then," remarked the officer without insignia and wrote a word on a page in the folder. Chaplain, he continued, looking up, we accuse you also of the commission of crimes and infractions we don't even know about yet. Guilty or innocent? I don't know, sir. How can I say if you don't tell me what they are? How can we tell you if we don't know? Guilty, decided the colonel. Sure, he's guilty, agreed the major. If they're his crimes and infractions, he must have committed them. Guilty it is, then, chanted the officer without insignia and moved off to the side of the room. He's all yours, Colonel. Thank you, commended the colonel. You did a very good job. He turned to the chaplain. Okay, chaplain, the jig's up. Take a walk. The chaplain did not understand. What do you wish me to do? Go on, beat it, I told you, the colonel roared, jerking a thumb over his shoulder angrily. Get the hell out of here. The chaplain was shocked by his bellicose words and tone, and to his own amazement and mystification deeply chagrined that they were turning him loose. Aren't you even going to punish me? He inquired with querulous surprise. You're damned right we're going to punish you, but we're certainly not going to let you hang around while we decide how and when to do it. So get going, hit the road. The chaplain rose tentatively and took a few steps away. I'm free to go. For the time being, but don't try to leave the island. We've got your number, chaplain. Just remember that we've got you under surveillance 24 hours a day. It was not conceivable that they would allow him to leave. The chaplain walked toward the exit gingerly, expecting at any instant to be ordered back by a peremptory voice or halted in his tracks by a heavy blow on the shoulder or the head. They did nothing to stop him. He found his way through the stale, dark, dank corridors to the flight of stairs. He was staggering and panting when he climbed out into the fresh air. As soon as he had escaped, a feeling of overwhelming moral outrage filled him. He was furious, more furious at the atrocities of the day than he had ever felt before in his whole life. He swept through the spacious, echoing lobby of the building in a temper of scalding and vindictive resentment. He was not going to stand for it anymore, he told himself. He was simply not going to stand for it. When he reached the entrance, he spied, with a feeling of good fortune, Colonel Corn trotting up the wide steps alone. Bracing himself with a deep breath, the chaplain moved courageously forward to intercept him. Colonel, I'm not going to stand for it anymore, he declared with vehement determination and watched in dismay as Colonel Corn went trotting by up the steps without even noticing him. Colonel Corn! The tubby, loose figure of his superior officer stopped, turned and came trotting back down slowly. What is it, chaplain? Colonel Corn, I want to talk to you about the crash this morning. It was a terrible thing to happen, terrible. Colonel Corn was silent a moment, regarding the chaplain with a glint of cynical amusement. Yes, chaplain, it certainly was terrible, he said finally. I don't know how we're going to write this one up without making ourselves look bad. That isn't what I meant, the chaplain scolded firmly without any fear at all. Some of those 12 men had already finished their 70 missions. Colonel Corn laughed. Would it be any less terrible if they had all been new men? He inquired caustically. Once again the chaplain was stumped. Immoral logic seemed to be confounding him at every turn. He was less sure of himself than before when he continued, and his voice wavered. Sir, it just isn't right to make the men in this group fly 80 missions when the men in other groups are being sent home with 50 and 55. We'll take the matter under consideration, Colonel Corn said with bored disinterest and started away. Adios, Padre. What does that mean, sir? The chaplain persisted in a voice turning shrill. Colonel Corn stopped with an unpleasant expression and took a step back down. It means we'll think about it, Padre, he answered with sarcasm and contempt. You wouldn't want us to do anything without thinking about it, would you? No, sir, I suppose not, but you have been thinking about it, haven't you? Yes, Padre, we have been thinking about it, but to make you happy we'll think about it some more and you'll be the first person we'll tell if we reach a new decision. And now, adios. Colonel Corn whirled away again and hurried up the stairs. Colonel Corn, the chaplain's cry made Colonel Corn stop once more. His head swung slowly around toward the chaplain with a look of morose impatience. Words gushed from the chaplain in a nervous torrent. Sir, I would like your permission to take the matter to General Dreedel. I want to bring my protests to Wing headquarters. Colonel Corn's thick, dark jowls inflated unexpectedly with a suppressed guffaw, and it took him a moment to reply. "That's all right, Padre," he answered with mischievous merriment, trying hard to keep a straight face. "You have my permission to speak to General Dreedle." "Thank you, sir. I believe it only fair to warn you that I think I have some influence with General Dreedle." "It's good of you to warn me, Padre, and I believe it only fair to warn you that you won't find General Dreedle at Wing." Colonel Corn grinned wickedly and then broke into triumphant laughter. "General Dreedle is out, Padre, and General Peckham is in. We have a new wing commander." The chaplain was stunned. "General Peckham." "That's right, chaplain. Have you got any influence with him?" "Why, I don't even know General Peckham," the chaplain protested wretchedly. Colonel Corn laughed again. "That's too bad, chaplain, because Colonel Cathcart knows him very well." Colonel Corn chuckled steadily with gloating relish for another second or two and then stopped abruptly. "And by the way, Padre," he warned coldly, poking his finger once into the chaplain's chest, "the jig is up between you and Dr. Stubbs. We know very well he sent you up here to complain today." "Dr. Stubbs?" The chaplain shook his head in baffled protest. "I haven't seen Dr. Stubbs, Colonel. I was brought here by 3 strange officers who took me down into the cellar without authority and questioned and insulted me." Colonel Corn poked the chaplain in the chest once more. "You know damned well Dr. Stubbs has been telling the men in his squadron they didn't have to fly more than 70 missions." He laughed harshly. "Well, Padre, they do have to fly more than 70 missions because we're transferring Dr. Stubbs to the Pacific. So adios, Padre, adios." General Shaiskopf. Dreedle was out and General Peckham was in, and General Peckham had hardly moved inside General Dreedle's office to replace him when his splendid military victory began falling to pieces around him. "General Shaiskopf?" he inquired unsuspectingly of the sergeant in his new office who brought him word of the order that had come in that morning. "You mean Colonel Shaiskopf, don't you?" "No, sir, General Shaiskopf. He was promoted to general this morning, sir." "Well, that's certainly curious. Shaiskopf, a general, what grade?" "Lieutenant General, sir, and—" "Lieutenant General." "Yes, sir, and he wants you to issue no orders to anyone in your command without first clearing them through him." "Well, I'll be damned," mused General Peckham with astonishment, swearing aloud for perhaps the first time in his life. "Cargill, did you hear that? Shaiskopf was promoted way up to Lieutenant General. I'll bet that promotion was intended for me and they gave it to him by mistake." Colonel Cargill had been rubbing his sturdy chin reflectively. "Why is he giving orders to us?" General Peckham's sleek, scrubbed, distinguished face tightened. "Yes, Sergeant," he said slowly with an uncomprehending frown. "Why is he issuing orders to us if he's still in special services and we're in combat operations?" "That's another change that was made this morning, sir. All combat operations are now under the jurisdiction of special services. General Shaiskopf is our new commanding officer." General Peckham let out a sharp cry. "Oh my God," he wailed, and all his practical composure went up in hysteria. "Shaiskopf in charge, Shaiskopf." He pressed his fists down on his eyes with horror. "Cargill, get me wintergreen, Shaiskopf, not Shaiskopf." All phones began ringing at once. A corporal ran in and saluted. "Sir, there's a chaplain outside to see you with news of an injustice in Colonel Cathcart's squadron." "Send him away, send him away. We've got enough injustices of our own. Wear wintergreen." "Sir, General Shaiskopf is on the phone. He wants to speak to you at once." "Tell him I haven't arrived yet." "Good Lord!" General Peckham screamed as though struck by the enormity of the disaster for the first time. "Shaiskopf, the man's a moron. I walked all over that blockhead and now he's my superior officer. Oh my lord, Cargill, Cargill, don't desert me. Wear wintergreen." "Sir, I have an ex-Sergeant Wintergreen on your other telephone. He's been trying to reach you all morning." "General, I can't get Wintergreen," Colonel Cargill shouted. "His line is busy." General Peckham was perspiring freely as he lunged for the other telephone. "Wintergreen." "Peckham, you son of a bitch." "Wintergreen, have you heard what they've done?" "What have you done, you stupid bastard?" "They put Shaiskopf in charge of everything." Wintergreen was shrieking with rage and panic. You and your goddamn memorandums, they've gone and transferred combat operations to special services. Oh no, moaned General Peckham. Is that what did it, my memoranda? Is that what made them put Schaiskopf in charge? Why didn't they put me in charge? Because you weren't in special services anymore, you transferred out and left him in charge. And do you know what he wants? Do you know what the bastard wants us all to do? Sir, I think you'd better talk to General Schaiskopf, pleaded the sergeant nervously. He insists on speaking to someone. Cargill, talk to Schaiskopf for me. I can't do it. Find out what he wants. Colonel Cargill listened to General Schaiskopf for a moment and went white as a sheet. Oh my God, he cried as the phone fell from his fingers. Do you know what he wants? He wants us to march. He wants everybody to march. Kid sister. Yossarian marched backward with his gun on his hip and refused to fly any more missions. He marched backward because he was continuously spinning around as he walked to make certain no one was sneaking up on him from behind. Every sound to his rear was a warning. Every person he passed a potential assassin. He kept his hand on his gun but constantly and smiled at no one but Hungry Joe. He told Captain Pilchard and Captain Wren that he was through flying. Captain Pilchard and Captain Wren left his name off the flight schedule for the next mission and reported the matter to group headquarters. Colonel Corn laughed calmly. What the devil do you mean he won't fly more missions? He asked with a smile, as Colonel Cathcart crept away into a corner to brood about the sinister import of the name Yossarian popping up to plague him once again. Why won't he? His friend Nately was killed in the crash over Spezia, maybe that's why. Who does he think he is, Achilles? Colonel Corn was pleased with the simile and filed a mental reminder to repeat it the next time he found himself in General Peckham's presence. He has to fly more missions. He has no choice. Go back and tell him you'll report the matter to us if he doesn't change his mind. We already did tell him that, sir. It made no difference. What does Major say? We never see Major. He seems to have disappeared. I wish we could disappear him, Colonel Cathcart blurted out from the corner peevishly, the way they did that fellow Dunbar. Oh, there are plenty of other ways we can handle this one, Colonel Corn assured him confidently and continued to Pilchard and Wren. Let's begin with the kindest. Send him to Rome for a rest for a few days. Maybe this fellow's death really did hurt him a bit. Nately's death, in fact, almost killed Yossarian too, for when he broke the news to Nately's whore in Rome, she uttered a piercing, heartbroken shriek and tried to stab him to death with a potato peeler. Bruto, she howled at him in hysterical fury as he bent her arm up around behind her back and twisted gradually until the potato peeler dropped from her grasp. Bruto, she lashed at him swiftly with the long-nailed fingers of her free hand and raked open his cheek. She spat in his face viciously. What's the matter? He screamed in stinging pain and bewilderment, flinging her away from him all the way across the room to the wall. What do you want from me? She flew back at him with both fists flailing and bloodied his mouth with a solid punch before he was able to grab her wrists and hold her still. Her hair tossed wildly. Tears were streaming in single torrents from her flashing, hate-filled eyes as she struggled against him fiercely in an irrational frenzy of maddened might, snarling and cursing savagely and screaming, Bruto, each time he tried to explain. Her great strength caught him off guard and he lost his footing. She was nearly as tall as Yossarian, and for a few fantastic, terror-filled moments he was certain she would overpower him in her crazed determination, crush him to the ground and rip him apart mercilessly limb from limb for some heinous crime he had never committed. He wanted to yell for help as they strove against each other frantically in a grunting, panting stalemate arm against arm. At last she weakened, and he was able to force her back and plead with her to let him talk, swearing to her that Nately's death had not been his fault. She spat in his face again and he pushed her away hard in disgusted anger and frustration. She hurled herself down toward the potato peeler the instant he released her. He flung himself down after her, and they rolled over each other on the floor several times before he could tear the potato peeler away. She tried to trip him with her hand as he scrambled to his feet and scratched an excruciating chunk out of his ankle. He hopped across the room in pain and threw the potato peeler out the window. He heaved a huge sigh of relief once he saw he was safe. "Now please let me explain something to you," he cajoled in a mature, reasoning, earnest voice. She kicked him in the groin. Whoosh went the air out of him, and he sank down on his side with a shrill and ululating cry, doubled up over his knees in chaotic agony and retching for breath. Nately's whore ran from the room. Yossarian staggered up to his feet not a moment too soon, for she came charging back in from the kitchen carrying a long bread knife. A moan of incredulous dismay wafted from his lips as, still clutching his throbbing, tender, burning bowels in both hands, he dropped his full weight down against her shins and knocked her legs out from under her. She flipped completely over his head and landed on the floor on her elbows with a jarring thud. The knife skittered free and he slapped it out of sight under the bed. She tried to lunge after it, and he seized her by the arm and yanked her up. She tried to kick him in the groin again, and he slung her away with a violent oath of his own. She slammed into the wall off balance and smashed a chair over into a vanity table covered with combs, hairbrushes, and cosmetic jars that all went crashing off. A framed picture fell to the floor at the other end of the room, the glass front shattering. "What do you want from me?" he yelled at her in whining and exasperated confusion. "I didn't kill him." She hurled a heavy glass ashtray at his head. He made a fist and wanted to punch her in the stomach when she came charging at him again, but he was afraid he might harm her. He wanted to clip her very neatly on the point of the jaw and run from the room, but there was no clear target, and he merely skipped aside neatly at the last second and helped her along past him with a strong shove. She banged hard against the other wall. Now she was blocking the door. She threw a large vase at him. Then she came at him with a full wine bottle and struck him squarely on the temple, knocking him down half-stunned on one knee. His ears were buzzing, his whole face was numb. More than anything else, he was embarrassed. He felt awkward because she was going to murder him. He simply did not understand what was going on. He had no idea what to do. But he did know he had to save himself, and he catapulted forward off the floor when he saw her raise the wine bottle to clout him again and barreled into her midriff before she could strike him. He had momentum, and he propelled her before him backward in his driving rush until her knees buckled against the side of the bed, and she fell over onto the mattress with Yossarian sprawled on top of her between her legs. She plunged her nails into the side of his neck, and gouged as he worked his way up the supple, full hills and ledges of her rounded body, until he covered her completely and pressed her into submission, his fingers pursuing her thrashing arm persistently until they arrived at the wine bottle finally and wrenched it free. She was still kicking and cursing and scratching ferociously. She tried to bite him cruelly, her coarse, sensual lips stretched back over her teeth like an enraged omnivorous beast's. Now that she lay captive beneath him, he wondered how he would ever escape her without leaving himself vulnerable. He could feel the tensed, straddling inside of her buffeting thighs and knees squeezing and churning around one of his legs. He was stirred by thoughts of sex that made him ashamed. He was conscious of the voluptuous flesh of her firm, young woman's body straining and beating against him like a humid, fluid, delectable, unyielding tide, her belly and warm, live, plastic breasts thrusting upward against him vigorously in sweet and menacing temptation. Her breath was scalding. All at once he realized, though the writhing turbulence beneath him had not diminished one whit, that she was no longer grappling with him, recognized with a quiver that she was not fighting him but heaving her pelvis up against him remorselessly in the primal, powerful, rhapsodic instinctual rhythm of erotic ardor and abandonment. He gasped in delighted surprise. Her face, as beautiful as a blooming flower to him now, was distorted with a new kind of torture, the tissues serenely swollen, her half-closed eyes misty and unseeing with the stultifying languor of desire. "Caro," she murmured hoarsely as though from the depths of a tranquil and luxurious trance. "Ooh, caro mio." He stroked her hair. She drove her mouth against his face with savage passion. He licked her neck. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged. He felt himself falling ecstatically in love with her as she kissed him again and again with lips that were steaming and wet and soft and hard, mumbling deep sounds to him adoringly in an incoherent oblivion of rapture. One caressing hand on his back slipping deftly down inside his trouser belt while the other groped secretly and treacherously about on the floor for the bread knife and found it. He saved himself just in time. She still wanted to kill him. He was shocked and astounded by her depraved subterfuge as he tore the knife from her grasp and hurled it away. He bounded out of the bed to his feet. His face was agog with befuddlement and disillusion. He did not know whether to dart through the door to freedom or collapse on the bed to fall in love with her and place himself abjectly at her mercy again. She spared him from doing either by bursting unpredictably into tears. He was stunned again. This time she wept with no other emotion than grief, profound, debilitating, humble grief, forgetting all about him. Her desolation was pathetic as she sat with her tempestuous, proud, lovely head bowed, her shoulders sagging, her spirit melting. This time there was no mistaking her anguish. Great racking sobs choked and shook her. She was no longer aware of him, no longer cared. He could have walked from the room safely then, but he chose to remain and console and help her. "Please," he urged her inarticulately with his arm about her shoulders, recollecting with pained sadness how inarticulate and enfeebled he had felt in the plane coming back from Avignon when Snowdon kept whimpering to him that he was cold, and all Yossarian could offer him in return was there. "Please," he repeated to her sympathetically. "Please, please." She rested against him and cried until she seemed too weak to cry any longer, and did not look at him once until he extended his handkerchief when she had finished. She wiped her cheeks with a tiny, polite smile and gave the handkerchief back, murmuring "Grazie, grazie" with meek, maidenly propriety, and then without any warning whatsoever of a change in mood, clawed suddenly at his eyes with both hands. She landed with each and let out a victorious shriek. "Ha, assassino!" she hooted, and raced joyously across the room for the bread knife to finish him off. Half blinded, he rose and stumbled after her. A noise behind him made him turn. His senses reeled in horror at what he saw. Nately's whore's kid sister, of all people, was coming after him with another long bread knife. "Oh no," he wailed with a shudder, and he knocked the knife out of her hand with a sharp downward blow on her wrist. He lost patience entirely with the whole grotesque and incomprehensible melee. There was no telling who might lunge at him next through the doorway with another long bread knife, and he lifted Nately's whore's kid sister off the floor, threw her at Nately's whore and ran out of the room, out of the apartment and down the stairs. The two girls chased out into the hall after him. He heard their footsteps lag farther and farther behind as he fled and then cease altogether. He heard sobbing directly overhead. Glancing backward up the stairwell, he spied Nately's whore sitting in a heap on one of the steps, weeping with her face in both hands, while her pagan, irrepressible kid sister hung dangerously over the banister shouting "Bruto! Bruto!" down at him happily and brandished her bread knife at him as though it were an exciting new toy she was eager to use. Yossarian escaped but kept looking back over his shoulder anxiously as he retreated through the street. People stared at him strangely, making him more apprehensive. He walked in nervous haste, wondering what there was in his appearance that caught everyone's attention. When he touched his hand to a sore spot on his forehead, his fingers turned gooey with blood and he understood. He dabbed his face and neck with a handkerchief. Wherever it pressed, he picked up new red smudges. He was bleeding everywhere. He hurried into the Red Cross building and down the 2 steep flights of white marble stairs to the men's washroom, where he cleansed and nursed his innumerable visible wounds with cold water and soap, and straightened his shirt collar and combed his hair. He had never seen a face so badly bruised and scratched as the one still blinking back at him in the mirror with a dazed and startled uneasiness. What on earth had she wanted from him? When he left the men's room, Nately's whore was waiting outside in ambush. She was crouched against the wall near the bottom of the staircase and came pouncing down upon him like a hawk with a glittering silver steak knife in her fist. He broke the brunt of her assault with his upraised elbow and punched her neatly on the jaw. Her eyes rolled. He caught her before she dropped and sat her down gently. Then he ran up the steps and out of the building and spent the next 3 hours hunting through the city for Hungry Joe so that he could get away from Rome before she could find him again. He did not feel really safe until the plane had taken off. When they landed in Pianosa, Nately's whore, disguised in a mechanic's green overalls, was waiting with her steak knife exactly where the plane stopped, and all that saved him as she stabbed at his chest in her leather-soled high-heeled shoes was the gravel underfoot that made her feet roll out from under her. Yossarian, astounded, hauled her up into the plane and held her motionless on the floor in a double arm lock, while Hungry Joe radioed the control tower for permission to return to Rome. At the airport in Rome, Yossarian dumped her out of the plane on the taxi strip, and Hungry Joe took right off for Pianosa again without even cutting his engines. Scarcely breathing, Yossarian scrutinized every figure warily as he and Hungry Joe walked back through the squadron toward their tents. Hungry Joe eyed him steadily with a funny expression. "Are you sure you didn't imagine the whole thing?" Hungry Joe inquired hesitantly after a while. Imagine it, you were right there with me, weren't you? You just flew her back to Rome. Maybe I imagined the whole thing too. Why does she want to kill you for? She never did like me. Maybe it's because I broke his nose, or maybe it's because I was the only one in sight she could hate when she got the news. Do you think she'll come back? Yossarian went to the officers' club that night and stayed very late. He kept a leery eye out for Nately's whore as he approached his tent. He stopped when he saw her hiding in the bushes around the side, gripping a huge carving knife and all dressed up to look like a pianosan farmer. Yossarian tiptoed around the back noiselessly and seized her from behind. Caramba! She exclaimed in a rage and resisted like a wildcat as he dragged her inside the tent and hurled her down on the floor. Hey, what's going on? Queried one of his roommates drowsily. Hold her till I get back, Yossarian ordered, yanking him out of bed on top of her and running out. Hold her. Let me kill him and I'll ficky-fick you all, she offered. The other roommates leaped out of their cots when they saw it was a girl, and tried to make her ficky-fick them all first as Yossarian ran to get Hungry Joe, who was sleeping like a baby. Yossarian lifted Hoople's cat off Hungry Joe's face and shook him awake. Hungry Joe dressed rapidly. This time they flew the plane north and turned in over Italy far behind the enemy lines. When they were over level land, they strapped a parachute on Nately's whore and shoved her out the escape hatch. Yossarian was positive that he was at last rid of her and was relieved. As he approached his tent back in Pianosa, a figure reared up in the darkness right beside the path and he fainted. He came to sitting on the ground and waited for the knife to strike him, almost welcoming the mortal blow for the peace it would bring. A friendly hand helped him up instead. It belonged to a pilot in Dunbar's squadron. How are you doing? Asked the pilot, whispering. Pretty good, Yossarian answered. I saw you fall down just now. I thought something happened to you. I think I fainted. There's a rumor in my squadron that you told them you weren't going to fly any more combat missions. That's the truth. Then they came around from group and told us that the rumor wasn't true, that you were just kidding around. That was a lie. Do you think they'll let you get away with it? I don't know. What will they do to you? I don't know. Do you think they'll court-martial you for desertion in the face of the enemy? I don't know. I hope you get away with it, said the pilot in Dunbar's squadron, stealing out of sight into the shadows. Let me know how you're doing. Yossarian stared after him a few seconds and continued toward his tent. PSSSD, said a voice a few paces onward. It was Appleby hiding in back of a tree. How are you doing? Pretty good, said Yossarian. I heard them say they were going to threaten to court-martial you for deserting in the face of the enemy, but that they wouldn't try to go through with it because they're not even sure they've got a case against you on that, and because it might make them look bad with the new commanders. Besides, you're still a pretty big hero for going around twice over the bridge at Ferrara. I guess you're just about the biggest hero we've got now in the group. I just thought you'd like to know that they'll only be bluffing. Thanks, Appleby. That's the only reason I started talking to you, to warn you. I appreciate it. Appleby scuffed the toes of his shoes into the ground sheepishly. I'm sorry we had that fist fight in the officers' club, Yossarian. That's all right. But I didn't start it. I guess that was Orr's fault for hitting me in the face with his ping-pong paddle. What do you want to do that for? You were beating him. Wasn't I supposed to beat him? Is that the point? Now that he's dead, I guess it doesn't matter anymore whether I'm a better ping-pong player or not, does it? I guess not. And I'm sorry about making such a fuss about those Adabrin tablets on the way over. If you want to catch malaria, I guess it's your business, isn't it? That's all right, Appleby. But I was only trying to do my duty. I was obeying orders. I was always taught that I had to obey orders. That's all right. You know, I said to Colonel Korn and Colonel Cathcart that I didn't think they ought to make you fly any more missions if you didn't want to, and they said they were very disappointed in me. Yossarian smiled with rueful amusement. I'll bet they are. Well, I don't care. Hell, you've flown 71, that ought to be enough. Do you think they'll let you get away with it? No. Say, if they do let you get away with it, they'll have to let the rest of us get away with it, won't they? That's why they can't let me get away with it. What do you think they'll do? I don't know. Do you think they will try to court-martial you? I don't know. Are you afraid? Yes. Are you going to fly more missions? No. I hope you do get away with it, Appleby whispered with conviction. I really do. Thanks, Appleby. I don't feel too happy about flying so many missions either now that it looks as though we've got the war won. I'll let you know if I hear anything else. Thanks, Appleby. Hey, called a muted, peremptory voice from the leafless shrubs growing beside his tent in a waist-high clump after Appleby had gone. Havermeyer was hiding there in a squat. He was eating peanut brittle and his pimples and large, oily pores looked like dark scales. "How you doing?" he asked when Yossarian had walked to him. "Pretty good. Are you going to fly more missions?" "No." "Suppose they try to make you." "I won't let them." "Are you yellow?" "Yes." "Will they court-martial you?" "They'll probably try." "What did Major say?" Major's gone." "Did they disappear him?" "I don't know." "What will you do if they decide to disappear you?" "I'll try to stop them." "Didn't they offer you any deals or anything if you did fly?" "Pilchard and Wren said they'd arrange things so I'd only go on milk runs." Havermeyer perked up. "Say, that sounds like a pretty good deal. I wouldn't mind a deal like that myself. I bet you snapped it up." "I turned it down." "That was dumb." Havermeyer's stolid, dull face furrowed with consternation. "Say, a deal like that wasn't so fair to the rest of us, was it? If you only flew on milk runs, then some of us would have to fly your share of the dangerous missions, wouldn't we?" "That's right." "Say, I don't like that," Havermeyer exclaimed, rising resentfully with his hands clenched on his hips. "I don't like that a bit. That's a real royal screwing they're getting ready to give me just because you're too goddamn yellow to fly any more missions, isn't it?" "Take it up with them," said Yossarian and moved his hand to his gun vigilantly. "No, I'm not blaming you," said Havermeyer. "Even though I don't like you, I'm not too happy about flying so many missions anymore either. Isn't there some way I can get out of it too?" Yossarian snickered ironically and joked, "Put a gun on and start marching with me." Havermeyer shook his head thoughtfully. "Nah, I couldn't do that. I might bring some disgrace on my wife and kid if I acted like a coward. Nobody likes a coward. Besides, I want to stay in the reserves when the war is over. You get $500 a year if you stay in the reserves. Then fly more missions." "Yeah, I guess I have to." "Say, do you think there's any chance they might take you off combat duty and send you home?" "No." "But if they do and let you take one person with you, will you pick me?" "Don't pick anyone like Appleby, pick me." "Why in the world should they do something like that?" "I don't know, but if they do, just remember that I asked you first, will you? And let me know how you're doing. I'll wait for you here in these bushes every night. Maybe if they don't do anything bad to you, I won't fly any more missions either." "Okay." All the next evening, people kept popping up at him out of the darkness to ask him how he was doing, appealing to him for confidential information with weary, troubled faces on the basis of some morbid and clandestine kinship he had not guessed existed. People in the squadron he barely knew popped into sight out of nowhere as he passed and asked him how he was doing. Even men from other squadrons came one by one to conceal themselves in the darkness and pop out. Everywhere he stepped after sundown, someone was lying in wait to pop out and ask him how he was doing. People popped out at him from trees and bushes, from ditches and tall weeds, from around the corners of tents, and from behind the fenders of parked cars. Even one of his roommates popped out to ask him how he was doing, and pleaded with him not to tell any of his other roommates he had popped out. Yossarian drew near each beckoning, overly cautious silhouette with his hand on his gun, never knowing which hissing shadow would finally turn dishonestly into Nately's whore or worse, into some duly constituted governmental authority sent to club him ruthlessly into insensibility. It began to look as if they would have to do something like that. They did not want to court-martial him for desertion in the face of the enemy. because 135 miles away from the enemy could hardly be called the face of the enemy, and because Yossarian was the one who had finally knocked down the bridge at Ferrara by going around twice over the target and killing Kraft. He was always almost forgetting Kraft when he counted the dead men he knew. But they had to do something to him, and everyone waited grimly to see what horrible thing it would be. During the day, they avoided him, even Arfi, and Yossarian understood that they were different people together in daylight than they were alone in the dark. He did not care about them at all as he walked about backward with his hand on his gun and awaited the latest blandishments, threats and inducements from group each time Captains Pilchard and Wren drove back from another urgent conference with Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn. Hungry Joe was hardly around, and the only other person who ever spoke to him was Captain Black, who called him Old Blood and Guts in a merry, taunting voice each time he hailed him, and who came back from Rome toward the end of the week to tell him Nately's whore was gone. Yossarian turned sorry with a stab of yearning and remorse. He missed her. Gone, he echoed in a hollow tone. Yeah, gone, Captain Black laughed, his bleary eyes narrow with fatigue and his peaked sharp face sprouting as usual with a sparse reddish-blonde stubble. He rubbed the bags under his eyes with both fists. I thought I might as well give the stupid broad another boff just for old times' sake as long as I was in Rome anyway. You know, just to keep that kid Nately's body spinning in his grave, ha ha, remember the way I used to needle him? But the place was empty. Was there any word from her? Prodded Yossarian, who had been brooding incessantly about the girl, wondering how much she was suffering and feeling almost lonely and deserted without her ferocious and unappeasable attacks. There's no one there, Captain Black exclaimed cheerfully, trying to make Yossarian understand. Don't you understand? They're all gone. The whole place is busted. Gone. Yeah, gone, flushed right out into the street. Captain Black chuckled heartily again, and his pointed Adam's apple jumped up and down with glee inside his scraggly neck. The joint's empty. The MPS busted the whole apartment up and drove the whores right out. Ain't that a laugh? Yossarian was scared and began to tremble. Why they do that? What difference does it make? Responded Captain Black with an exuberant gesture. They flushed them right out into the street. How do you like that, the whole batch? What about the kid sister? Flushed away, laughed Captain Black, flushed away with the rest of the broads, right out into the street. But she's only a kid, Yossarian objected passionately. She doesn't know anybody else in the whole city what's going to happen to her. What the hell do I care? Responded Captain Black with an indifferent shrug, and then gawked suddenly at Yossarian with surprise and with a crafty gleam of prying elation. Say, what's the matter? If I knew this was going to make you so unhappy, I would have come right over and told you just to make you eat your liver. Hey, where are you going? Come on back here and eat your liver. The Eternal City. Yossarian was going absent without official leave with Milo, who, as the plane cruised toward Rome, shook his head reproachfully and with pious lips pulsed, informed Yossarian in ecclesiastical tones that he was ashamed of him. Yossarian nodded. Yossarian was making an uncouth spectacle of himself by walking around backward with his gun on his hip, and refusing to fly more combat missions, Milo said. Yossarian nodded. It was disloyal to his squadron and embarrassing to his superiors. He was placing Milo in a very uncomfortable position, too. Yossarian nodded again. The men were starting to grumble. It was not fair for Yossarian to think only of his own safety while men like Milo, Colonel Cathcart, Colonel Corn and ex-BFC Wintergreen were willing to do everything they could to win the war. The men with 70 missions were starting to grumble because they had to fly 80, and there was a danger some of them might put on guns and begin walking around backward too. Morale was deteriorating, and it was all Yossarian's fault. The country was in peril. He was jeopardizing his traditional rights of freedom and independence by daring to exercise them. Yossarian kept nodding in the co-pilot's seat and tried not to listen as Milo prattled on. Nately's whore was on his mind, as were Kraft and Orr and Nately and Dunbar, and Kid Sampson and McWatt, and all the poor and stupid and diseased people he had seen in Italy, Egypt, and North Africa and knew about in other areas of the world, and Snowden and Nately's whore's kid sister were on his conscience too. Yossarian thought he knew why Nately's whore held him responsible for Nately's death and wanted to kill him. Why the hell shouldn't she? It was a man's world, and she and everyone younger had every right to blame him and everyone older for every unnatural tragedy that befell them, just as she, even in her grief, was to blame for every man-made misery that landed on her kid sister and on all other children behind her. Someone had to do something sometime. Every victim was a culprit, every culprit a victim, and somebody had to stand up sometime to try to break the lousy chain of inherited habit that was imperiling them all. In parts of Africa, little boys were still stolen away by adult slave traders and sold for money to men who disemboweled them and ate them. Yossarian marveled that children could suffer such barbaric sacrifice without evincing the slightest hint of fear or pain. He took it for granted that they did submit so stoically. If not, he reasoned, the custom would certainly have died, for no craving for wealth or immortality could be so great, he felt, as to subsist on the sorrow of children. He was rocking the boat, Milo said, and Yossarian nodded once more. He was not a good member of the team, Milo said. Yossarian nodded and listened to Milo tell him that the decent thing to do if he did not like the way Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn were running the group was go to Russia, instead of stirring up trouble. Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn had both been very good to Yossarian, Milo said. Hadn't they given him a medal after the last mission to Ferrara, and promoted him to captain? Yossarian nodded. Didn't they feed him and give him his pay every month? Yossarian nodded again. Milo was sure they would be charitable if he went to them to apologize and recant and promise to fly 80 missions. Yossarian said he would think it over and held his breath and prayed for a safe landing as Milo dropped his wheels and glided in toward the runway. It was funny how he had really come to detest flying. Rome was in ruins, he saw when the plane was down. The airdrome had been bombed 8 months before, and knobby slabs of white stone rubble had been bulldozed into flat-topped heaps on both sides of the entrance through the wire fence surrounding the field. The Colosseum was a dilapidated shell, and the Arch of Constantine had fallen. Nately's whore's apartment was a shambles. The girls were gone, and the only one there was the old woman. The windows in the apartment had been smashed. She was bundled up in sweaters and skirts and wore a dark shawl about her head. She sat on a wooden chair near an electric hot plate, her arms folded, boiling water in a battered aluminum pot. She was talking aloud to herself when Yossarian entered and began moaning as soon as she saw him. "Gone," she moaned before he could even inquire. Holding her elbows, she rocked back and forth mournfully on her creaking chair. "Gone." "Who was?" All the poor young girls." "Where?" "Away, chased away into the street, all of them gone, all the poor young girls." "Chased away by who? Who did it?" "The mean tall soldiers with the hard white hats and clubs, and by our carabinieri. They came with their clubs and chased them away. They would not even let them take their coats. The poor things, they just chased them away into the cold." "Did they arrest them?" "They chased them away, they just chased them away." "Then why did they do it if they didn't arrest them?" "I don't know," sobbed the old woman. "I don't know. Who will take care of me? Who will take care of me now that all the poor young girls are gone? Who will take care of me?" "There must have been a reason," Yossarian persisted, pounding his fist into his hand. "They couldn't just barge in here and chase everyone out." "No reason," wailed the old woman. "No reason." "What right did they have?" Catch-22. "What?" Yossarian froze in his tracks with fear and alarm and felt his whole body begin to tingle. "What did you say?" Catch-22, the old woman repeated, rocking her head up and down. Catch-22. Catch-22 says they have a right to do anything we can't stop them from doing." "What the hell are you talking about?" Yossarian shouted at her in bewildered, furious protest. "How did you know it was Catch-22? Who the hell told you it was Catch-22? "The soldiers with the hard white hats and clubs." The girls were crying. "Did we do anything wrong?" they said. The men said no and pushed them away out the door with the ends of their clubs. "Then why are you chasing us out?" the girls said. Catch-22, the men said. "What right do you have?" the girls said. Catch-22, the men said. All they kept saying was Catch-22, Catch-22. "What does it mean, Catch-22? What is Catch-22? "Didn't they show it to you?" Yossarian demanded, stamping about in anger and distress. "Didn't you even make them read it?" "They don't have to show us Catch-22, the old woman answered. "The law says they don't have to." "What law says they don't have to?" Catch-22. "Oh, goddamn!" Yossarian exclaimed bitterly. "I bet it wasn't even really there." He stopped walking and glanced about the room disconsolately. "Where's the old man?" Gone, mourned the old woman. Gone. Dead, the old woman told him, nodding in emphatic lament, pointing to her head with the flat of her hand. Something broke in here. 1 minute he was living, 1 minute he was dead. But he can't be dead, Yossarian cried, ready to argue insistently. But of course he knew it was true, knew it was logical and true. Once again the old man had marched along with the majority. Yossarian turned away and trudged through the apartment with a gloomy scowl, peering with pessimistic curiosity into all the rooms. Everything made of glass had been smashed by the men with the clubs. Torn drapes and bedding lay dumped on the floor. Chairs, tables, and dressers had been overturned. Everything breakable had been broken. The destruction was total. No wild vandals could have been more thorough. Every window was smashed, and darkness poured like inky clouds into each room through the shattered panes. Yossarian could imagine the heavy, crashing footfalls of the tall MPs in the hard white hats. He could picture the fiery and malicious exhilaration with which they had made their wreckage, and their sanctimonious, ruthless sense of right and dedication. All the poor young girls were gone. Everyone was gone but the weeping old woman in the bulky brown and gray sweaters and black head shawl, and soon she too would be gone. Gone, she grieved when he walked back in before he could even speak. Who will take care of me now? Yossarian ignored the question. Nately's girlfriend, did anyone hear from her? He asked. Gone. I know she's gone, but did anyone hear from her? Does anyone know where she is? Gone. The little sister, what happened to her? Gone, the old woman's tone had not changed. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yossarian asked sharply, staring into her eyes to see if she were not speaking to him from a coma. He raised his voice. What happened to the kid sister, to the little girl? Gone, gone, the old woman replied with a crabby shrug, irritated by his persistence, her low wail growing louder. Chased away with the rest, chased away into the street. They would not even let her take her coat. Where did she go? I don't know. Who will take care of her? Who will take care of me? She doesn't know anybody else, does she? Who will take care of me? Yossarian left money in the old woman's lap. It was odd how many wrongs leaving money seemed to right, and strode out of the apartment, cursing Catch-22 vehemently as he descended the stairs, even though he knew there was no such thing. Catch-22 did not exist, he was positive of that, but it made no difference. What did matter was that everyone thought it existed, and that was much worse, for there was no object or text to ridicule or refute, to accuse, criticize, attack, amend, hate, revile, spit at, rip to shreds, trample upon, or burn up. It was cold outside, and dark, and a leaky, insipid mist lay swollen in the air and trickled down the large, unpolished stone blocks of the houses and the pedestals of monuments. Yossarian hurried back to Milo and recanted. He said he was sorry and, knowing he was lying, promised to fly as many more missions as Colonel Cathcart wanted if Milo would only use all his influence in Rome to help him locate Nately's whore's kid sister. She's just a 12-year-old virgin, Milo, he explained anxiously, and I want to find her before it's too late. Milo responded to his request with a benign smile. I've got just the 12-year-old virgin you're looking for, he announced jubilantly. This 12-year-old virgin is really only 34, but she was brought up on a low-protein diet by very strict parents and didn't start sleeping with men until. Milo, I'm talking about a little girl, Yossarian interrupted him with desperate impatience. Don't you understand? I don't want to sleep with her, I want to help her. You've got daughters, she's just a little kid and she's all alone in the city with no one to take care of her. I want to protect her from harm. Don't you know what I'm talking about? Milo did understand and was deeply touched. Yossarian, I'm proud of you, he exclaimed with profound emotion. I really am. You don't know how glad I am to see that everything isn't always just sex with you. You've got principles. Certainly I've got daughters and I know exactly what you're talking about. We'll find that girl if we have to turn this whole city upside down. Come along. Yossarian went along in Milo Minderbinder's speeding M&M staff car to police headquarters to meet a swarthy, untidy police commissioner with a narrow black mustache and unbuttoned tunic, who was fiddling with a stout woman with warts and 2 chins when they entered his office, and who greeted Milo with warm surprise and bowed, and scraped in obscene servility as though Milo were some elegant marquis. Ah, Marchese Milo, he declared with effusive pleasure, pushing the fat, disgruntled woman out the door without even looking toward her. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I would have a big party for you. Come in, Marchese, you almost never visit us anymore. Milo knew that there was not one moment to waste. Hello, Luigi, he said, nodding so briskly that he almost seemed rude. Luigi, I need your help. My friend here wants to find a girl. A girl, Marchese, said Luigi, scratching his face pensively. There are lots of girls in Rome. For an American officer, a girl should not be too difficult. No, Luigi, you don't understand. This is a 12-year-old virgin that he has to find right away. Ah, yes, now I understand, Luigi said sagaciously. A virgin might take a little time, but if he waits at the bus terminal where the young farm girls looking for work arrive, Luigi, you still don't understand. Milo snapped with such brusque impatience that the police commissioner's face flushed and he jumped to attention and began buttoning his uniform in confusion. This girl is a friend, an old friend of the family, and we want to help her. She's only a child. She's all alone in the city somewhere, and we have to find her before somebody harms her. Now do you understand? Luigi, this is very important to me. I have a daughter the same age as that little girl, and nothing in the world means more to me right now than saving that poor child before it's too late. Will you help? See, Marchese, now I understand, said Luigi, and I will do everything in my power to find her. But tonight I have almost no men. Tonight all my men are busy trying to break up the traffic in illegal tobacco. Illegal tobacco? Asked Milo. Milo, Yossarian bleated faintly with a sinking heart, sensing at once that all was lost. See, Marchese, said Luigi, the profit in illegal tobacco is so high that the smuggling is almost impossible to control. Is there really that much profit in illegal tobacco? Milo inquired with keen interest, his rust-colored eyebrows arching avidly and his nostrils sniffing. Milo, Yossarian called to him, pay attention to me, will you? See, Marchese, Luigi answered. The profit in illegal tobacco is very high. The smuggling is a national scandal, Marchese, truly a national disgrace. Is that a fact? Milo observed with a preoccupied smile and started toward the door as though in a spell. Milo, Yossarian yelled and bounded forward impulsively to intercept him. Milo, you've got to help me. Illegal tobacco, Milo explained to him with a look of epileptic lust, struggling doggedly to get by. Let me go, I've got to smuggle illegal tobacco. Stay here and help me find her, pleaded Yossarian. You can smuggle illegal tobacco tomorrow. But Milo was deaf and kept pushing forward, non-violently but irresistibly, sweating his eyes as though he were in the grip of a blind fixation, burning feverishly and his twitching mouth slavering. He moaned calmly as though in remote, instinctive distress and kept repeating, illegal tobacco, illegal tobacco. Yossarian stepped out of the way with resignation finally when he saw it was hopeless to try to reason with him. Milo was gone like a shot. The commissioner of police unbuttoned his tunic again and looked at Yossarian with contempt. What do you want here? He asked coldly. Do you want me to arrest you? Yossarian walked out of the office and down the stairs into the dark, tomb-like street, passing in the hall the stout woman with warts and two chins who was already on her way back in. There was no sign of Milo outside. There were no lights in any of the windows. The deserted sidewalk rose steeply and continuously for several blocks. He could see the glare of a broad avenue at the top of the long cobblestone incline. The police station was almost at the bottom. The yellow bulbs at the entrance sizzled in the dampness like wet torches. A frigid fine rain was falling. He began walking slowly, pushing uphill. Soon he came to a quiet, cozy, inviting restaurant with red velvet drapes in the windows and a blue neon sign near the door that said, Tony's Restaurant, Fine Food and Drink. Keep out. The words on the blue neon sign surprised him mildly for only an instant. Nothing warped seemed bizarre anymore in his strange, distorted surroundings. The tops of the sheer buildings slanted in weird, surrealistic perspective and the street seemed tilted. He raised the collar of his warm woolen coat and hugged it around him. The night was raw. A boy in a thin shirt and thin tattered trousers walked out of the darkness on bare feet. The boy had black hair and needed a haircut and shoes and socks. His sickly face was pale and sad. His feet made grisly, soft, sucking sounds in the rain puddles on the wet pavement as he passed, and Yossarian was moved by such intense pity for his poverty that he wanted to smash his pale, sad, sickly face with his fist and knock him out of existence because he brought to mind all the pale, sad, sickly children in Italy that same night who needed haircuts and needed shoes and socks. He made Yossarian think of cripples and of cold and hungry men and women, and of all the dumb, passive, devout mothers with catatonic eyes nursing infants outdoors that same night with chilled animal udders bared insensibly to that same raw rain. Cows. Almost on cue, a nursing mother padded past holding an infant in black rags, and Yossarian wanted to smash her too, because she reminded him of the barefoot boy in the thin shirt and thin tattered trousers, and of all the shivering, stupefying misery in a world that never yet had provided enough heat and food and justice for all but an ingenious and unscrupulous handful. What a lousy earth. He wondered how many people were destitute that same night even in his own prosperous country, how many homes were shanties, how many husbands were drunk and wives socked, and how many children were bullied, abused, or abandoned. How many families hungered for food they could not afford to buy, how many hearts were broken, how many suicides would take place that same night, how many people would go insane, how many cockroaches and landlords would triumph. How many winners were losers, successes failures, rich men poor men, how many wise guys were stupid, how many happy endings were unhappy endings, how many honest men were liars, brave men cowards, loyal men traitors, how many sainted men were corrupt, how many people in positions of trust had sold their souls to blackguards for petty cash, how many had never had souls, how many straight and narrow paths were crooked paths. How many best families were worst families and how many good people were bad people. When you added them all up and then subtracted, you might be left with only the children, and perhaps with Albert Einstein and an old violinist or sculptor somewhere. Yossarian walked in lonely torture, feeling estranged, and could not wipe from his mind the excruciating image of the barefoot boy with sickly cheeks until he turned the corner into the avenue finally and came upon an Allied soldier having convulsions on the ground, a young lieutenant with a small, pale, boyish face. 6 other soldiers from different countries wrestled with different parts of him, striving to help him and hold him still. He yelped and groaned unintelligibly through clenched teeth, his eyes rolled up into his head. "Don't let him bite his tongue off," a short sergeant near Yossarian advised shrewdly, and a 7th man threw himself into the fray to wrestle with the ill lieutenant's face. All at once the wrestlers won and turned to each other undecidedly, for now that they held the young lieutenant rigid they did not know what to do with him. A quiver of moronic panic spread from one straining brute face to another. "Why don't you lift him up and put him on the hood of that car?" a corporal standing in back of Yossarian drawled. That seemed to make sense, so the 7 men lifted the young lieutenant up and stretched him out carefully on the hood of a parked car, still pinning each struggling part of him down. Once they had him stretched out on the hood of the parked car, they stared at each other uneasily again, for they had no idea what to do with him next. "Why don't you lift him up off the hood of that car and lay him down on the ground?" drawled the same corporal behind Yossarian. That seemed like a good idea, too, and they began to move him back to the sidewalk, but before they could finish, a jeep raced up with a flashing red spotlight at the side and 2 military policemen in the front seat. "What's going on?" the driver yelled. "He's having convulsions," one of the men grappling with one of the young lieutenant's limbs answered. "We're holding him still." "That's good, he's under arrest." "What should we do with him?" "Keep him under arrest," the MP shouted, doubling over with raucous laughter at his jest and sped away in his jeep. Yossarian recalled that he had no leave papers and moved prudently past the strange group toward the sound of muffled voices emanating from a distance inside the murky darkness ahead. The broad, rain-blotched boulevard was illuminated every half-block by short, curling lampposts with eerie shimmering glares surrounded by smoky brown mist. From a window overhead he heard an unhappy female voice pleading, "Please don't, please don't." A despondent young woman in a black raincoat with much black hair on her face passed with her eyes lowered. At the Ministry of Public Affairs on the next block, a drunken lady was backed up against one of the fluted Corinthian columns by a drunken young soldier, while 3 drunken comrades in arms sat watching nearby on the steps with wine bottles standing between their legs. "Please don't," begged the drunken lady. "I want to go home now, please don't." One of the sitting men cursed pugnaciously and hurled a wine bottle at Yossarian when he turned to look up. The bottle shattered harmlessly far away with a brief and muted noise. Yossarian continued walking away at the same listless, unhurried pace, hands buried in his pockets. "Come on, baby," he heard the drunken soldier urge determinedly. "It's my turn now." "Please don't," begged the drunken lady. "Please don't." At the very next corner, deep inside the dense, impenetrable shadows of a narrow, winding side street, he heard the mysterious, unmistakable sound of someone shoveling snow. The measured, labored, evocative scrape of iron shovel against concrete made his flesh crawl with terror as he stepped from the curb to cross the ominous alley and hurried onward until the haunting, incongruous noise had been left behind. Now he knew where he was. Soon, if he continued without turning, he would come to the dry fountain in the middle of the boulevard, then to the officer's apartment 7 blocks beyond. He heard snarling, inhuman voices cutting through the ghostly blackness in front suddenly. The bulb on the corner lamp post had died, spilling gloom over half the street, throwing everything visible off balance. On the other side of the intersection, a man was beating a dog with a stick like the man who was beating the horse with a whip in Raskolnikov's dream. Yossarian strained helplessly not to see or hear. The dog whimpered and squealed in brute, dumbfounded hysteria at the end of an old manila rope and groveled and crawled on its belly without resisting, but the man beat it anyway with his heavy, flat stick. A small crowd watched. A squat woman stepped out and asked him please to stop. "Mind your own business," the man barked gruffly, lifting his stick as though he might beat her too, and the woman retreated sheepishly with an abject and humiliated air. Yossarian quickened his pace to get away, almost ran. The night was filled with horrors, and he thought he knew how Christ must have felt as he walked through the world, like a psychiatrist through a ward full of nuts, like a victim through a prison full of thieves. What a welcome sight a leper must have been. At the next corner, a man was beating a small boy brutally in the midst of an immobile crowd of adult spectators who made no effort to intervene. Yossarian recoiled with sickening recognition. He was certain he had witnessed that same horrible scene some time before. D and EQ J and Agre Vu. The sinister coincidence shook him and filled him with doubt and dread. It was the same scene he had witnessed a block before, although everything in it seemed quite different. What in the world was happening? Would a squat woman step out and ask the man to please stop? Would he raise his hand to strike her, and would she retreat? Nobody moved. The child cried steadily as though in drugged misery. The man kept knocking him down with hard, resounding open-palm blows to the head, then jerking him up to his feet in order to knock him down again. No one in the sullen, cowering crowd seemed to care enough about the stunned and beaten boy to interfere. The child was no more than 9. One drab woman was weeping silently into a dirty dish towel. The boy was emaciated and needed a haircut. Bright red blood was streaming from both ears. Yossarian crossed quickly to the other side of the immense avenue to escape the nauseating sight, and found himself walking on human teeth lying on the drenched, glistening pavement near splotches of blood kept sticky by the pelting raindrops poking each one like sharp fingernails. Molars and broken incisors lay scattered everywhere. He circled on tiptoe the grotesque debris, and came near a doorway containing a crying soldier holding a saturated handkerchief to his mouth, supported as he sagged by 2 other soldiers waiting in grave impatience for the military ambulance that finally came clanging up with amber fog lights on, and passed them by for an altercation on the next block between a civilian Italian with books and a slew of civilian policemen with armlocks and clubs. The screaming, struggling civilian was a dark man with a face white as flour from fear. His eyes were pulsating in hectic desperation, flapping like bats' wings as the many tall policemen seized him by the arms and legs and lifted him up. His books were spilled on the ground. "Help!" he shrieked shrilly in a voice strangling in its own emotion, as the policemen carried him to the open doors in the rear of the ambulance and threw him inside. "Police! Help! Police!" The doors were shut and bolted, and the ambulance raced away. There was a humorless irony in the ludicrous panic of the man screaming for help to the police while policemen were all around him. Yossarian smiled wryly at the futile and ridiculous cry for aid, then saw with a start that the words were ambiguous, realized with alarm that they were not perhaps intended as a call for police, but as a heroic warning from the grave by a doomed friend to everyone who was not a policeman with a club and a gun and a mob of other policemen with clubs and guns to back him up. "Help! Police!" the man had cried, and he could have been shouting of danger. Yossarian responded to the thought by slipping away stealthily from the police, and almost tripped over the feet of a burly woman of 40 hastening across the intersection guiltily, darting furtive, vindictive glances behind her toward a woman of 80 with thick, bandaged ankles doddering after her in a losing pursuit. The old woman was gasping for breath as she minced along and muttering to herself in distracted agitation. There was no mistaking the nature of the scene. It was a chase. The triumphant first woman was halfway across the wide avenue before the second woman reached the curb. The nasty, small, gloating smile with which she glanced back at the laboring old woman was both wicked and apprehensive. Yossarian knew he could help the troubled old woman if she would only cry out, knew he could spring forward and capture the sturdy first woman, and hold her for the mob of policemen nearby, if the second woman would only give him license with a shriek of distress. But the old woman passed by without even seeing him, mumbling in terrible, tragic vexation, and soon the first woman had vanished into the deepening layers of darkness, and the old woman was left standing helplessly in the center of the thoroughfare, dazed, uncertain which way to proceed, alone. Yossarian tore his eyes from her and hurried away in shame because he had done nothing to assist her. He darted furtive, guilty glances back as he fled in defeat, afraid the old woman might now start following him, and he welcomed the concealing shelter of the drizzling, drifting, lightless, nearly opaque gloom. Mobs of policemen, everything but England was in the hands of mobs. Mobs with clubs were in control everywhere. The surface of the collar and shoulders of Yossarian's coat was soaked. His socks were wet and cold. The light on the next lamppost was out too, the glass globe broken. Buildings and featureless shapes flowed by him noiselessly as though borne past immutably on the surface of some rank and timeless tide. A tall monk passed, his face buried entirely inside a coarse gray cowl, even the eyes hidden. Footsteps sloshed toward him steadily through a puddle, and he feared it would be another barefoot child. He brushed by a gaunt, cadaverous, tristful man in a black raincoat with a star-shaped scar in his cheek, and a glossy mutilated depression the size of an egg in one temple. On squishing straw sandals, a young woman materialized with her whole face disfigured by a god-awful pink and piebald burn that started on her neck and stretched in a raw, corrugated mass up both cheeks past her eyes. Yossarian could not bear to look and shuddered. No one would ever love her. His spirit was sick. He longed to lie down with some girl he could love who would soothe and excite him and put him to sleep. A mob with a club was waiting for him in Pianosa. The girls were all gone. The countess and her daughter-in-law were no longer good enough. He had grown too old for fun. He no longer had the time. Luciana was gone, dead probably, if not yet, then soon enough. Arfie's buxom trollop had vanished with her smutty cameo ring, and Nurse Ducat was ashamed of him, because he had refused to fly more combat missions and would cause a scandal. The only girl he knew nearby was the plain maid in the officer's apartment, whom none of the men had ever slept with. Her name was Michaela, but the men called her filthy things in dulcet, ingratiating voices, and she giggled with childish joy because she understood no English and thought they were flattering her and making harmless jokes. Everything wild she watched them do filled her with enchanted delight. She was a happy, simple-minded, hard-working girl who could not read and was barely able to write her name. Her straight hair was the color of rotting straw. She had sallow skin and myopic eyes, and none of the men had ever slept with her because none of the men had ever wanted to, none but Arfie, who had raped her once that same evening, and had then held her prisoner in a clothes closet for almost 2 hours with his hand over her mouth until the civilian curfew sirens sounded, and it was unlawful for her to be outside. Then he threw her out the window. Her dead body was still lying on the pavement when Yossarian arrived and pushed his way politely through the circle of solemn neighbors with dim lanterns, who glared with venom as they shrank away from him and pointed up bitterly toward the second-floor windows in their private, grim, accusing conversations. Yossarian's heart pounded with fright and horror at the pitiful, ominous, gory spectacle of the broken corpse. He ducked into the hallway and bolted up the stairs into the apartment where he found Arfie pacing about uneasily with a pompous, slightly uncomfortable smile. Arfie seemed a bit unsettled as he fidgeted with his pipe and assured Yossarian that everything was going to be all right. There was nothing to worry about. "I only raped her once," he explained. Yossarian was aghast. "But you killed her, Arfie, you killed her." "Oh, I had to do that after I raped her," Arfie replied in his most condescending manner. "I couldn't very well let her go around saying bad things about us, could I?" "But why did you have to touch her at all, you dumb bastard?" Yossarian shouted. "Why couldn't you get yourself a girl off the street if you wanted one? The city is full of prostitutes." "Oh no, not me," Arfie bragged. "I never paid for it in my life." "Arfie, are you insane?" Yossarian was almost speechless. "You killed a girl, they're going to put you in jail." "Oh no," Arfie answered with a forced smile. Not me, they aren't going to put good old Arfie in jail not for killing her. But you threw her out the window, she's lying dead in the street. She has no right to be there, Arfie answered. It's after curfew. Stupid, don't you realize what you've done? Yossarian wanted to grab Arfie by his well-fed, caterpillar-soft shoulders and shake some sense into him. You've murdered a human being, they are going to put you in jail, they might even hang you. Oh, I hardly think they'll do that, Arfie replied with a jovial chuckle, although his symptoms of nervousness increased. He spilled tobacco crumbs unconsciously as his short fingers fumbled with the bowl of his pipe. No, sirree, not to good old Arfie, he chortled again. She was only a servant girl. I hardly think they're going to make too much of a fuss over one poor Italian servant girl when so many thousands of lives are being lost every day. Do you? Listen, Yossarian cried, almost in joy. He pricked up his ears and watched the blood drain from Arfie's face as sirens mourned faraway police sirens, and then ascended almost instantaneously to a howling, strident, onrushing cacophony of overwhelming sound that seemed to crash into the room around them from every side. Arfie, they're coming for you, he said in a flood of compassion, shouting to be heard above the noise. They're coming to arrest you. Arfie, don't you understand? You can't take the life of another human being and get away with it, even if she is just a poor servant girl. Don't you see? Can't you understand? Oh no, Arfie insisted with a lame laugh and a weak smile. They're not coming to arrest me, not good old Arfie. All at once he looked sick. He sank down on a chair in a trembling stupor, his stumpy, lax hands quaking in his lap. Cars skidded to a stop outside. Spotlights hit the windows immediately. Car doors slammed and police whistles screeched. Voices rose harshly. Arfie was green. He kept shaking his head mechanically with a queer, numb smile and repeating in a weak, hollow monotone that they were not coming for him. Not for good old Arfie, no sirree, striving to convince himself that this was so even as heavy footsteps raced up the stairs and pounded across the landing, even as fists beat on the door 4 times with a deafening, inexorable force. Then the door to the apartment flew open, and 2 large, tough, brawny MPs with icy eyes and firm, sinewy, unsmiling jaws entered quickly, strode across the room, and arrested Yossarian. They arrested Yossarian for being in Rome without a pass. They apologized to Arfie for intruding and led Yossarian away between them, gripping him under each arm with fingers as hard as steel manacles. They said nothing at all to him on the way down. 2 more tall MPs with clubs and hard white helmets were waiting outside at a closed car. They marched Yossarian into the back seat, and the car roared away and weaved through the rain and muddy fog to a police station. The MPs locked him up for the night in a cell with 4 stone walls. At dawn they gave him a pail for a latrine and drove him to the airport, where 2 more giant MPs with clubs and white helmets were waiting at a transport plane whose engines were already warming up when they arrived, the cylindrical green cowlings oozing quivering beads of condensation. None of the MPs said anything to each other either. They did not even nod. Yossarian had never seen such granite faces. The plane flew to Pianosa. 2 more silent MPs were waiting at the landing strip. There were now 8, and they filed with precise, wordless discipline into 2 cars and sped on humming tires past the 4 squadron areas to the group headquarters building, where still 2 more MPs were waiting at the parking area. All 10 tall, strong, purposeful, silent men towered around him as they turned toward the entrance. Their footsteps crunched in loud unison on the cindered ground. He had an impression of accelerating haste. He was terrified. Every one of the 10 MPs seemed powerful enough to bash him to death with a single blow. They had only to press their massive, toughened, boulderous shoulders against him to crush all life from his body. There was nothing he could do to save himself. He could not even see which 2 were gripping him under the arms as they marched him rapidly between the 2 tight single-file columns they had formed. Their pace quickened, and he felt as though he were flying along with his feet off the ground as they trotted in resolute cadence up the wide marble staircase to the upper landing, where still 2 more inscrutable military policemen with hard faces were waiting to lead them all at an even faster pace down the long, cantilevered balcony overhanging the immense lobby. Their marching footsteps on the dull tile floor thundered like an awesome, quickening drum roll through the vacant center of the building, as they moved with even greater speed and precision toward Colonel Cathcart's office, and violent winds of panic began blowing in Yossarian's ears when they turned him toward his doom inside the office, where Colonel Korn, his rump spreading comfortably on a corner of Colonel Cathcart's desk, sat waiting to greet him with a genial smile and said, "We're sending you home." Catch-22. There was, of course, a catch. Catch-22, inquired Yossarian. Of course, Colonel Corn answered pleasantly, after he had chased the mighty guard of massive MPS out with an insouciant flick of his hand and a slightly contemptuous nod, most relaxed, as always, when he could be most cynical. His rimless square eyeglasses glinted with sly amusement as he gazed at Yossarian. After all, we can't simply send you home for refusing to fly more missions and keep the rest of the men here, can we? That would hardly be fair to them. You're goddamn right, Colonel Cathcart blurted out, lumbering back and forth gracelessly like a winded bull, puffing and pouting angrily. I'd like to tie him up hand and foot and throw him aboard a plane on every mission. That's what I'd like to do. Colonel Corn motioned Colonel Cathcart to be silent and smiled at Yossarian. You know, you really have been making things terribly difficult for Colonel Cathcart, he observed with flip good humor, as though the fact did not displease him at all. The men are unhappy and morale is beginning to deteriorate, and it's all your fault. It's your fault, Yossarian argued, for raising the number of missions. No, it's your fault for refusing to fly them, Colonel Corn retorted. The men were perfectly content to fly as many missions as we asked as long as they thought they had no alternative. Now you've given them hope and they're unhappy, so the blame is all yours. Doesn't he know there's a war going on? Colonel Cathcart, still stamping back and forth, demanded morosely without looking at Yossarian. I'm quite sure he does, Colonel Corn answered. That's probably why he refuses to fly them. Doesn't it make any difference to him? Will the knowledge that there's a war going on weaken your decision to refuse to participate in it? Colonel Corn inquired with sarcastic seriousness, mocking Colonel Cathcart. No, sir, Yossarian replied, almost returning Colonel Corn's smile. I was afraid of that, Colonel Corn remarked with an elaborate sigh, locking his fingers together comfortably on top of his smooth, bald, broad, shiny brown head. You know, in all fairness, we really haven't treated you too badly, have we? We fed you and paid you on time. We gave you a medal and even made you a captain. I never should have made him a captain, Colonel Cathcart exclaimed bitterly. I should have given him a court-martial after he loused up that Ferrara mission and went around twice. I told you not to promote him, said Colonel Corn, but you wouldn't listen to me. No, you didn't. You told me to promote him, didn't you? I told you not to promote him, but you just wouldn't listen. I should have listened. You never listened to me, Colonel Corn persisted with relish. That's the reason we're in this spot. All right, gee whiz, stop rubbing it in, will you? Colonel Cathcart burrowed his fists down deep inside his pockets and turned away in a slouch. Instead of picking on me, why don't you figure out what we're going to do about him? We're going to send him home, I'm afraid. Colonel Corn was chuckling triumphantly when he turned away from Colonel Cathcart to face Yossarian. Yossarian, the war is over for you. We're going to send you home. You really don't deserve it, you know, which is one of the reasons I don't mind doing it. Since there's nothing else we can risk doing to you at this time, we've decided to return you to the States. We've worked out this little deal too. What kind of deal? Yossarian demanded with defiant mistrust. Colonel Corn tossed his head back and laughed. Oh, a thoroughly despicable deal, make no mistake about that. It's absolutely revolting, but you'll accept it quickly enough. Don't be too sure. I haven't the slightest doubt you will, even though it stinks to high heaven. Oh, by the way, you haven't told any of the men you've refused to fly more missions, have you? No, sir, Yossarian answered promptly. Colonel Corn nodded approvingly. That's good. I like the way you lie. You'll go far in this world if you ever acquire some decent ambition. Doesn't he know there's a war going on? Colonel Cathcart yelled out suddenly and blew with vigorous disbelief into the open end of his cigarette holder. I'm quite sure he does, Colonel Corn replied acidly, since you brought that identical point to his attention just a moment ago. Colonel Corn frowned wearily for Yossarian's benefit, his eyes twinkling swarthily with sly and daring scorn. Gripping the edge of Colonel Cathcart's desk with both hands, he lifted his flaccid haunches far back on the corner to sit with both short legs dangling freely. Shoes kicked lightly against the yellow oak wood, His sludge-brown socks, garterless, collapsed in sagging circles below ankles that were surprisingly small and white. "You know Yossarian," he mused affably in a manner of casual reflection that seemed both derisive and sincere. "I really do admire you a bit. You're an intelligent person of great moral character who has taken a very courageous stand. I'm an intelligent person with no moral character at all, so I'm in an ideal position to appreciate it." "These are very critical times," Colonel Cathcart asserted petulantly from a far corner of the office, paying no attention to Colonel Corn. "Very critical times indeed," Colonel Corn agreed with a placid nod. "We've just had a change of command above, and we can't afford a situation that might put us in a bad light with either General Schaiskopf or General Peckham. Isn't that what you mean, Colonel? Hasn't he got any patriotism?" "Won't you fight for your country?" Colonel Corn demanded, emulating Colonel Cathcart's harsh, self-righteous tone. "Won't you give up your life for Colonel Cathcart and me?" Yossarian tensed with alert astonishment when he heard Colonel Corn's concluding words. "What's that?" he exclaimed. "What have you and Colonel Cathcart got to do with my country? You're not the same." "How can you separate us?" Colonel Corn inquired with ironical tranquility. "That's right," Colonel Cathcart cried emphatically. "You're either for us or against us, there's no two ways about it." "I'm afraid he's got you," added Colonel Corn. "You're either for us or against your country, it's as simple as that." "Oh no, Colonel, I don't buy that." Colonel Corn was unroofed. "Neither do I, frankly, but everyone else will, so there you are." "You're a disgrace to your uniform," Colonel Cathcart declared with blustering wrath, whirling to confront Yossarian for the first time. "I'd like to know how you ever got to be a captain anyway." "You promoted him," Colonel Corn reminded sweetly, stifling a snicker. "Don't you remember?" "Well, I never should have done it." "I told you not to do it," Colonel Corn said, "but you just wouldn't listen to me." "Gee whiz, will you stop rubbing it in?" Colonel Cathcart cried. He furrowed his brow and glowered at Colonel Corn through eyes narrow with suspicion, his fists clenched on his hips. "Say, whose side are you on anyway?" "Your side, Colonel. What other side could I be on?" "Then stop picking on me, will you? Get off my back, will you?" "I'm on your side, Colonel. I'm just loaded with patriotism." "Well, just make sure you don't forget that." Colonel Cathcart turned away grudgingly after another moment, incompletely reassured, and began striding the floor, his hands kneading his long cigarette holder. He jerked a thumb toward Yossarian. "Let's settle with him. I know what I'd like to do with him. I'd like to take him outside and shoot him. That's what I'd like to do with him. That's what General Dreedel would do with him." "But General Dreedel isn't with us anymore," said Colonel Corn, "so we can't take him outside and shoot him." Now that his moment of tension with Colonel Cathcart had passed, Colonel Corn relaxed again and resumed kicking softly against Colonel Cathcart's desk. He returned to Yossarian. "So we're going to send you home instead. It took a bit of thinking, but we finally worked out this horrible little plan for sending you home without causing too much dissatisfaction among the friends you'll leave behind. Doesn't that make you happy?" "What kind of plan? I'm not sure I'm going to like it." "I know you're not going to like it." Colonel Corn laughed, locking his hands contentedly on top of his head again. "You're going to loathe it. It really is odious and certainly will offend your conscience, but you'll agree to it quickly enough. You'll agree to it because it will send you home safe and sound in 2 weeks, and because you have no choice. It's that or a court-martial. Take it or leave it." Yossarian snorted. "Stop bluffing, Colonel. You can't court-martial me for desertion in the face of the enemy. It would make you look bad, and you probably couldn't get a conviction. We can court-martial you now for desertion from duty, since you went to Rome without a pass. And we could make it stick. If you think about it a minute, you'll see that you'd leave us no alternative. We can't simply let you keep walking around in open insubordination without punishing you. All the other men would stop flying missions too. No, you have my word for it. We will court-martial you if you turn our deal down, even though it would raise a lot of questions and be a terrible black eye for Colonel Cathcart." Colonel Cathcart winced at the words black eye, and without any apparent premeditation hurled his slender onyx and ivory cigarette holder down viciously on the wooden surface on his desk. "Jesus Christ," he shouted unexpectedly. "I hate this goddamn cigarette holder." The cigarette holder bounced off the desk to the wall, ricocheted across the window sill to the floor, and came to a stop almost where he was standing. Colonel Cathcart stared down at it with an irascible scowl. I wonder if it's really doing me any good. It's a feather in your cap with General Peckham, but a black eye for you with General Schaiskopf, Colonel Korn informed him with a mischievous look of innocence. Well, which one am I supposed to please? Both. How can I please them both? They hate each other. How am I ever going to get a feather in my cap from General Schaiskopf without getting a black eye from General Peckham? March. Yeah, March, that's the only way to please him. March, March. Colonel Cathcart grimaced sullenly. Some generals, they're a disgrace to their uniforms. If people like those two can make general, I don't see how I can miss. You're going to go far, Colonel Korn assured him with a flat lack of conviction and turned back chuckling to Yossarian, his disdainful merriment increasing at the sight of Yossarian's unyielding expression of antagonism and distrust. And there you have the crux of the situation. Colonel Cathcart wants to be a general and I want to be a colonel, and that's why we have to send you home. Why does he want to be a general? Why, for the same reason that I want to be a colonel. What else have we got to do? Everyone teaches us to aspire to higher things. A general is higher than a colonel and a colonel is higher than a lieutenant colonel, so we're both aspiring. And you know, Yossarian, it's a lucky thing for you that we are. Your timing on this is absolutely perfect, but I suppose you took that factor into account in your calculations. I haven't been doing any calculating, Yossarian retorted. Yes, I really do enjoy the way you lie, Colonel Korn answered. Won't it make you proud to have your commanding officer promoted to general, to know you served in an outfit that averaged more combat missions per person than any other? Don't you want to earn more unit citations and more oak leaf clusters for your air medal? Where's your esprit de corps? Don't you want to contribute further to this great record by flying more combat missions? It's your last chance to answer yes. No. In that case, you have us over a barrel, said Colonel Korn without rancor. He ought to be ashamed of himself. And we have to send you home, just do a few little things for us and… What sort of things? Yossarian interrupted with belligerent misgiving. Oh, tiny, insignificant things. Really, this is a very generous deal we're making with you. We will issue orders returning you to the States. Really, we will, and all you have to do in return is… What must I do? Colonel Korn laughed curtly. Like us. Yossarian blinked. Like you. Like us. Like you. That's right, said Colonel Korn, nodding, gratified immeasurably by Yossarian's guileless surprise and bewilderment. Like us, join us, be our pal. Say nice things about us here and back in the States. Become one of the boys. Now, that isn't asking too much, is it? You just want me to like you, is that all? That's all. That's all. Just find it in your heart to like us. Yossarian wanted to laugh confidently when he saw with amazement that Colonel Korn was telling the truth. That isn't going to be too easy, he sneered. Oh, it will be a lot easier than you think, Colonel Korn taunted in return, undismayed by Yossarian's barb. You'll be surprised at how easy you'll find it to like us once you begin. Colonel Korn hitched up the waist of his loose, voluminous trousers. The deep black grooves isolating his square chin from his jowls were bent again in a kind of jeering and reprehensible mirth. You see, Yossarian, we're going to put you on easy street. We're going to promote you to major and even give you another medal. Captain Flume is already working on glowing press releases describing your valor over Ferrara, your deep and abiding loyalty to your outfit and your consummate dedication to duty. Those phrases are all actual quotations, by the way. We're going to glorify you and send you home a hero, recalled by the Pentagon for morale and public relations purposes. You'll live like a millionaire. Everyone will lionize you. You'll have parades in your honor and make speeches to raise money for war bonds. A whole new world of luxury awaits you once you become our pal. Isn't it lovely? Yossarian found himself listening intently to the fascinating elucidation of details. I'm not sure I want to make speeches. Then we'll forget the speeches. The important thing is what you say to people here. Colonel Korn leaned forward earnestly, no longer smiling. We don't want any of the men in the group to know that we're sending you home as a result of your refusal to fly more missions. And we don't want General Peckham or General Schaiskopf to get wind of any friction between us either. That's why we're going to become such good pals. What will I say to the men who asked me why I refused to fly more missions? Tell them you had been informed in confidence that you were being returned to the States and that you were unwilling to risk your life for another mission or two. Just a minor disagreement between pals, that's all. Will they believe it? Of course they'll believe it once they see what great friends we've become and when they see the press releases and read the flattering things you have to say about me and Colonel Cathcart. Don't worry about the men, they'll be easy enough to discipline and control when you've gone. It's only while you're still here that they may prove troublesome. You know, one good apple can spoil the rest, Colonel Corn concluded with conscious irony. You know, this would really be wonderful. You might even serve as an inspiration to them to fly more missions. Suppose I denounce you when I get back to the States. After you've accepted our medal and promotion and all the fanfare, no one would believe you, the army wouldn't let you, and why in the world should you want to? You're going to be one of the boys, remember. You'll enjoy a rich, rewarding, luxurious, privileged existence. You'd have to be a fool to throw it all away just for a moral principle, and you're not a fool. Is it a deal? I don't know. It's that or a court-martial. That's a pretty scummy trick I'd be playing on the men in the squadron, isn't it? Odious, Colonel Corn agreed amiably and waited, watching Yossarian patiently with a glimmer of private delight. But what the hell, Yossarian exclaimed. If they don't want to fly more missions, let them stand up and do something about it the way I did, right? Of course, said Colonel Corn. There's no reason I have to risk my life for them, is there? Of course not, Yossarian arrived at his decision with a swift grin. It's a deal, he announced jubilantly. Great, said Colonel Corn with somewhat less cordiality than Yossarian had expected, and he slid himself off Colonel Cathcart's desk to stand on the floor. He tugged the folds of cloth of his pants and undershorts free from his crotch and gave Yossarian a limp hand to shake. Welcome aboard. Thanks, Colonel. Call me Blackie, John, we're pals now. Sure, Blackie, my friends call me Yo-Yo, Blackie. His friends call him Yo-Yo, Colonel Corn sang out to Colonel Cathcart. Why don't you congratulate Yo-Yo on what a sensible move he's making? That's a real sensible move you're making, Yo-Yo, Colonel Cathcart said, pumping Yossarian's hand with clumsy zeal. Thank you, Colonel. Call him Chuck, said Colonel Corn. Sure, call me Chuck, said Colonel Cathcart with a laugh that was hearty and awkward. We're all pals now. Sure, Chuck. Exit smiling, said Colonel Corn, his hands on both their shoulders as the three of them moved to the door. Come on over for dinner with us some night, Yo-Yo, Colonel Cathcart invited hospitably. How about tonight, in the group dining room? I'd love to, sir. Chuck, Colonel Corn corrected reprovingly. I'm sorry, Blackie, Chuck, I can't get used to it. That's all right, pal. Sure, pal. Thanks, pal. Don't mention it, pal. So long, pal. Yossarian waved goodbye fondly to his new pals and sauntered out onto the balcony corridor, almost bursting into song the instant he was alone. He was home free, he had pulled it off, his act of rebellion had succeeded, he was safe, and he had nothing to be ashamed of to anyone. He started toward the staircase with a jaunty and exhilarated air. A private in green fatigues saluted him. Yossarian returned the salute happily, staring at the private with curiosity. He looked strangely familiar. When Yossarian returned the salute, the private in green fatigues turned suddenly into Nately's whore, and lunged at him murderously with a bone-handled kitchen knife that caught him in the side below his upraised arm. Yossarian sank to the floor with a shriek, shutting his eyes in overwhelming terror as he saw the girl lift the knife to strike at him again. He was already unconscious when Colonel Corn and Colonel Cathcart dashed out of the office and saved his life by frightening her away. Snowden. Cut, said a doctor. You cut, said another. No cuts, said Yossarian with a thick, unwieldy tongue. Now look who's butting in, complained one of the doctors. Another county heard from, are we going to operate or aren't we? He doesn't need an operation, complained the other. It's a small wound. All we have to do is stop the bleeding, clean it out, and put a few stitches in. But I've never had a chance to operate before. Which one is the scalpel? Is this one the scalpel? No, the other one is the scalpel. Well, go ahead and cut already if you're going to make the incision. Like this. Not there, you dope. No incisions, Yossarian said, perceiving through the lifting fog of insensibility that the two strangers were ready to begin cutting him. Another county heard from, complained the first doctor sarcastically. Is he going to keep talking that way while I operate on him? You can't operate on him until I admit him, said a clerk. You can't admit him until I clear him, said a fat, gruff colonel with a mustache and an enormous pink face that pressed down very close to Yossarian and radiated scorching heat like the bottom of a huge frying pan. Where were you born? The fat, gruff colonel reminded Yossarian of the fat, gruff colonel who had interrogated the chaplain and found him guilty. Yossarian stared up at him through a glassy film. The cloying sense of formaldehyde and alcohol sweetened the air. On a battlefield, he answered. No, in what state were you born? In a state of innocence. No, you don't understand. Let me handle him, urged a hatchet-faced man with sunken, acrimonious eyes and a thin, malevolent mouth. Are you a smart aleck or something? He asked Yossarian. He's delirious, one of the doctors said. Why don't you let us take him back inside and treat him? Leave him right here if he's delirious. He might say something incriminating. But he's still bleeding profusely. Can't you see he might even die? Good for him. It would serve the finky bastard right, said the fat, gruff colonel. All right, John, let's speak out. We want to get to the truth. Everyone calls me Yo-Yo. We want you to cooperate with us, Yo-Yo. We're your friends and we want you to trust us. We're here to help you. We're not going to hurt you. Let's jab our thumbs down inside his wound and gouge it, suggested the hatchet-faced man. Yossarian let his eyes fall closed and hoped they would think he was unconscious. He's fainted, he heard a doctor say. Can't we treat him now before it's too late? He really might die. All right, take him. I hope the bastard does die. You can't treat him until I admit him, the clerk said. Yossarian played dead with his eyes shut while the clerk admitted him by shuffling some papers, and then he was rolled away slowly into a stuffy, dark room with searing spotlights overhead in which the cloying smell of formaldehyde and sweet alcohol was even stronger. The pleasant, permeating stink was intoxicating. He smelled ether too and heard glass tinkling. He listened with secret, egotistical mirth to the husky breathing of the two doctors. It delighted him that they thought he was unconscious and did not know he was listening. It all seemed very silly to him until one of the doctors said, "Well, do you think we should save his life? They might be sore at us if we do." "Let's operate," said the other doctor. "Let's cut him open and get to the inside of things once and for all. He keeps complaining about his liver. His liver looks pretty small on this X-ray." "That's his pancreas, you dope. This is his liver." "No, it is. That's his heart. I'll bet you a nickel this is his liver. I'm going to operate and find out. Should I wash my hands first?" "No operations," Yossarian said, opening his eyes and trying to sit up. Another county heard from, scoffed one of the doctors indignantly. Can't we make him shut up? We could give him a total. The ether's right here. No totals, said Yossarian. Another county heard from, said a doctor. Let's give him a total and knock him out. Then we can do what we want with him. They gave Yossarian total anesthesia and knocked him out. He woke up thirsty in a private room, drowning in ether fumes. Colonel Korn was there at his bedside, waiting calmly in a chair in his baggy wool olive drab shirt and trousers. A bland, phlegmatic smile hung on his brown face with its heavy bearded cheeks, and he was buffing the facets of his bald head gently with the palms of both hands. He bent forward chuckling when Yossarian awoke, and assured him in the friendliest tones that the deal they had made was still on if Yossarian didn't die. Yossarian vomited, and Colonel Korn shot to his feet at the first cough and fled in disgust, So it seemed indeed that there was a silver lining to every cloud, Yossarian reflected as he drifted back into a suffocating daze. A hand with sharp fingers shook him awake roughly. He turned and opened his eyes and saw a strange man with a mean face who curled his lip at him in a spiteful scowl and bragged, "We've got your pal, buddy, we've got your pal." Yossarian turned cold and faint and broke into a sweat. "Who's my pal?" he asked when he saw the chaplain sitting where Colonel Corn had been sitting. "Maybe I'm your pal," the chaplain answered. But Yossarian couldn't hear him and closed his eyes. Someone gave him water to sip and tiptoed away. He slept and woke up feeling great until he turned his head to smile at the chaplain and saw Arfi there instead. Yossarian moaned instinctively and screwed his face up with excruciating irritability when Arfi chortled and asked how he was feeling. Arfi looked puzzled when Yossarian inquired why he was not in jail. Yossarian shut his eyes to make him go away. When he opened them, Arfi was gone and the chaplain was there. Yossarian broke into laughter when he spied the chaplain's cheerful grin and asked him what in the hell he was so happy about. "I'm happy about you," the chaplain replied with excited candor and joy. "I heard at group that you were very seriously injured and that you would have to be sent home if you lived. Colonel Corn said your condition was critical, but I've just learned from one of the doctors that your wound is really a very slight one and that you'll probably be able to leave in a day or two. You're in no danger, it isn't bad at all." Yossarian listened to the chaplain's news with enormous relief. "That's good." "Yes," said the chaplain, a pink flush of impish pleasure creeping into his cheeks. "Yes, that is good," Yossarian laughed, recalling his first conversation with the chaplain. "You know, the first time I met you was in the hospital, and now I'm in the hospital again. Just about the only time I see you lately is in the hospital. Where have you been keeping yourself?" The chaplain shrugged. "I've been praying a lot," he confessed. "I try to stay in my tent as much as I can, and I pray every time Sergeant Whitcomb leaves the area so that he won't catch me." "Does it do any good?" "It takes my mind off my troubles," the chaplain answered with another shrug, "and it gives me something to do." "Well, that's good then, isn't it?" "Yes," agreed the chaplain enthusiastically, as though the idea had not occurred to him before. "Yes, I guess that is good." He bent forward impulsively with awkward solicitude. "Yossarian, is there anything I can do for you while you're here? Anything I can get you?" Yossarian teased him jovially. "Like toys or candy or chewing gum?" The chaplain blushed again, grinning self-consciously, and then turned very respectful. "Like books, perhaps, or anything at all." "I wish there was something I could do to make you happy. You know, Yossarian, we're all very proud of you." "Proud?" "Yes, of course, for risking your life to stop that Nazi assassin. It was a very noble thing to do." "What Nazi assassin?" "The one that came here to murder Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn, and you saved them. He might have stabbed you to death as you grappled with him on the balcony. It's a lucky thing you're alive." Yossarian snickered sardonically when he understood. That was no Nazi assassin. "Certainly it was," Colonel Corn said it was. "That was Nately's girlfriend, and she was after me, not Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn. She's been trying to kill me ever since I broke the news to her that Nately was dead." "But how could that be?" the chaplain protested in livid and resentful confusion. "Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn both saw him as he ran away. The official report says you stopped a Nazi assassin from killing them." "Don't believe the official report," Yossarian advised dryly. "It's part of the deal." "What deal?" "The deal I made with Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn. They'll let me go home a big hero if I say nice things about them to everybody and never criticize them to anyone for making the rest of the men fly more missions." The chaplain was appalled and rose halfway out of his chair. He bristled with bellicose dismay. "But that's terrible. That's a shameful, scandalous deal, isn't it?" "Odious," Yossarian answered, staring up woodenly at the ceiling with just the back of his head resting on the pillow. "I think odious is the word we decided on." "Then how could you agree to it?" "It's that or a court-martial, chaplain." "Oh," the chaplain exclaimed with a look of stark remorse, the back of his hand covering his mouth. He lowered himself into his chair uneasily. "I shouldn't have said anything. They'd lock me in prison with a bunch of criminals." Of course, you must do whatever you think is right then. The chaplain nodded to himself as though deciding the argument and lapsed into embarrassed silence. Don't worry, Yossarian said with a sorrowful laugh after several moments had passed. I'm not going to do it. But you must do it, the chaplain insisted, bending forward with concern. Really, you must. I had no right to influence you. I really had no right to say anything. You didn't influence me? Yossarian hauled himself over onto his side and shook his head in solemn mockery. Christ, chaplain, can you imagine that for a sin? Saving Colonel Cathcart's life, that's one crime I don't want on my record. The chaplain returned to the subject with caution. What will you do instead? You can't let them put you in prison. I'll fly more missions, or maybe I really will desert and let them catch me. They probably would. And they'd put you in prison. You don't want to go to prison. Then I'll just keep flying missions until the war ends, I guess. Some of us have to survive. But you might get killed. Then I guess I won't fly any more missions. What will you do? I don't know. Will you let them send you home? I don't know. Is it hot out? It's very warm in here. It's very cold out, the chaplain said. You know, Yossarian remembered, a very funny thing happened. Maybe I dreamed it. I think a strange man came in here before and told me he's got my pal. I wonder if I imagined it. I don't think you did, the chaplain informed him. You started to tell me about him when I dropped in earlier. Then he really did say it. We've got your pal, buddy, he said. We've got your pal. He had the most malignant manner I ever saw. I wonder who my pal is. I like to think that I'm your pal, Yossarian, the chaplain said with humble sincerity. And they certainly have got me. They've got my number and they've got me under surveillance and they've got me right where they want me. That's what they told me at my interrogation. No, I don't think it's you he meant, Yossarian decided. I think it must be someone like Nately or Dunbar, someone who was killed in the war like Clevinger or Dobbs, Kid Sampson or McWatt. Yossarian emitted a startled gasp and shook his head. I just realized it, he exclaimed. They've got all my pals, haven't they? The only ones left are me and Hungry Joe. He tingled with dread as he saw the chaplain's face go pale. Chaplain, what is it? Hungry Joe was killed. God, no, on a mission. He died in his sleep while having a dream. They found a cat on his face. Poor bastard, Yossarian said and began to cry, hiding his tears in the crook of his shoulder. The chaplain left without saying goodbye. Yossarian ate something and went to sleep. A hand shook him awake in the middle of the night. He opened his eyes and saw a thin, mean man in a patient's bathrobe and pajamas who looked at him with a nasty smirk and jeered. We've got your pal, buddy, we've got your pal. Yossarian was unnerved. What the hell are you talking about? He pleaded in incipient panic. You'll find out, buddy, you'll find out. Yossarian lunged for his tormentor's throat with one hand, but the man glided out of reach effortlessly and vanished into the corridor with a malicious laugh. Yossarian lay there trembling with a pounding pulse. He was bathed in icy sweat. He wondered who his pal was. It was dark in the hospital and perfectly quiet. He had no watch to tell him the time. He was wide awake and he knew he was a prisoner in one of those sleepless, bedridden nights that would take an eternity to dissolve into dawn. A throbbing chill oozed up his legs. He was cold and he thought of Snowden, who had never been his pal but was a vaguely familiar kid who was badly wounded and freezing to death in the puddle of harsh yellow sunlight splashing into his face through the side gunport. When Yossarian crawled into the rear section of the plane over the bomb bay after Dobbs had beseeched him on the intercom to help the gunner, please help the gunner. Yossarian's stomach turned over when his eyes first beheld the macabre scene. He was absolutely revolted, and he paused in fright a few moments before descending, crouched on his hands and knees in the narrow tunnel over the bomb bay beside the sealed corrugated carton containing the first aid kit. Snowden was lying on his back on the floor with his legs stretched out, still burdened cumbersomely by his flak suit, his flak helmet, his parachute harness, and his West. Not far away on the floor lay the small tail gunner in a dead faint. The wound Yossarian saw was in the outside of Snowden's thigh, as large and deep as a football, it seemed. It was impossible to tell where the shreds of his saturated coveralls ended and the ragged flesh began. There was no morphine in the first aid kit, no protection for Snowden against pain but the numbing shock of the gaping wound itself. The 12 syrettes of morphine had been stolen from their case and replaced by a cleanly lettered note that said, "What's good for M&M Enterprises is good for the country. Milo Minderbinder." Yossarian swore at Milo and held 2 aspirins out to ashen lips unable to receive them. But first he hastily drew a tourniquet around Snowden's thigh, because he could not think what else to do in those first tumultuous moments when his senses were in turmoil, when he knew he must act competently at once, and feared he might go to pieces completely. Snowden watched him steadily, saying nothing. No artery was spurting, but Yossarian pretended to absorb himself entirely into the fashioning of a tourniquet, because applying a tourniquet was something he did know how to do. He worked with simulated skill and composure, feeling Snowden's lackluster gaze resting upon him. He recovered possession of himself before the tourniquet was finished and loosened it immediately to lessen the danger of gangrene. His mind was clear now and he knew how to proceed. He rummaged through the first aid kit for scissors. "I'm cold," Snowden said softly. "I'm cold." "You're going to be all right, kid," Yossarian reassured him with a grin. "You're going to be all right." "I'm cold," Snowden said again in a frail, childlike voice. "I'm cold." There, Yossarian said because he did not know what else to say. There. "I'm cold," Snowden whimpered. "I'm cold." There. Yossarian was frightened and moved more swiftly. He found a pair of scissors at last and began cutting carefully through Snowden's coveralls high up above the wound, just below the groin. He cut through the heavy gabardine cloth all the way around the thigh in a straight line. The tiny tailgunner woke up while Yossarian was cutting with the scissors, saw him, and fainted again. Snowden rolled his head to the other side of his neck in order to stare at Yossarian more directly. A dim, sunken light glowed in his weak and listless eyes. Yossarian, puzzled, tried not to look at him. He began cutting downward through the coveralls along the inside seam. The yawning wound was that a tube of slimy bone he saw running deep inside the gory scarlet flow behind the twitching, startling fibers of weird muscle, was dripping blood in several trickles, like snow melting on eaves, but viscous and red, already thickening as it dropped. Yossarian kept cutting through the coveralls to the bottom and peeled open the severed leg of the garment. It fell to the floor with a plop, exposing the hem of khaki undershorts that were soaking up blotches of blood on one side as though in thirst. Yossarian was stunned at how waxen and ghastly Snowden's bare leg looked, how loathsome, how lifeless and esoteric the downy, fine, curled blonde hairs on his odd white shin and calf. The wound, he saw now, was not nearly as large as a football but as long and wide as his hand and too raw and deep to see into clearly. The raw muscles inside twitched like live hamburger meat. A long sigh of relief escaped slowly through Yossarian's mouth when he saw that Snowden was not in danger of dying. The blood was already coagulating inside the wound, and it was simply a matter of bandaging him up and keeping him calm until the plane landed. He removed some packets of sulfanilamide from the first aid kit. Snowden quivered when Yossarian pressed against him gently to turn him up slightly on his side. "Did I hurt you?" "I'm cold," Snowden whimpered. "I'm cold." There, Yossarian said. There. I'm cold. There. "It's starting to hurt me," Snowden cried out suddenly with a plaintive, urgent wince. Yossarian scrambled frantically through the first aid kit in search of morphine again and found only Milo's note and a bottle of aspirin. He cursed Milo and held 2 aspirin tablets out to Snowden. He had no water to offer. Snowden rejected the aspirin with an almost imperceptible shake of his head. His face was pale and pasty. Yossarian removed Snowden's flak helmet and lowered his head to the floor. "I'm cold," Snowden moaned with half-closed eyes. "I'm cold." The edges of his mouth were turning blue. Yossarian was petrified. He wondered whether to pull the ripcord of Snowden's parachute and cover him with the nylon folds. It was very warm in the plane. Glancing up unexpectedly, Snowden gave him a wan, cooperative smile and shifted the position of his hips a bit so that Yossarian could begin salting the wound with sulfanilamide. Yossarian worked with renewed confidence and optimism. The plane bounced hard inside an air pocket, and he remembered with a start that he had left his own parachute up front in the nose. There was nothing to be done about that. He poured envelope after envelope of the white crystalline powder into the bloody oval wound until nothing red could be seen, and then drew a deep, apprehensive breath, steeling himself with gritted teeth as he touched his bare hand to the dangling shreds of drying flesh to tuck them up inside the wound. Quickly he covered the whole wound with a large cotton compress and jerked his hand away. He smiled nervously when his brief ordeal had ended. The actual contact with the dead flesh had not been nearly as repulsive as he had anticipated, and he found an excuse to caress the wound with his fingers again and again to convince himself of his own courage. Next he began binding the compress in place with a roll of gauze. The second time around Snowden's thigh with the bandage, he spotted the small hole on the inside through which the piece of flak had entered, a round, crinkled wound the size of a quarter with blue edges and a black core inside where the blood had crusted. Yossarian sprinkled this one with sulfanilamide too, and continued unwinding the gauze around Snowden's leg until the compress was secure. Then he snipped off the roll with the scissors and slit the end down the center. He made the whole thing fast with a tidy square knot. It was a good bandage, he knew, and he sat back on his heels with pride, wiping the perspiration from his brow and grinned at Snowden with spontaneous friendliness. "I'm cold," Snowden moaned. "I'm cold." "You're going to be all right, kid," Yossarian assured him, patting his arm comfortingly. "Everything's under control." Snowden shook his head feebly. "I'm cold," he repeated with eyes as dull and blind as stone. "I'm cold." There," said Yossarian with growing doubt and trepidation. There. In a little while we'll be back on the ground and Doc Danica will take care of you." But Snowden kept shaking his head and pointed at last, with just the barest movement of his chin, down toward his armpit. Yossarian bent forward to peer and saw a strangely colored stain seeping through the coveralls just above the armhole of Snowden's flak suit. Yossarian felt his heart stop, then pound so violently he found it difficult to breathe. Snowden was wounded inside his flak suit. Yossarian ripped open the snaps of Snowden's flak suit and heard himself scream wildly as Snowden's insides slithered down to the floor in a soggy pile and just kept dripping out. A chunk of flak more than 3 inches big had shot into his other side just underneath the arm and blasted all the way through, drawing whole mottled quarts of Snowden along with it through the gigantic hole in his ribs it made as it blasted out. Yossarian screamed a second time and squeezed both hands over his eyes. His teeth were chattering in horror. He forced himself to look again. Here was God's plenty all right, he thought bitterly as he stared. Liver, lungs, kidneys, ribs, stomach, and bits of the stewed tomatoes Snowden had eaten that day for lunch. Yossarian hated stewed tomatoes and turned away dizzily and began to vomit, clutching his burning throat. The tail gunner woke up while Yossarian was vomiting, saw him, and fainted again. Yossarian was limp with exhaustion, pain, and despair when he finished. He turned back weakly to Snowden, whose breath had grown softer and more rapid and whose face had grown paler. He wondered how in the world to begin to save him. "I'm cold," Snowden whimpered. "I'm cold." There, Yossarian mumbled mechanically in a voice too low to be heard. There. Yossarian was cold too and shivering uncontrollably. He felt goose pimples clacking all over him as he gazed down despondently at the grim secret Snowden had spilled all over the messy floor. It was easy to read the message in his entrails. Man was matter, that was Snowden's secret. Drop him out a window and he'll fall. Set fire to him and he'll burn. Bury him and he'll rot like other kinds of garbage. The spirit gone, man is garbage, that was Snowden's secret, ripeness was all. "I'm cold," Snowden said, "I'm cold." There, said Yossarian, there. He pulled the ripcord of Snowden's parachute and covered his body with the white nylon sheets. "I'm cold." There. Yossarian. "Colonel Corn says," said Major Danby to Yossarian with a prissy, gratified smile, "that the deal is still on. Everything is working out fine." "No, it is." "Oh, yes, indeed," Major Danby insisted benevolently. "In fact, everything is much better. It was really a stroke of luck that you were almost murdered by that girl. Now the deal can go through perfectly." "I'm not making any deals with Colonel Corn." Major Danby's effervescent optimism vanished instantly and he broke out all at once into a bubbling sweat. "But you do have a deal with him, don't you?" he asked in anguished puzzlement. "Don't you have an agreement?" "I'm breaking the agreement." But you shook hands on it, didn't you? You gave him your word as a gentleman. I'm breaking my word. Oh dear, sighed Major Danby and began dabbing ineffectually at his careworn brow with a folded white handkerchief. But why, Yossarian, it's a very good deal they're offering you. It's a lousy deal, Danby, it's an odious deal. Oh dear, Major Danby fretted, running his bare hand over his dark, wiry hair which was already soaked with perspiration to the tops of the thick, close-cropped waves. Oh dear. Danby, don't you think it's odious? Major Danby pondered a moment. Yes, I suppose it is odious, he conceded with reluctance. His globular, exophthalmic eyes were quite distraught. But why did you make such a deal if you didn't like it? I did it in a moment of weakness, Yossarian wisecracked with glum irony. I was trying to save my life. Don't you want to save your life now? That's why I won't let them make me fly more missions. Then let them send you home, and you'll be in no more danger. Let them send me home because I flew more than 50 missions, Yossarian said, and not because I was stabbed by that girl or because I've turned into such a stubborn son of a bitch. Major Danby shook his head emphatically in sincere and bespectacled vexation. They'd have to send nearly every man home if they did that. Most of the men have more than 50 missions. Colonel Cathcart couldn't possibly requisition so many inexperienced replacement crews at one time without causing an investigation. He's caught in his own trap. That's his problem. No, Yossarian, Major Danby disagreed solicitously. It's your problem, because if you don't go through with the deal, they're going to institute court-martial proceedings as soon as you sign out of the hospital. Yossarian thumbed his nose at Major Danby and laughed with smug elation. The hell they will, don't lie to me, Danby, they wouldn't even try. But why wouldn't they? Inquired Major Danby, blinking with astonishment. Because I've really got them over a barrel now. There's an official report that says I was stabbed by a Nazi assassin trying to kill them. They'd certainly look silly trying to court-martial me after that. But Yossarian, Major Danby exclaimed, there's another official report that says you were stabbed by an innocent girl in the course of extensive black market operations involving acts of sabotage and the sale of military secrets to the enemy. Yossarian was taken back severely with surprise and disappointment. Another official report. Yossarian, they can prepare as many official reports as they want and choose whichever ones they need on any given occasion. Didn't you know that? Oh dear, Yossarian murmured in heavy dejection, the blood draining from his face. Oh dear. Major Danby pressed forward avidly with a look of vulturous well-meaning. Yossarian, do what they want and let them send you home. It's best for everyone that way. It's best for Cathcart, Corn and me, not for everyone. For everyone, Major Danby insisted, it will solve the whole problem. Is it best for the men in the group who will have to keep flying more missions? Major Danby flinched and turned his face away uncomfortably for a second. Yossarian, he replied, it will help nobody if you force Colonel Cathcart to court-martial you and prove you guilty of all the crimes with which you'll be charged. You will go to prison for a long time and your whole life will be ruined. Yossarian listened to him with a growing feeling of concern. What crimes will they charge me with? Incompetence over Ferrara, insubordination, refusal to engage the enemy in combat when ordered to do so, and desertion. Yossarian sucked his cheeks in soberly. They could charge me with all that, could they? They gave me a medal for Ferrara. How could they charge me with incompetence now? Arfie will swear that you and McWatt lied in your official report. I'll bet the bastard would. They will also find you guilty, Major Danby recited, of rape, extensive black market operations, acts of sabotage, and the sale of military secrets to the enemy. How will they prove any of that? I never did a single one of those things. But they have witnesses who will swear you did. They can get all the witnesses they need simply by persuading them that destroying you is for the good of the country. And in a way, it would be for the good of the country. In what way? Yossarian demanded, rising up slowly on one elbow with bridling hostility. Major Danby drew back a bit and began mopping his forehead again. Well, Yossarian, he began with an apologetic stammer, it would not help the war effort to bring Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn into disrepute now. Let's face it, Yossarian, in spite of everything the group does have a very good record. If you were court-martialed and found innocent, other men would probably refuse to fly missions too. Colonel Cathcart would be in disgrace and the military efficiency of the unit might be destroyed. So in that way it would be for the good of the country to have you found guilty and put in prison, even though you are innocent. What a sweet way you have of putting things, Yossarian snapped with caustic resentment. Major Danby turned red and squirmed and squinted uneasily. Please don't blame me, he pleaded with a look of anxious integrity. You know it's not my fault. All I'm doing is trying to look at things objectively and arrive at a solution to a very difficult situation. I didn't create the situation. But you can resolve it, and what else can you do? You don't want to fly more missions. I can run away, run away. Desert, take off. I can turn my back on the whole damned mess and start running. Major Danby was shocked. Where to? Where could you go? I could get to Rome easily enough, and I could hide myself there. And live in danger every minute of your life that they would find you? No, 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 Yossarian, that would be a disastrous and ignoble thing to do. Running away from problems never solved them. Please believe me, I am only trying to help you. That's what that kind detective said before he decided to jab his thumb into my wound, Yossarian retorted sarcastically. I am not a detective, Major Danby replied with indignation, his cheeks flushing again. I'm a university professor with a highly developed sense of right and wrong, and I wouldn't try to deceive you. I wouldn't lie to anyone. What would you do if one of the men in the group asked you about this conversation? I would lie to him? Yossarian laughed mockingly, and Major Danby, despite his blushing discomfort, leaned back with relief, as though welcoming the respite Yossarian's changing mood promised. Yossarian gazed at him with a mixture of reserved pity and contempt. He sat up in bed with his back resting against the headboard, lit a cigarette, smiled slightly with wry amusement, and stared with whimsical sympathy at the vivid, pop-eyed horror that had implanted itself permanently on Major Danby's face the day of the mission to Avignon, when General Dreedel had ordered him taken outside and shot. The startled wrinkles would always remain like deep black scars, and Yossarian felt sorry for the gentle, moral, middle-aged idealist, as he felt sorry for so many people whose shortcomings were not large and whose troubles were light. With deliberate amiability he said, Danby, how can you work along with people like Cathcart and Corn? Doesn't it turn your stomach? Major Danby seemed surprised by Yossarian's question. I do it to help my country, he replied, as though the answer should have been obvious. Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn are my superiors, and obeying their orders is the only contribution I can make to the war effort. I work along with them because it's my duty. And also, he added in a much lower voice, dropping his eyes, because I am not a very aggressive person. Your country doesn't need your help anymore, Yossarian reasoned with antagonism, so all you're doing is helping them. I try not to think of that, Major Danby admitted frankly, but I try to concentrate on only the big result and to forget that they are succeeding too. I try to pretend that they are not significant. That's my trouble, you know, Yossarian mused sympathetically, folding his arms. Between me and every ideal, I always find Chasekopfs, Peckhams, Corns, and Cathcarts, and that sort of changes the ideal. You must try not to think of them, Major Danby advised affirmatively, and you must never let them change your values. Ideals are good, but people are sometimes not so good. You must try to look up at the big picture. Yossarian rejected the advice with a skeptical shake of his head. When I look up, I see people cashing in. I don't see heaven or saints or angels. I see people cashing in on every decent impulse and every human tragedy. But you must try not to think of that too, Major Danby insisted, and you must try not to let it upset you. Oh, it doesn't really upset me. What does upset me, though, is that they think I'm a sucker. They think that they're smart and that the rest of us are dumb. And you know, Danby, the thought occurs to me right now for the first time that maybe they're right. But you must try not to think of that too, argued Major Danby. You must think only of the welfare of your country and the dignity of man. Yeah, said Yossarian. I mean it, Yossarian, this is not World War I. You must never forget that we're at war with aggressors who would not let either one of us live if they won. I know that, Yossarian replied tersely with a sudden surge of scowling annoyance. Christ Danby, I earned that medal I got, no matter what their reasons were for giving it to me. I've flown 70 goddamn combat missions. Don't talk to me about fighting to save my country. I've been fighting all along to save my country. Now I'm going to fight a little to save myself. The country's not in danger anymore, but I am. The war's not over yet. The Germans are driving toward Antwerp. The Germans will be beaten in a few months, and Japan will be beaten a few months after that. If I were to give up my life now, it wouldn't be for my country. It would be for Cathcart and corn, so I'm turning my bomb sight in for the duration. From now on I'm thinking only of me. Major Danby replied indulgently with a superior smile, but Yossarian, suppose everyone felt that way. Then I'd certainly be a damned fool to feel any other way, wouldn't I? Yossarian sat up straighter with a quizzical expression. You know, I have a queer feeling that I've been through this exact conversation before with someone. It's just like the chaplain's sensation of having experienced everything twice. The chaplain wants you to let them send you home, Major Danby remarked. The chaplain can jump in the lake. Oh dear, Major Danby sighed, shaking his head in regretful disappointment. He's afraid he might have influenced you. He didn't influence me. You know what I might do? I might stay right here in this hospital bed and vegetate. I could vegetate very comfortably right here and let other people make the decisions. You must make decisions, Major Danby disagreed. A person can't live like a vegetable. Why not? A distant warm look entered Major Danby's eyes. It must be nice to live like a vegetable, he conceded wistfully. It's lousy, answered Yossarian. No, it must be very pleasant to be free from all this doubt and pressure, insisted Major Danby. I think I'd like to live like a vegetable and make no important decisions. What kind of vegetable, Danby? A cucumber or a carrot? What kind of cucumber, a good one or a bad one? Oh, a good one, of course. They'd cut you off in your prime and slice you up for a salad. Major Danby's face fell, a poor one then. They'd let you rot and use you for fertilizer to help the good ones grow. I guess I don't want to live like a vegetable then, said Major Danby with a smile of sad resignation. Danby, must I really let them send me home? Yossarian inquired of him seriously. Major Danby shrugged. It's a way to save yourself. It's a way to lose myself, Danby, you ought to know that. You could have lots of things you want. I don't want lots of things I want, Yossarian replied, and then beat his fist down against the mattress in an outburst of rage and frustration. Goddamn it, Danby, I've got friends who were killed in this war. I can't make a deal now. Getting stabbed by that bitch was the best thing that ever happened to me. Would you rather go to jail? Would you let them send you home? Of course I would, Major Danby declared with conviction. Certainly I would, he added a few moments later in a less positive manner. Yes, I suppose I would let them send me home if I were in your place, he decided uncomfortably after lapsing into troubled contemplation. Then he threw his face sideways disgustedly in a gesture of violent distress and blurted out, "Oh yes, of course I'd let them send me home. But I'm such a terrible coward I couldn't really be in your place." But suppose you weren't a coward, Yossarian demanded, studying him closely. Suppose you did have the courage to defy somebody. Then I wouldn't let them send me home, Major Danby vowed emphatically with vigorous joy and enthusiasm, but I certainly wouldn't let them court-martial me. Would you fly more missions? No, of course not. That would be total capitulation, and I might be killed. Then you'd run away, Major Danby started to retort with proud spirit and came to an abrupt stop, his half-open jaw swinging closed dumbly. He pursed his lips in a tired pout. I guess there just wouldn't be any hope for me then, would there? His forehead and protuberant white eyeballs were soon glistening nervously again. He crossed his limp wrists in his lap and hardly seemed to be breathing as he sat with his gaze drooping toward the floor in acquiescent defeat. Dark, steep shadows slanted in from the window. Yossarian watched him solemnly, and neither of the two men stirred at the rattling noise of a speeding vehicle skidding to a stop outside and the sound of racing footsteps pounding toward the building in haste. Yes, there's hope for you, Yossarian remembered with a sluggish flow of inspiration. Milo might help you, he's bigger than Colonel Cathcart and he owes me a few favors. Major Danby shook his head and answered tonelessly. Milo and Colonel Cathcart are pals now. He made Colonel Cathcart a vice president and promised him an important job after the war. Then XBFC Wintergreen will help us, Yossarian exclaimed. He hates them both and this will infuriate him. Major Danby shook his head bleakly again. Milo and XBFC Wintergreen merged last week. They're all partners now in M&M Enterprises. Then there is no hope for us, is there? No hope. No hope at all, is there? No hope at all, Major Danby conceded. He looked up after a while with a half-formed notion. Wouldn't it be nice if they could disappear us the way they disappeared the others and relieve us of all these crushing burdens? Yossarian said no. Major Danby agreed with a melancholy nod, lowering his eyes again, and there was no hope at all for either of them until footsteps exploded in the corridor suddenly, and the chaplain, shouting at the top of his voice, came bursting into the room with the electrifying news about Orr, so overcome with hilarious excitement that he was almost incoherent for a minute or two. Tears of great elation were sparkling in his eyes, and Yossarian leaped out of bed with an incredulous yelp when he finally understood. Sweden, he cried. Orr, cried the chaplain. Orr, cried Yossarian. Sweden, cried the chaplain, shaking his head up and down with gleeful rapture and prancing about uncontrollably from spot to spot in a grinning, delicious frenzy. It's a miracle, I tell you, a miracle. I believe in God again, I really do. Washed ashore in Sweden after so many weeks at sea, it's a miracle. Washed ashore, hell, Yossarian declared, jumping all about also and roaring in laughing exultation at the walls, the ceiling, the chaplain, and Major Danby. He didn't wash ashore in Sweden. He rode there, chaplain, he rode there. He planned it that way. He went to Sweden deliberately. Well, I don't care, the chaplain flung back with undiminished zeal. It's still a miracle of human intelligence and human endurance. Look how much he accomplished. The chaplain clutched his head with both hands and doubled over in laughter. Can't you just picture him? He exclaimed with amazement. Can't you just picture him in that yellow raft, paddling through the Straits of Gibraltar at night with that tiny little blue oar? With that fishing line trailing out behind him, eating raw codfish all the way to Sweden and serving himself tea every afternoon. I can just see him, cried the chaplain, pausing a moment in his celebration to catch his breath. It's a miracle of human perseverance, I tell you, and that's just what I'm going to do from now on. I'm going to persevere. Yes, I'm going to persevere. He knew what he was doing every step of the way, Yossarian rejoiced, holding both fists aloft triumphantly as though hoping to squeeze revelations from them. He spun to a stop facing Major Danby. Danby, you dope, there is hope after all, can't you see? Even Clevinger might be alive somewhere in that cloud of his, hiding inside until it's safe to come out. What are you talking about? Major Danby asked in confusion. What are you both talking about? Bring me apples, Danby, and chestnuts too. Run, Danby, run. Bring me crab apples and horse chestnuts before it's too late, and get some for yourself. Horse chestnuts, crab apples, what in the world for? To pop into our cheeks, of course. Yossarian threw his arms up into the air in a gesture of mighty and despairing self-recrimination. Oh, why didn't I listen to him? Why wouldn't I have some faith? Have you gone crazy? Major Danby demanded with alarm and bewilderment. Yossarian, will you please tell me what you are talking about? Danby Orr planned it that way. Don't you understand? He planned it that way from the beginning. He even practiced getting shot down. He rehearsed for it on every mission he flew. And I wouldn't go with him. Oh, why wouldn't I listen? He invited me along and I wouldn't go with him. Danby, bring me buck teeth too and a valve to fix and a look of stupid innocence that nobody would ever suspect of any cleverness. I'll need them all. Oh, why wouldn't I listen to him? Now I understand what he was trying to tell me. I even understand why that girl was hitting him on the head with her shoe. Why? Inquired the chaplain sharply. Yossarian whirled and seized the chaplain by the shirt front in an importuning grip. Chaplain, help me, please help me, get my clothes and hurry, will you? I need them right away. The chaplain started away alertly. Yes, Yossarian, I will, but where are they? How will I get them? By bullying and browbeating anybody who tries to stop you. Chaplain, get me my uniform, it's around this hospital somewhere. For once in your life, succeed at something. The chaplain straightened his shoulders with determination and tightened his jaw. Don't worry, Yossarian, I'll get your uniform, but why was that girl hitting Orr over the head with her shoe? Please tell me. Because he was paying her to, that's why, but she wouldn't hit him hard enough, so he had to row to Sweden. Chaplain, find me my uniform so I can get out of here. Ask Nurse Duckett for it. She'll help you. She'll do anything she can to be rid of me. Where are you going? Major Danby asked apprehensively when the chaplain had shot from the room. What are you going to do? I'm going to run away, Yossarian announced in an exuberant, clear voice, already tearing open the buttons of his pajama tops. Oh no, Major Danby groaned and began patting his perspiring face rapidly with the bare palms of both hands. You can't run away. Where can you run to? Where can you go? To Sweden. To Sweden, Major Danby exclaimed in astonishment. You're going to run to Sweden, are you crazy? Or did it? Oh no, 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 Major Danby pleaded. No, Yossarian, you'll never get there. You can't run away to Sweden. You can't even row. But I can get to Rome if you'll keep your mouth shut when you leave here and give me a chance to catch a ride. Will you do it? But they'll find you, Major Danby argued desperately, and bring you back and punish you even more severely. They'll have to try like hell to catch me this time. They will try like hell, and even if they don't find you, what kind of way is that to live? You'll always be alone. No one will ever be on your side and you'll always live in danger of betrayal. I live that way now. But you can't just turn your back on all your responsibilities and run away from them, Major Danby insisted. It's such a negative move, it's escapist. Yossarian laughed with buoyant scorn and shook his head. I'm not running away from my responsibilities, I'm running to them. There's nothing negative about running away to save my life. You know who the escapists are, don't you, Danby? Not me and Orr. Chaplain, please talk to him, will you? He's deserting, he wants to run away to Sweden. Wonderful, cheered the chaplain, proudly throwing on the bed a pillowcase full of Yossarian's clothing. Run away to Sweden, Yossarian, and I'll stay here and persevere. Yes, I'll persevere. I'll nag and badger Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn every time I see them. I'm not afraid. I'll even pick on General Dreedle. General Dreedle's out, Yossarian reminded, pulling on his trousers and hastily stuffing the tails of his shirt inside. It's General Peckham now. The chaplain's babbling confidence did not falter for an instant. Then I'll pick on General Peckham and even on General Shayskopf. And do you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to punch Captain Black in the nose the very next time I see him. Yes, I'm going to punch him in the nose. I'll do it when lots of people are around so that he may not have a chance to hit me back. Have you both gone crazy? Major Danby protested, his bulging eyes straining in their sockets with tortured awe and exasperation. Have you both taken leave of your senses, Yossarian? Listen. It's a miracle, I tell you, the chaplain proclaimed, seizing Major Danby about the waist and dancing him around with his elbows extended for a waltz. A real miracle. If Orr could row to Sweden, then I can triumph over Colonel Cathcart and Colonel Corn if only I persevere. Chaplain, will you please shut up? Major Danby entreated politely, pulling free and patting his perspiring brow with a fluttering motion. He bent toward Yossarian, who was reaching for his shoes. What about Colonel? I couldn't care less. But this may actua. To hell with them both. This may actually help them, Major Danby persisted stubbornly. Have you thought of that? Let the bastards thrive for all I care, since I can't do a thing to stop them but embarrass them by running away. I've got responsibilities of my own now, Danby. I've got to get to Sweden. You'll never make it, it's impossible. It's almost a geographical impossibility to get there from here. Hell, Danby, I know that, but at least I'll be trying. There's a young kid in Rome whose life I'd like to save if I can find her. I'll take her to Sweden with me if I can find her, so it isn't all selfish, is it? It's absolutely insane. Your conscience will never let you rest. God bless it, Yossarian laughed. I wouldn't want to live without strong misgivings, right, Chaplain? I'm going to punch Captain Black right in the nose the next time I see him, gloried the chaplain, throwing 2 left jabs in the air and then a clumsy haymaker. Just like that. What about the disgrace? Demanded Major Danby. What disgrace? I'm more in disgrace now. Yossarian tied a hard knot in the second shoelace and sprang to his feet. Well, Danby, I'm ready. What do you say? Will you keep your mouth shut and let me catch a ride? Major Danby regarded Yossarian in silence with a strange, sad smile. He had stopped sweating and seemed absolutely calm. What would you do if I did try to stop you? He asked with rueful mockery. Beat me up, Yossarian reacted to the question with hurt surprise. No, of course not. Why do you say that? I will beat you up, boasted the chaplain, dancing up very close to Major Danby and shadowboxing. You and Captain Black and maybe even Corporal Whitcomb. Wouldn't it be wonderful if I found I didn't have to be afraid of Corporal Whitcomb anymore? Are you going to stop me? Yossarian asked Major Danby and gazed at him steadily. Major Danby skipped away from the chaplain and hesitated a moment longer. No, of course not, he blurted out and suddenly was waving both arms toward the door in a gesture of exuberant urgency. Of course I won't stop you. Go, for God's sakes, and hurry. Do you need any money? I have some money. Well, here's some more. With fervent, excited enthusiasm, Major Danby pressed a thick wad of Italian currency upon Yossarian and clasped his hand in both his own, as much to still his own trembling fingers as to give encouragement to Yossarian. It must be nice to be in Sweden now, he observed yearningly. The girls are so sweet, and the people are so advanced. Goodbye, Yossarian, the chaplain called, and good luck. I'll stay here and persevere, and we'll meet again when the fighting stops. So long, chaplain. Thanks, Danby. How do you feel, Yossarian? Fine. No, I'm very frightened. That's good, said Major Danby. It proves you're still alive. It won't be fun. Yossarian started out. Yes, it will. I mean it, Yossarian. You'll have to keep on your toes every minute of every day. They'll bend heaven and earth to catch you. I'll keep on my toes every minute. You'll have to jump. I'll jump. Jump, Major Danby cried. Yossarian jumped. Nately's whore was hiding just outside the door. The knife came down, missing him by inches, and he took off.